It is time to bring the Spring Cup to a close as we roll ourselves closer and closer to the 2023 VCO Esports Racing World Cup. Hello everyone, delighted to be back after a bit of a break as we return to the scene where it all started. We're live on Assetto Corsa Competizione, where 12 more points for qualification are up for grabs. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. We brought the dream team back together after a bit of a break. We've been focused on many other things in the world of VCO Esports, and it's Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod that join me once more for all the action. And Luke, I'll start with you. I know you've been looking forward to this one. We've seen plenty of interesting formats so far, but now we go one-on-one. Now we have some fun.
Yeah, exactly that. It is team versus team. It's like 1v1 on Rust back in the day from like 2006. This is going to be fantastic. It is, you know, winner takes all. You beat the other team in your rounds, you're through to the next stage. We have got one race where there will be multiple teams in there, more than two, let's say. There'll be 6 teams in our second chance, last chance, whatever you want to call it, qualifier. But yeah, it's 1v1 today. It is the most esports format ever in the terms of sim racing. It's going to be great.
You helped us pick where we're racing once more. And a reminder, if you're not already getting involved with us on the VCO social media, make sure you do that, because the choice was between Imola and between Monza, 2 classic Italian tracks. And we go racing at the Temple of Speed today, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, what a circuit it is, of course. I mean, Imola's a great track, don't get me wrong. We all love battling our way around some of the hard corners there, but when it comes to out-and-out racing, do you get much better than Monza? We're going to see some fantastic dive bombs. We're going to see some bold moves. I think we're going to see plenty of side-by-side through Ascari as well when it comes down to the late portions of the competition. I think we're going to see some fantastic racing.
Maybe even some drag races out of Parabolica. Get your cameras out. Let's talk you through the format for today, because of course it's different. If you've joined us for the Spring Cup, we're down from 26 to just 12 teams today. And we'll start with round 1. One-on-one matchups with 10 minutes on the clock. Again, 3 drivers maximum. We'll see a couple of teams with just 2, but we'll talk more about that as we get into the races. 6 winners advance to the quarterfinals. 6 losers go to that second chance race. As Luke mentioned, the only time that we'll have multiple teams fighting out for qualifying positions. And points are important there as well, Lewis, because 12 points for our Spring Cup champions on that qualification part of the Esports Racing World Cup, but those that don't get out of the second chance race will have a little bit of a leg up on the 14 or so teams that are watching on from the sidelines today.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, that's where we're all trying to get to at the moment. Through the season of the Spring Cup, they've been trying to battle their way into the Masters, and now it's time not only to battle out over a little bit of prize money, which we'll get to in a moment, but it's also time for them to get those points advantage. For some of those ones that maybe favour the ACC platform over the other 2, this is where they can really hammer home that advantage and focus on trying to get into ERWC II.
There is $10,000 of prize money on the line. The winner will walk away with $3,500 to split across their drivers. Luke, when you look at this bracket, when you look at these matchups, what's the one that you're most excited about?
Well, to be fair, naturally, the way that the championship's gone so far, you've got top seed versus bottom seed, you know, with Redline and John and Lacey Esports, and that goes pretty much all the way down until you get down to the likes of Fordzilla and RAG Esports. I think that's probably the one that sticks out for me. Could Arnage Competition potentially throw an upset towards Unicorns of Love? Maybe it's going to be a battle of the pink. But Lewis said before we went live, YAS Heat versus BS Competition. That's probably the closest there, the one that you would maybe see an upset, BS Competition taking out YAS Heat. But I will say this, YAS Heat have been under the cosh because pretty much every single time they've got to a major part of a competition, they've only ever had 2 drivers. They've not had the maximum 3 because of illnesses and other reasons. They got 3 solid drivers today, so they could finally prove to be one of the teams to beat.
I mentioned a couple of teams racing with just 2 drivers. I'll correct myself. Only one team, and that is BS Competition, but they have ACC specialists Niels Naujoks and Gregor Schill who will be racing there. Luke's already said what you may be looking forward to the most, but YAS Heat versus BS Competition, that one's going to be close. Any other ones where you think that maybe some surprises will get thrown up in round 1?
Well, I think, yeah, there's a couple which we need to lean towards. Team Fordzilla versus RAG might actually be a tighter one than may initially think. Of course, Fordzilla not really an ACC specialist team. RAG have a couple of ACC specialists within their ranks, but still, I think that one might be a bit close. As well as the Veloce Triton one. Triton's a team not to be underestimated on the platform. They've won plenty of high-level competitions, the Polish squad, and I would certainly not rule them out for trying to make an upset. Even then, you know, I don't think in a 1v1 like this you can ever underestimate an opponent, because you only get one chance, and it can be a little bit rough, and it can go sideways very, very quickly with just one mistake.
Going to be exciting to see how this plays out, and of course, it's all building up for our winners, our Spring Cup champions. Let's talk about the other things that VCO have been working on. We've just come off a couple of weeks ago, VCO Infinity, 24 individual races within a 24-hour period. Another thing that we loved and we're really excited about, and I know the drivers, the participants, the viewers all want to see more of that, but ultimately coming out on top in a close fight with Urano Esports were, guess who? Surprise, it was Team Redline.
Yeah, it was. Urano were the surprise, and I said it from the outset. I think I was involved with, into hour 3, I think? And straight away I was like, Urano Esports, they really are here to party up until about hour 5. It was disconnect, I think, really was the issue for them that cost them really pushing Redline to the absolute limit. But it's Redline, isn't it? Redline, again, they are having the year of their lives this year. And could it continue today? Probably. Will it? Probably.
So we will get ready for racing in just a couple of moments' time. Qualifying comes to a close. It's going to be fast. It's going to be frenetic here, not just for the drivers, Lewis, but for us as well. We're expecting to be here for about the next 5 hours or so, hopefully with not so much waffling and having to look at our faces, but plenty of good racing action.
I mean, there's so many races over the next few hours that it's going to be a long process, not only for us, but for those drivers as well. The thing is that you've got to be jumping in and out of the rhythm. When you think of it, on your route to the final, it might only be maybe obviously 5 races if you get to the final and try and win it. If you can do it in 2-0, which Redline have done the last couple of times in the ERL, then maybe we're looking at 5 races for the team. That doesn't sound like much, but when it's spread out over such a long period of time, the ability for the team to jump in and jump out, that is going to be a critical factor that maybe we've not even thought about too much.
Hold on, just one quick thing here, Arjuna. Sorry to butt in. Historically, though, the teams that win these competitions or have been winning the competitions have got out of the gates pretty slow. So with this being a one-and-done race at the start here, there is a second chance qualifier, but teams like Redline, who, again, haven't really been flying out of the gates, they've been the team that progressively get faster over the course of the championship, can't afford to be slow out of the gates today. They have to hit the ground running. Again, it's not best of 3 or first to 2 in the qualifying rounds, the quarterfinals, or the semi-finals. It is absolutely, you have to beat the team in front of you. You cannot afford to make one mistake. Turn 1, Monza, it's like the biggest meme in sim racing, right? It is absolutely everything. That turn 1 is going to be everything in every single race we have today.
It goes to what I was actually going to bring up, which is that penalty points in these one-on-one matchups are going to be very important, right, Luke? Because your third driver can really cause more trouble than they can help out with.
Yeah, so again, just to explain to people who are new to this, the top 2 drivers of your team count. So, for instance, we have got Redline. I'm not sure who else they're against, but P1 will get 1 point, P2 will get 2 points, and your top 2 drivers can indeed score those points. But your third driver could get you penalty points, which would add to your score. Lowest score wins. Oh, Arjuna, I think we're about ready, aren't we?
Yeah, we'll explain more about the format as we get underway with the first of what is going to be 6 round 1 matches. Let's not dawdle, let's go to the Temple of Speed. I'll be watching on with all of you. Lewis and Luke, take it away.
Well, there we go then. Of course, it's got to be the Masters about to get underway, and this time it'll be Redline versus Jean Lacey Esports Academy. Now, the expectation is, and you can see them on the grid in qualifying, that Redline are the stronger matchup between themselves and Jean Lacey. But this is the kind of competition where we expect to spring a surprise, isn't it, Luke?
100%. Again, you know, someone makes a mistake by outbraking themselves, if they're put under some severe pressure down in towards turn number 1, then ultimately that's where a team like Jean Lacey could throw themselves up into the lead. And ACC is one of those games that notoriously it's built for endurance racing, so it's very difficult to get overtakes done. We are ironically probably on one of the best circuits, or the best circuit, for overtakes to indeed happen. But yeah, you make a mistake into turn number 1, again, qualifying is amazing, but if you cannot nail it into turn 1 and you maybe let one of these Jean Lacey esports drivers get ahead of you, maybe we're looking at them not being the quickest in terms of ACC against Redline historically through these championships. But you give one of these esports drivers a chance to lead a race, they are absolutely not going to give that up, because they are still the best drivers in the world. All these 12 teams here are here for a reason, so do not give them a sniff or an opportunity. So this is really, for me, the one time where Redline could be vulnerable.
I mean, it's 5.8 kilometres around here, and obviously we know this circuit as Slipstream City. And with that, you know, Jean Lacey can use that to their advantage to pull them along. And I think that's kind of what they need to do. You know, it's a 10-minute race. We always say in these kind of races, 10 minutes, but you've still potentially got to play the long game. Another little fun fact as well is that this circuit is 100 years old this year. Who's going to win our first race then in the Masters, and which team is going to be going through to our quarterfinals, and who's going to be going to the second chance race? Enzo Benito, Jeffrey Rietveld, Kevin Siggy, Matteo Blotto, Krupi and De Alcamo will round out our 6-car grid as it's 1v1 as we continue here in the ERL. The Spring Cup Masters about to get underway with our points leaders taking on 12th position and the lowest scored team in the Spring Cup. Let's see who's going to come out on top. You can see that Jeffrey Rietveld's dropped back a bit on that second line as we get underway. What do the Jean Lacey Esports cars do? A perfect getaway then for Team Redline, who will obviously lead it 1, 2 and 3 down towards the Retifilio. But what can Jean Lacey Esports Academy do? Obviously looking down the inside, there's a big send there from Blotto, straight down the inside, right up the order, potentially into second position. A proper send, but manages to grab third.
Absolutely beautiful work there. It needed to happen as well. From the outset, it looked like it was going to be Skittles. It's going to be wee bowling down in towards that first chicane, but it wasn't. Blotto does indeed get up to P3. Siggy is the driver that has really been the standout driver for them on ACC for Redline. So, yeah, if you can isolate him and potentially keep him a little bit at bay, maybe you can then go and attack the front two here with Benito and Rietveld. But as it stands, though, Redline's still in charge here, but the first sort of brick that they had to lay here was Jean Lacey. They had to get past at least one of the Redline drivers. Now Blotto has got to go out there and try, or sorry, it's Krupi, isn't it? It's a Krupi, and now needs to go out there and try and attack the front two. But you know what Rietveld's going to do, isn't he? He's going to try and back this up as much as he possibly can. He's going to just give Benito the best opportunity here to get that 1 point.
Yeah, I was going to just correct myself there. It was Creepy with the big send down the inside for 5th spot. That was a big dive bomb. Of course, should everything finish as it stands, then Redline still hold the advantage. Kevin Siggy with a little bit of work to do. But this is exactly what we were saying about before, is that the third driver can play their part in a negative way against the team. And should Kevin Siggy make a mistake in this, he can cost the team quite badly. So he needs to play his cards right. He needs to be a little bit patient here. And to be fair, if the top two start pulling away, maybe drop to the back to not risk anything like that. Although I don't think he can even play that card because Krupi is closing in on Jeffrey Rietveld.
Yeah, we'll say one thing as well. Kevin Siggy will have his one eye on a DTM sighting event this weekend. He's then heading to the Lausitz ring where he's battling out to actually get a real life drive for 2023 in the DTM trophy. So is his mind focused on this? Or, you know, we know it's Kevin Siggy, he's like a machine. He's seeing the dots and dashes, right, opposed to what we're seeing is in pictures. So yeah, obviously we expect him to be right in and amongst it and up there, as there's a big mistake there from Rietveld. Is it a mistake, or is it a quotation mark mistake? I guess we'll never really know there. But it just really closed the pack up here, giving the opportunity for Benito again to lead out by that 1 second.
Yeah, it's a decent lead from Enzo Benito right now, but the problem is that the two Redline cars are under a fair amount of pressure here. It is Blotto looking to the inside a little bit there on Siggy. Rietveld making a few mistakes here. The door could be open for Krupi to get the switchback going down into the first of the two Lesmos. He's very defensive on the inside. This might also allow Kevin Siggy to come straight back through. He's deep again. He's wide again. Krupi's got to the inside. Krupi's having a look at early on the brakes, just carrying the momentum through the corner, and a little bit of side-by-side continues. Kevin Siggy didn't know which way to go, as that has opened the door for Matteo Blotto to also come through. Jean Lacey Esports Academy are charging here and are really starting to challenge Team Redline as we race up towards Ascari.
Yeah, 100% there. Kevin Siggy making a mistake, and Rietveld making a mistake, obviously costing then his teammate Siggy the most time. But Siggy does hold on to that P4. It looked like Blotto was going to be able to easily get that spot, but had that outside line running up towards Ascari, so it was never really on in the end. But again, it's a tough game. Rietveld here is obviously trying to back the field up. He's done a sensational job so far. 3.2 seconds is the advantage, but don't want to run the risk of potentially getting your teammates involved in penalty scenarios here. So you've got to, for me right now, 6 minutes 20 seconds on the clock, just run the race now. You've got that 3-second advantage. If someone catches up from P3 and P5 right now and overtakes Benito, fair enough. You just got to tip your hat and say fair play to you. But right now you've done your hard work, you've got the gap there for Redline, and now just make sure that you consolidate that, you keep that, and you move on to the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that they're scoring well here, because obviously if they finish, to clarify again, if they finish first and fourth, Redline, then Redline will go through because of having the race victory. It goes on to count back to that, because it will be 1 + 4 = 5, and then 2 + 3, which Jean Lacey Esports Academy would have in that scenario, would also be 5, and then it goes back to count back, of course. But Kevin Siggy wants to kind of ignore all of that as he's trying to get to the outside of Krupi. Ooh, a little bit squeezed there, and tap. Oh, I think that's it. I think that is done, because Blotto tapped into the rear end of Siggy, and I think Race Control might have a little bit of a look there.
Yeah, 100% for me, and it was a case of, I think Krupi has just turned in as late as he possibly can to send Siggy offline to then give Blotto an opportunity to make an overtake. Ooh. And if you have to make the overtake, you've got to be absolutely perfect. To be fair though, position has been given back. That's basically made it a 2v2, hasn't it, at this stage, because Siggy's now out, and I would imagine that's Blotto that's given back the position there. We'll wait for it to update itself. Yeah, will update itself once they cross the next sector timing, which should be just on the exit of Ascari here, actually. But Benito leads, Rietveld in second. That's all that really needs to be touched upon here. They've got a nice gap then, 1.1 seconds to Krupi, who's currently in P3, and then Del Canzo, who's Cano, is just down in P4. It's just not going to be enough here for Jean Lacey Esports, but we said that, well, I said that if Redline want to go out there and win this today, they have to come out the blocks absolutely flying, because if the only chink we could say in their armour, if you could really call it a chink, is that they've really been starting these competitions a little bit slowly. I say slowly, very loosely, because ultimately they are still one of the very best teams around, and they're still very, very quick at the start of these championships, and they haven't actually gone to a second chance qualifier race ever. So they're doing enough to get by, but in a 1v1 format, it's not about doing enough to get by. You have to be on your A game. And, well, not only are they doing it via their pace, but their strategy has been absolutely bang on.
Yeah, I mean, the next race might prove issues for them, which will come up if they do get through in this, of course. Any mistake happens. We know how about late mistakes as well in this style of competition. But if they do get through fully into the quarterfinals, which will see them in quite a fair while, by the way, it would be about a couple of hours before we see them back out on circuit. They could be up against Veloce or Triton, which that one, as much as we would lean more towards the Veloce side of things, of course, Veloce was the team that they took on in the very first ERWC race sorry, it wasn't. I mean, it was correct myself. Veloce got into the final in the very first ERWC on ACC, and they really took on Unicorns of Love. I think that will be a very, very testing quarterfinal for Team Redline.
Yeah, it will be very, very difficult, but there's 12 teams here. Doesn't matter who you're going to reach in the quarterfinals, it's going to be a good team. That's the whole point of reaching this stage of the championship. But also these 12 teams have to look at this as, you know, some of them might feel like they don't have a chance of winning it, but the further they go, the more chance of the more enhancement of the chances of them getting through to the World Cup, which will be in Munich in February. So that is next year. So it's not just about winning this championship, but again, if you're at this stage, you know you're going to be up against some really, really decent teams. There's going to be no such thing as a freebie, that's for sure.
No, yeah, I think especially once we get through into those quarters and semis, every single race will be exceptionally difficult. And this is the only one where you can maybe afford to have a bit of a slower start. But right at the start of the race, I mean, I'll give them their plaudits. Jean Lacey Esports Academy were really applying pressure at the start of the race, and there they have the 1-point penalty for avoidable contact. Of course, that was Blotto spinning out Kevin Siggy. I don't think anyone can argue with that. It might be like he gave the position back, but you know, you've still spun him out from that spot, so it's still going to be a penalty. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, 100%, and you've got 2 minutes 14 seconds here. For Jean Lacey Esports, it's done, right? You're out of this stage of the competition. You're going to be heading to that second chance qualifying race. It's all about what you can find out from now on in what can help you moving forward in this championship. The worst thing about it is the second chance race is going to be the hardest race of the day. Only 2 teams out of 6 are going to go through. It's the only race where you've got more than 2 teams in it as well. So your sight's set on the end target, the end goal is a little bit more blurred because you've got so many different factors around you. You just don't want to be there. But they do have that second opportunity. So right now, find out a little bit more about the track, find out a little bit more about yourself, and just trying to find where the limits of the circuit are right now. Even like right now, watching Blotto, who's in behind Kevin Siggy. Kevin Siggy, one of the fastest drivers in the world on whatever game he touches on. Can you find the limits of the circuit running right behind Kevin Siggy? It's not the worst thing in the world right now, to try and gain as much information as possible.
Yeah, well, you're 100% right. I mean, as much as they've all done their fair share of practice coming into this, the idea of sitting behind and learning from some of the very best, Well, that might well just change their fortunes in the second chance race, which will come up after we've been through all of the round ones and we've decided our winners and losers from the opener. At the moment, it does seem very strongly that Redline will be that to transfer, and Enzo Benito is very comfortably leading the way. I mean, it's not particularly the hardest racetrack in the world, but you can see they're just cruising around, one hand on the wheel. I mean, kind of chilling right now.
Home advantage as well. This is his home track, isn't it? So this is exactly what he would have been wanting, maybe not expecting it. rFactor and, to be fair, Siggy have kind of been the two stronger candidates for Team Redline over the course of our World Cup and, of course, the Spring Championship earlier on this year. But when Benito's presented with an opportunity of leading a race, he doesn't tend to make a mistake and lose it. So he's had a lot of help here with rFactor, of course, backing up the pack if you like, but he still has to go out there and get that victory, and he just looks unflappable really at this stage. And this is scary for everybody, Lewis, if I'm honest right now. Team Redline, this is really, if you're going to see them go out early in the championship, this is the kind of situation 1v1 where it might happen. And the fact they've come through here with flying colours, I'd be a little bit worried if I was everybody else here. Was that rFactor going really slow there, by the way, coming out of the second Lesmo? I'm not sure whether it was. No, it looks like it was all good. Maybe it was just a camera angle there. It looked like he was going very, very slowly, and maybe an opportunity for Krupi to catch up there, but I think all is good.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit of a relaxing end to the race. I mean, Redline having a fairly perfect start to this race. Of course, the issues for Kevin Siggy, fair enough, but more so in the grounding nature, just to get them up to speed, to build them up into this competition. They've not won a competition in ERWC or ERL on ACC. They've won on rFactor 2 and won on iRacing on both attempts in it. They are looking and targeting this event today to try and complete the trio. But Enzo Benito, either way, for Team Redline, comes out of the final corner at the Parabolica and punches it towards the line with a very dominant victory. Just ran away from his teammate of Jeffrey Rietveld, who'll come across in second position and book Redline's pathway into the quarterfinals. We'll see Jean Lacey Esports again in the near future as they'll take on to the second chance race. There's Kevin Siggy across the line, and those three will move on.
Yeah, well, very, very good race there from Redline. Again, if there was going to be an upset with Redline not making it through to the quarterfinals at the first time of asking, it was going to happen there, of course. It didn't. Redline were absolutely ace.
If you needed a reminder, we're racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We thank them and Kunos for their support. We thank Mercedes for joining the fun as well. It's the last time we'll see the Mercedes GT3 car out in action. We'll switch things up heading into the Summer Cup. It was quite calm, quite, I want to say non-eventful there, Luke, but other than turn one, I think that's kind of what we expect. Again, we talked about penalty points, and that might have played a bit of a factor for how Jean Lacey Esports Academy approached the second half of race one.
100%, they went for it. Let's be honest. Down to turn one, Krupi making that lovely move on Siggy. Looked like he was going to clean everybody out, but yeah, on the brakes perfectly well. Hits the apex, leaves the room open for Siggy. Siggy then loses that spot, but yeah, Rietveld just backing up the pack within a lap and a half. The gap was 3.2 seconds, which at this level is just impossible to really catch up in a 7.5, 8 minute span. It's just not possible really, especially with no slipstream when you're that far behind. So yeah, incredible stuff from Redline. Jean Lacey Esports at least gave it a go. I think we're going to see that. That's going to be the nature of the whole competition today. Every single team are just going to leave it and act like it's their final race in the championship.
Lewis, anything in particular that stood out to you in that first race?
I think in the early stages, prior to the contact between Kevin Siggy and Blotto, I think maybe we're kind of bypassing Jean Lacey Esports coming there, because they were, I know, obviously 2 laps in a big slipstream circuit, yes, but they were keeping up. They were challenging. And I think that might actually concern Redline a little bit, because theoretically speaking, this is the number 1 team going up against the number 12 team. This should be their easiest race. And I would kind of say it wasn't exactly that easy. Despite having a 1-2-3 in qualifying, they were still open into T1. They were still open to attack from the team. And that's the kind of thing which you'd expect Redline to try and stomp out early doors. If that's how things are going to go, then the next race for them, where they'll take on Veloce or Triton, could become very troublesome indeed.
Well, we're ready for race number 2 then, and again it will be Luke and Lewis taking us back to the Temple of Speed. Let's see if race 2 has more excitement than Redline versus Jean Lacey did.
Indeed, and here we are. It's Veloce versus Triton. Veloce got all the way to the finals in the Esports Racing World Cup at Bathurst. What can they do today? Their pathway is not going to be easy, and it starts taking on Triton, who, as we've discussed before, is a team it would be ill-advised to underestimate.
Yeah, 100%. Again, you know, this is the top 12 teams in the whole ERL, so every single race is going to be really, really tough regardless. But, you know, this should be an easy win, really, for Veloce, but there's no such thing as an easy win. So this is what, second seed versus
11?
Yeah, second seed versus 11th seed, right? But you have to factor in that's across 3 different platforms. That's not just across ACC. If this was 3 rounds where we had just ACC, you'd think, oh, this is going to be very, very easy. But the fact is over rFactor 2 and indeed iRacing, it means that the seeding's a little bit warped. It's not really clear for this specific sim. So expect to see some surprises, if you like. But yeah, Eamon Murphy, if he turns up today, if Eamon Murphy turns up and he can back up Baldwin, they are in an unbelievable position. Isaac Gillison, I'm expecting him to be more of the third driver, if I'm honest, from that team. But if Eamon Murphy could be quicker than Baldwin, oh boy, they are going to go all the way today.
Yeah, that's, I mean, obviously very, very strong. We know how fast James Baldwin is in ACC, generally in sim racing, but in ACC is the European, SRO Esports European Sprint Champion for a reason, taking on the likes of David Tinitza all the way to the Champions Finale. But DV1 Triton, well, as they were back then, obviously just Triton Racing now, they were very, very strong in the SimGrid VCO World Cup. In fact, winning the opening race in the 12 hours of Bathurst. They are not a team that will go out with a whimper here on ACC, as the final lap times are finished within the session. Gillison does not improve. Dominic Blyer also doesn't, and neither does Tuskovic. Eamon Murphy is finished with his session, and Charcot across the line will be in 6th place. A bit tight there on the grid between the top 2, and Dominic Blyer was putting on a bit of a show trying to attack for the pole, but Eamon Murphy's the one on top.
Yeah, but the fact he's up there, he's in between the 2 Veloce cars, which we didn't have on the grid earlier on with Redline and indeed John and Lacey Esports. They had to work to try and move a car between the team. It's massive for them. So, yeah, if there's a chance for an upset, you've qualified on the front row, you've got 1 car there. Can you potentially make that run in towards turn number 1 and get the lead of this race? P1 is massive, Lewis, isn't it? Because it is the least amount of points to put you through. Your top 2 drivers are the drivers that score points. And if you can get P1, not only do you have that P1, if there's a tie, you also have countback on your side. So, yeah, getting that car up into the lead is absolutely vital. We'll say one thing, though. Oatmeal has just said, nice shirt. So I've had someone in the chat say, I've got a nice shirt on. Thank you. You know, we are, nice. Of course, in Italy, you know, the capital of style. And obviously, being in the middle of these 2, I am the capital of style too. It's fine.
I mean, it's not hard to compete with me and Arjuna when it comes to style, so don't worry about that, as we'll see our grid. Eamon Murphy and Dominic Blyer on the front row, so split 1 apiece, 1 Veloce and 1 Triton Racing. Then we've got an all Veloce row with James Baldwin ahead of Isaac Gillison, and then Mateusz Tuskovic and Jacob Charcot in the final 2 positions on the grid. And I would expect some feisty things. We kind of saw it from Mattia Krupi on that run down to turn 1. We're expecting big dives because the teams kind of have to do something a bit racy down to turn 1. I think we're going to see exactly the same thing again. I think we're going to see a big dive bomb from behind.
I love the contrast of liveries here. This is like the perfect livery for 1v1, right? Black livery and a white livery. This is going to be so, so good. And this is why I love this format. It is all or nothing in a 10-minute sprint race. It's simple as that. Can we potentially see a move from Triton to get a second car into that top 3? Can we see Triton potentially go around the outside into turn number 1? Lewis, it comes down to this. Exciting times.
It's going to be a dicey one, that is for sure. Of all of the ones that we've got of the round 1s, there's a couple that really stood out. Of course, we've got the YAS Heat and BS competition. That should be on its way in a couple of races' time. That is race 4 of round 1. But this was the other one that I was looking at and thinking, this is one that I would certainly be concerned about. Either way, if I'm Veloce, if I'm Triton, we've got some issues in this. And remember that their pathway after this, I said it's not going to be easy. Who will they take on next? of course, it is Team Redline. I mean, for one of these, they might actually even want to go to the second chance race, go through that, and they might have an easier passageway through the competition. You'll have to wait and see, and we all will as well. We've kind of discussed the idea of tactics and strategy throughout the running of the ERL and the ERWC, what teams find what. This is a completely new format that we've not really had in sim racing before, so we're always learning, not just us up here in the broadcast booth, not just everyone back in production and everyone rolling the series, but of course the drivers and teams as well. They all have to find their own path. They all have to figure it out as they go. Eamon Murphy and Dominic Blyer will start on the front row of the grid with James Baldwin, Isaac Gillison, Mateusz Tuszkiewicz and Jakub Charcot. Let's see who's going to come out. Veloce versus Triton Racing, race number 2 in round 1, and it's obviously a nice little launch there from Eamon Murphy. Oh, the two Veloces nearly come together. Gillison gets pushed off the road by his teammate James Baldwin as DV1 Triton are attacking the background. It's Tuszkiewicz who's looking straight down the inside. The big dive down the inside of Gillison as they'll roll through turn 1. James Baldwin surely going to have second position. He's got the inside line of the departure of the Retifilio, and he is going to take second.
It's perfect there from the Veloce drivers, as much as they nearly took their own teammate Isaac Gillison out. Getting Baldwin up to P2 here is absolutely massive. Blyer, they're down into P3. And yeah, this is looking already very, very good here for the Veloce Esports teams. We head down towards that second chicane here. Blyer looking to potentially make a move, but again, Baldwin's just done enough. And do you know what was clever about that move? And hopefully we get a replay of that turn number 1, was that Baldwin just pushed so much on Blyer. The Blyer probably in his head thought, oh no, he's going to chuck me into the gravel here, but then at the last second left enough room on the exit. It was perfectly executed. They're very aggressive, but ultimately getting that job done. And well, that's a mistake there from Blyer. It's going to be Veloce potentially at 1, 2, 3. I think Isaac Gillison is going to move up, and I told you before the broadcast started, this is my bold prediction for today, ladies and gentlemen, that Team Redline are not going to get out the quarterfinals. I think because they're going to come up against Veloce, I think Veloce are too strong for them on ACC. So that's my bold prediction of the day. And right now, Veloce look unbelievable.
Well, I mean, especially if Eamon Murphy is going to drive like this, they are well in control right now. But Eamon Murphy then leading from Baldwin, from Gillison. Dominic Blyer kind of looking all over the place. Obviously, that costly mistake. He does seem to have a little bit, it will be very small, but a little bit of damage on the front end of his Merc. Just a couple of scrapes, a couple of bumps, just a touch on the front. Let's see where Blyer can move. He'll have to make a bold move down the inside of Gillison, but for me, Baldwin has already checked out from all of the Triton drivers, so they are looking in an incredibly strong position as Blyer looks to the inside, kind of commits to it. He is going to dive in, he is going to send it, he is down the inside, he has made contact, and he spun himself out and made contact with the other two Triton cars. Tuszkiewicz comes through and makes it into 4th place, but all kind of tripping up over each other.
He had to make that opportunity for himself, had to take it on, and ultimately caused the contact there with Gillison. And Gillison at this stage is that 3rd driver where he just maybe wants to dangle that carrot, make sure that they try and dive him, cause some contact, maybe get themselves a penalty here, let the front two do their job, which they're doing right now. Eamon Murphy and Baldwin are looking absolutely glorious here. Gillison just playing that 3rd driver, the rear gunner, if you like, and it's just not looking good for Triton here at all. All 3 drivers, 4th, 5th and 6th position. Try and overtake one of the Veloce drivers, let alone all 3. They have to get at least one of their cars past all 3. It's looking very bleak here, very early on in this race.
100%. They just keep making far too many mistakes. They've tripped over each other a little bit. I mean, there was a defensive line from Tuszkiewicz. Maybe he was thinking about actually letting Blyer go, but he wasn't really close enough. And, you know, Blyer's made his own mistakes. Just saw Charcot in the background make his mistakes. Somewhere where we're not seeing mistakes is from Veloce right now. Just super in control right at this moment. 1, 2 and 3. And like you said, one of them would have to pass all 3 cars right now, and obviously the head of their cars is Tuszkiewicz, and I just kind of don't see that happening. At this point, I don't even see them passing Gillison.
Well, yeah, even if they get up to Gillison, what's Gillison going to do? He's going to make that AMG as wide as possible. He is going to absolutely park it on the apex of every single chicane he possibly can, and just make it almost impossible here. He won't naturally slow down to sort of back them up, doesn't need to, but he'll be hoping that they catch up to him so that he can then indeed, you know, provide what he needs to do. Look at that was nearly where Veloce capitulated. It was very close between them making contact, but look how late on the brakes here Baldwin goes, and I'll just talk you through the move as it happens. Round the outside again, pinches Blyer onto the apex, but look at this, he almost squeezes him out wide, then right at the last second just indeed closes that steering, and that means that Blyer does have the room around the outside. He was maybe panicking, thinking, oh, I'm going to end up in a gravel here. I've got to make sure that I get a decent exit, so it just opens up his steering more, and just means he can't get onto the power. So really clever stuff there from Baldwin.
I mean, it would have been so easy for Baldwin to have opened the steering up a little bit more and just pushed that car out. You know, we've seen this time and time again of drivers being like, yeah, well, it's my racing line or whatever. And I think everyone knows my opinion on that kind of stuff now. I'm not really a massive fan of it. That was absolutely perfect from Baldwin. He had the drive off. He chose his line perfectly. Room was given from the pair of them, and Baldwin just got through there by using his brain, by using his bravery to sort of throw it around the outside into turn one. I think, you know, some drivers might have played a bit more of a long game, and had they done that, Veloce wouldn't be looking in such a strong position right now. He's done his work for the team and really has just blasted off the position. I think one thing though we do need to talk about, we brought it up in qualifying, you've said it a couple of times, I said it a little bit earlier on in the race as well, Eamon Murphy is not dropping back into the clutches of Baldwin. Whether they're just pacing each other, which I think is a big part of it as well, if this is Eamon Murphy just running faster than Baldwin, then yes, you are 100% right. Redline have some big problems in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he is one of those drivers that he is an elite sim racer at certain circuits. You get drivers that can kind of transfer it to everywhere. He will be within a couple of tenths of the elite around most circuits, but then there's certain circuits which, when it clicks with Eamon Murphy, he is absolutely one of the very best. Is Monza one of those? What we're looking at right now with qualified on pole position, it absolutely looks like that is the case. It's scary. It's scary for not just Redline, for every team out there. For me, I think there's too many ACC specialists here for teams like RAG and for teams like Redline to be able to run away with it today. We know what Unicorns of Love are able to produce. They are indeed the most dominant team we've had on ACC. Veloce have reached the final in the World Cup on ACC. I think Williams Esports, with them having Dara McCormack back in the team, who's not been available for the last, for the whole ERL season, he is a very specially talented driver and it's just hit a different level. And YAS Heat, the only thing for YAS Heat for me is their temperament. Malinowski, who is an incredible driver, he's one of the best front runners I've ever seen in sim racing. If he gets involved in a pack, which inevitably, when you've got the talent on show is what we have here today, has he got the temperament to be able to make clean overtakes and not cost his team in terms of penalties? I think those four teams are better equipped than Redline this whole championship. If Redline go out and win this, I would be blown away. Would I be surprised? Probably not surprised, but I would be absolutely blown away, and it would be crazy to just, that would put them as the absolute standout on every sim there is as the best team in sim racing for me personally. But yeah, there's four teams here that, especially Veloce, great.
Yeah, I completely agree. If Redline do win today, I think it really does hammer home the point as to how strong they are just generally in sim racing. But to back up your point on particularly Williams Esports, who we'll see out on circuit very, very shortly indeed. The last time we raced on ACC, which was at the very start of the ERL Spring Cup, it was the first round we did, of course, and Unicorns of Love went on to win it. They've won both times, or if you include ERWC, they've won both times that we've gone racing on ACC. Williams Esports that day, minus Dara McCormack, was still fourth. And we know how good Dara McCormack is, not only on ACC generally, but how good he is in this Merc. I mean, he did the, what was it, the sprint, the European sprint, and I think they might have done the European Endurance, SRO Esports European Sprint and Endurance Series last year in the Merc. And he was finding out bit by bit as the season went on how to go faster and how to go faster and how to go faster, and was really starting to challenge for some very, very strong positions late in the season. And he's just carried that over. We see every time that Dara McCormack races, he's incredibly fast, and typically I'd say is the fastest of the Williams car, the Williams team. Now with Tinko van der Velde, etc., they've all kind of hit the top. The Williams Esports team is one to really not overlook today as well.
Yeah, but again, I think with Williams, Tinko van der Velde is that wild card. His temperament is another thing that might be a defining factor of whether the team indeed can advance towards the finals. It's going to be the coming of age championship. I hope so. Again, he's a very young driver. These things will indeed sort themselves out. I think really we've got to talk about Unicorns of Love in terms of they are such a young squad, but their temperament is absolutely bang on. So the way that they're being coached or the way they're being prepared for this, it's not just about how quick you are on track. It's about how you conduct yourself on the track. So yeah, I'm really, really excited to see how this goes down today. We've got some exceptional teams for sure.
I'm just going to correct myself, by the way. The team that wins this one is not going to go up against Redline in the next one. I will just correct myself immediately. They'll go to race 8, which is the second of the quarterfinals. We'll deal with all that as we go on, because I know Arjuna will instantly correct me on everything and throw me under the bus, because you know what Arjuna's like. But I will say, Dominic Blyer has set the fastest lap of this race, of course, getting an enormous amount of slipstream from Isaac Gillison. But still, that might be a little bit of hope towards the Triton camp. There's decent speed within this car. They just need to cut out the mistakes and stop tripping over each other, and they might well be one of the two teams that will move through from the second chance race, because that seems to be exactly where they're headed right now.
Yeah, this is again similar to what I was saying about Jean Lacey Esports. You've got to try and find out as much as you can when you're in a losing position, because you are going to be battling from the start to finish in that second chance race. It is going to be ridiculously tough to get through that stage. You know, this is really the easiest part. Is the qualifiers here, the first stage of this competition. Get to that second stage race, it's just like lottery, it's like bingo. You just got to hope that everybody performs really, and then a couple of people make mistakes in the other teams. It's so difficult.
Yeah, this, by the way, this I'm trying to look at it now. I'm trying to figure out as we go. The winner of this race, being Veloce, at the moment, will go toe to toe with the winner of the next race, which will be Williams or Burr. So that will be a pretty tricky quarterfinal for them. But right now, the opening round here of the ERL Masters, the Spring Cup Masters, has been a pretty easy race for Veloce, and Eamon Murphy will be bringing his Merc across the line as the victor, way ahead of James Baldwin, way ahead of Gillison, and way ahead of Triton Racing. Absolutely dominant, and a 1-2-3. Blyer nearly made an end to that as he finished just 2 tenths behind, but that was a pretty tight one. DV1 Triton, though, they're not strong enough right now to take on Veloce. They looked incredible out there.
What did I tell you, Lewis?
Sorry,
I just had to. I did say that Veloce would be the ones that I thought were more likely to advance there, but yeah, I do agree with you. Sorry, Luke, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Yeah, I don't think we should, like you just said, Arjuna, to be fair, I don't think we should expect anything less. I feel like if a second driver steps it up to Baldwin's level, which we've just seen there from Murphy, there's absolutely no reason for us to doubt Veloce making it to the final and possibly challenging UOL. Will we want to see a Unicorns of Love versus Veloce final again? Oh, absolutely. It was special last time, it'd be special again. And for me, I think Veloce are like the PSG of sim racing right now. They've got all the resources, but they haven't managed to get that team event under their belts yet. Is today the day on that form? Looks very, very likely that they're going to go very deep today.
If it is Veloce versus Unicorns of Love, we'll bring up the Tauscher, I'm sure, plenty of times. But now we look forward. Williams versus Burst. You guys were talking and singing the praises of Williams, but I was having a look in the practice session. You want to guess who's on top? Jurnej Simoncic, Lewis.
Oh, goodness me. Of course, Jurnej Simoncic is a great driver, 3-time Formula Sim Racing World Champion, and of course the latest rFactor 2 GT Pro Champion as well. Is a great driver, don't get me wrong, but we know that Burst, they're not really focused on ACC. They are more of an rFactor 2 specialist team, and so this might be a bit of a handicap for them. If they can take it to Williams Esports, who we know how strong they are, I mean, maybe this would be the biggest upset of the day.
Well, I think we're ready to go racing. I think we're going to go see what Williams and Burst have. Unfortunately, Luke's going to be now stepping aside for a couple of races. He gets a bit of a break. It will be myself and Lewis. Let's go back to the Temple of Speed. So here we go. It's Williams versus Burst as qualifying gets ready to draw to a close. And while we were talking about practice doesn't matter. It's Dyer McCormack back on top in qualifying then, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, just look at how fast that McCormack and Tinko van der Velde are. When you look at Burst, when you look at Jurnej Simoncic, an rFactor 2 specialist, Umashima, an iRacing specialist. I'm not really sure where Rice files into all of that, but right now, Williams are well in control, but they don't really have the advantage of having Stefanko a part of that battle, because he's 1.4 seconds down. He's really a multi-sim specialist, so I'm kind of surprised that he's that far off.
He's also someone that we tend to see more in open wheel machines than in these tin tops. So we will see how it goes. The top 3 or so only split by 1/10 of a second. The gap back to Stefanko a little bit more significant as Simoncic works his way down into the Parabolica for what will be his final lap in qualifying, because qualifying is about to draw to a close. A quarter of a second between the top two, half a second back to Simoncic. Can Jerne find any sort of speed as he rounds himself through Parabolica?
Yeah, he really needs to get amongst Tinko van der Velde and Dara McCormack. You said he top practice. What can he do in that burst? Esports crosses the line, and it's not good enough. So his session is finished. He'll be in third. Stefanko moved his way up into fourth. So at the moment, it's Williams Esports 1, 2, and 4. And Burst will have to make it stick from third, fifth, and sixth.
And also see, it looks like Kazuki Umeshima having a couple of connection issues as well. You see that red bar on the timing tower, something to be thinking about on the rather treacherous run down into turn 1 at Monza.
I mean, it would be a concern either way, like whether I'm on the burst camp, obviously with a connection, maybe he'll drop out, maybe he'll get involved with a technical issue with another teammate as well. And to be fair, if I'm Williams as well, I'm sat there being like, we need to get away from him. If he's got a connection issue like that, I don't want to be anywhere near a car that's warping, because that's kind of an issue. It's one of those things, obviously, when you're racing with so many drivers around the planet, it's one of those things that you do think about as a driver.
Getting word as well from our delightful YouTube chat that Rice is meant to be the ACC specialist for Burst Esports here. So there's some pressure on his shoulders then.
Yeah, I mean, there is, especially considering that he was the second of the burst cars. He was behind Jerne Simoncic, so a bit of extra work to do. But qualifying is one thing and racing is another, and especially a racing style like this, which we've said before, we love the 1v1s. This is something that we don't really get to see. It's something where some teams rise, some teams fall.
Take a look at the starting grid. Williams on the front row, Simoncic and Stefanko row 2, and then the second and third burst machines rounding out the field. What we've seen in the first 2 races so far, Lewis, is the person on pole position is almost comfortably sailing away after turn 1. And I think it's something we're going to see over the course of the day, especially here at the long run down into turn 1. The earlier you get onto the power, the longer you have a bit of a jump, the more of an advantage you're going to get.
Well, how many times do we see it on a race start? We've done our fair share of race starts, Arjun, and when you're running down into turn 1, you typically brake a little bit earlier, right? Because you want to make sure that you're getting through the first corner nice and cleanly. I think that kind of goes out the window in a race like this. I think the likes of Jerne Simoncic, of Rice, and of Umeshima, when the burst drivers, they need to be a little bit more bold. They need to think, right, okay, typically I'm braking at the 120 or wherever it is, probably more 150. Let's be honest, that's 120 is a bit brave. That's a proper crash waiting to happen. But you're braking around the 150 meter mark on the run down to turn 1. Brake there normally. Just absolutely commit to it as late as you can possibly go. If you mess it up, you mess it up. If you don't, you don't. I think you kind of just have to throw caution to the wind and just absolutely go for it, because otherwise you're guaranteeing yourself a little trip to the second chance race.
Dyer McCormack in control of the field as we get ready to go racing for race 3 in the opening round of the Esports Racing League Spring Cup Masters. Remember, the loser of this one-on-one goes to the second chance race, and even there, positions will matter. 2 advance, the other 4 get points on the board as we roll our way towards the 2023 second running of the Esports Racing World Cup. We're live at the Temple of Speed. We're racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The rest of the Masters that we've got in the summer and fall cups will transition across the other platforms. iRacing and rFactor 2 will take center stage. Final time that we see the Mercedes-AMG GT3 is here today as well. It's a long hold as they work their way down into the starting zone. Off the brakes they come, waiting for Dyer McCormack to get the signal to get this race underway. As Williams versus Burst go one-on-one. We're racing at Monza, and it's a good start again from your pole sitter, but this time around Simoncic holding steady. Van der Velde looks to the outside as well as they come down into turn 1. Already Burst up to third and fourth as Stefanko gets swarmed by those Burst machines side by side for the lead.
Oh, and the Williams Esports got to be careful not to trick up over each other. There's Jerne Simoncic getting around the outside of Tinko van der Velde, and he'll have the best drive off of the Red Affilio as well. So that's a great little move there from Jerne Simoncic. And his teammate, of course, that'll be Rice, that's also trying to find his way through, rising up from 5th position, now trying to attack for the podium.
Remember, first and fourth will be enough for Williams to advance, but Van der Velde doesn't want to stay where he is because Rice is looking around his outside on the run down into the second chicane. They'll stay side by side. Van der Velde gets a bit of a hip check. Burst up to second and third. Here comes the third burst machine as well. Umeshima trying to get on through, and now Burst in the driver's seat.
Yeah, now Burst, like you say, they are in the position to transfer right now because they have second. And further, remember as well, just to clarify, obviously you might be joining us for the first time here in the ERL. It's the top 2 cars that score points of each team. So at the moment for Williams Esports, it is first and it is 5th for Dara McCormack and Tinko van der Velde. Umeshima is staring in his mirrors and he is trying to hang on right now.
He's got to hold on for all he's worth. There's around the outside, Van der Velde through Ascari. Well, that's a brave move, and there's more contact there. Umashima's the one that loses out, almost runs into Stefanko. Now Race Control will take a close look at that one. Initial thoughts on that, Lewis?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. The connection, I think, is the big thing that's playing its part. Umeshima, I think with that connection, you might have a little bit of warping and stuff, which you can't really penalise for too much, especially from Williams Esports point of view. It's not him that's got the poor connection. I think there's also another thing to look at as well, whether Rice, when he made that bit of contact with Van der Velde, if that also has any implications to be viewed on by Race Control. So already might be a little bit busy behind the scenes right now, but Burst are going stronger than we were expecting right now. They're running second and third ahead of Tinko van der Velde and Martin Stefanko.
So now it's back in the favour of Williams. 1.3 seconds the gap at the line between Dyer McCormack and Jurne Simoncic. Almost out of drafting range is Dyer McCormack.
Yeah, running away. I mean, this is like you said, the pole sitter typically in these races has been able to be afforded the opportunity to run away, especially a second and third particularly. You know, they typically battle just a fair amount, going through the first couple of corners, going through, of course, the Rogier, going through the Lesmos, as we've seen. That can open up its fair share of issues. And I'd kind of say for Tinko van der Velde, I get understanding, having to get past Umeshima almost straight away, but is Ascari the best opportunity? You're introducing an awful lot of risk and an awful lot of time loss from doing so.
Umeshima starting to drop off the back of Stefanko as well, so at least for now it's all in the hands of what Race Control will do. If it's a 1 penalty point, a swing, then it would go in the direction of Burst Esports. The first tiebreaker is penalty points, the second is the highest placed position, so no penalty from Race Control. That is the update coming in live. We thank SimGrid, we thank P1 Gaming for their work behind the scenes. There's the look on board with Simoncic. Always interested in those gamer glasses. Do they really help? Do they maybe just help in an event as long as this, right, where you're staring at screens for so long? I can understand why people are trying to just make sure that they can last as long as possible.
Nah, I think he's just trying to look cool as. That's the only goal right now. To be fair, I have seen Jurne Simoncic race in a tuxedo. So
wow.
he adds. Yeah, he was off to. I think it was the season finale of Formula Sim Racing back in 2020. He'd already signed up the championship and thought, Dad, you know what? I'm going to race in a tux because why not? It was an interesting decision, but I think he still won the race if memory serves. And here, I think it's just more of a style thing than anything else. I wouldn't say he looks cool, but each their own. No disrespect,
Yeah, you're in trouble with Cam Roger, that's for sure. I've raced in a racing suit before, just for for the memes. I've never done it in a tuxedo, that's for sure. Although we get, Team Thai, we get dressed up for these broadcasts. It's not like it's cool, especially for you. It's quite muggy, I heard, in the UK. 2 seconds the gap up front, though. The Irishman has really pulled away, and with no race control, you just have to assume that for Burst, they're riding around and waiting for the 5 minutes to expire.
Yeah, like you say, just the timer right now is going to be. I don't know if you're Burst, you want this timer to tick down. They're in a really good spot. I think with Tinko van der Velde, he's knocking at the door to really confirm this. As we said, at the moment, first and fourth will be enough for Williams. So even if Tinko van der Velde doesn't try and pass Rice here, they're going through, because first and fourth is 5 points. It's 1 point for first and 4 points for fourth. It's nice and simple like that. And then second and third, the countback then will be position of the race, and Dara McCormack is leading, so it will be 5 points apiece, and it will go the advantage of Williams. And I kind of think then Tinko van der Velde doesn't necessarily need to do anything here, but maybe he just wants to get into third to get comfortably ahead of Umeshima, who I don't think will be back on the scene. I'd think personally just sit in fourth.
Well, he's definitely looking faster as the Dutchman than Rice in front of him as he's got the toe, and Rice is 1.9 back from Simoncic, so it's not like he's getting the hole in the air punched as well. To the outside, sweeps the Williams Esports machine on the run down into the first chicane. They squeeze one another. The Williams car will get on through. Nice and tidy. Van der Velde up to third.
Yeah, no, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm going to say that staying in fourth place is the most logical thing. I'm glad they're not, because I also would like a good show here. But Tinko van der Velde getting past, going around Curva Grande, and now it's Rice's point of view to go back on the attack. He'll look to the outside going into the Rogier. Obviously, this is dragging Stefanko. Oh, there's a squeeze, and Tinko van der Velde has just put Rice into the wall.
Now, what does Race Control make of that one? Rice will retake third. Now the question is there damage? Does he have any sort of penalty as a result of shortcutting that second chicane? I'm not 100% sure on how that will work, but ultimately you were saying that the logical thing to do was to hold station, and that's exactly why.
Yeah, I mean, that move, like, for me, I think Van der Velde squeezed too much on Rice there, and so for me, if there's a penalty, it goes the way of Tinko van der Velde. I mean, obviously this is my decision, not Race Control, but this is exactly what we're speaking of. That, regardless, either way, even if it was Rice taking out Tinko van der Velde for whatever reason, however you want to look at it, why take the risk? The risk is not required. Hold position and guarantee the movement through. There's no need to get knocked out. Like I said, this is only one race. We don't do the one versus one kind of final that we've already had before, where it's the best of three. It's not like that. It is the best of one. You either go through or you don't. As simple as that.
There'll be 2 laps to go, so Van der Velde will know that he's now being investigated likely by Race Control, and again he'll pop outside as they run themselves into the retophilia. Stefanko's closed, Umashima's not too far back as well. This time around though, Rice a little bit deeper under the brakes and holds the position. Van der Velde tries to get the momentum, but parked it on the apex in that Burst Esports car. He'll hold on to third for now. Van der Velde has to try and close up once again.
Yeah, super stuff from Rice. I say Tinko van der Velde doesn't necessarily need to attack. Rice needs to defend. Like that's the difference of situation here between these two. Umashima's rejoining it. A little bit of a look in the mirror from Tinko van der Velde, closing in once again on the brakes. I think he might try something once again going down into Ascari. That'll be the critical thing. Or he's quite close here into the Lesmos. Opportunity's just not there though for Tinko van der Velde to fire it through. Might come down to a mistake for Rice, who's big on the defense.
Look at Umashima closing as well. That's important. Now remember, unlike rFactor 2, unlike iRacing, where it's a fixed setup across all the different teams, all the different drivers, it is open setup here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Coach Dave giving us a bit of a baseline for those newer to this platform, but of course Williams Esports very much veterans, as Van der Velde around the outside of Ascari will sweep on through to third. It comes down to Race Control now, and based on the precedent, I still think Williams are in control as we come to 1 lap to go.
No, I'd agree, and also that was a hot move from Tinko van der Velde, absolutely beautiful. And now Stefanko is in the mix as well. They look to the outside coming into the Parabolica, and obviously this is the thing here, is on the start-finish straight, you know what's going to happen here, right? Tinko van der Velde is going to give, obviously, Stefanko the slipstream. So if Stefanko can get alongside, then there is an even bigger advantage given to Stefanko.
But look who's joining the fun. It's Umashima, right on the back of Stefanko, and he's got more draft than Stefanko does. Goes to the inside, will force Stefanko to have a look, tries to take it 3 wide. Rice holds on. Umashima with a lunge under the brakes. They Dutch doors very slightly as they work through the retophilia. Now can Umashima use that outside line, use the draft to get in front? That's where all eyes are focused, side by side into Curva Grande.
I mean, critically though, this has just dragged Stefanko off the rear end of Rice. That's the big thing about that move from Umashima. Absolutely lovely, and I think with that inside line all the way around Curva Grande, he might have the advantage, but he's got to go around the outside into the Rogier. Stefanko does back out just a little bit, not risking any penalty points towards the Williams Esports team, and Umashima up into 5th. Whilst all this has been going on, by the way, Dara McCormack and Yene Simoncic has been able to just both run away massively from everyone else.
did see a couple of questions. Why wasn't Simoncic maybe dropping back to help Rice with a bit of draft of his own? I think then you're playing with fire. I can understand why you'd want to do that, but you're also opening the door for Van der Velde to get around you and maybe work his way up into second, at which point it would be slam dunk for Williams. Even if Race Control does decide to intervene as Stefanko and Umeshima look side by side on the entry to Ascari, it's 4 points currently without the penalty points to Dyer McCormack and to Williams. Simoncic and Rice get 6 points, so it would take a drastic swing from Race Control to really change things around. As it stands, they're still fighting though at the back of the field, but up front and clear once again. The Irishman Dyer McCormack wins for Williams Esports. The question will be, how does Race Control adjudicate what we saw just a couple of moments ago?
Yeah, that's the big thing here. Obviously, a drag race to the line for 5th place. Umeshima will take 5th ahead of Stefanko, but you're absolutely right. 1st and 3rd for McCormack and for Van der Velde is 4 points, and then Simoncic and Rice do make it 6. So it would have to be a 2-point penalty. I'm not so sure. For me, that's obviously Race Control the one that decided it, but it was a bit of a squeeze from Van der Velde.
It was also quite close, I think. We thought that this was one where maybe Williams would be the one on top. Burst very much bringing him 2 drivers outside of their comfort zone here, Luke. But it was closer than I expected. But the real storyline continues to be that whoever's on pole just runs away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, 100%. Dyer McCormack has just hit a different level over the last couple of months, and he will prove to be the massive tool if Williams want to go all the way here today. And as I mentioned previously, and again, I don't want to be corrected with these, but temperament or decision making or discipline from Tinko may have just cost him going through. If it doesn't, then you've got to just learn from that situation, right? Do not put your team in that situation. This is such a unique format. This is not like normal racing. You've not got an hour where if you just squeeze someone, they're more than likely going to back out. They're not going to back out here. You have to give them that car's width on entry and on exit of corners. Otherwise, you're putting your team in a lot of trouble. Again, I think we're going to see that with a few other teams today as well, where the decision-making is not quite as good. Dyer McCormack, though, has put them in the best position possible if they do get away with that scot-free. But yeah, it was a fascinating race, wasn't it? Simoncic really did show up as well. And we know that each team has to have at least one driver that's an absolute standout. And, you can get dragged along these competitions. So really fascinating stuff.
I think that was the best race that we've seen so far. It's almost like I'm a lucky charm. So if as it holds and we think Williams are going through, it will be Veloce versus Williams, the first race in our quarterfinals. We get ready for what we expect to be the closest of the races then, Lewis. It's YAS Heat versus BS Competition. And I'll go back to what I said before we started the racing action. BS Competition just have 2 drivers for today.
I know, but let's be honest, the 2 drivers that they have are incredibly strong. Of course, it's Niels Nyox, who's a multiple race winner in the ERWC and has been fantastic in ERL and is just fantastic generally on ACC. And he's teamed up with his good buddy Gregor Schill as well. So that is a strong lineup. And if there is any team where there's going to be just 2, I'd like it to be those 2. They are a very, very strong squad.
Well, we're ready then for what might be the closest of these round 1 matchups. Again, it will be myself and Lewis to take you through the action. Let's go back to Monza. Let's see what race 4 has in store for us. It is 2 versus 3, and it's Statsensko, for YAS Heat that's put it on pole. Niels Nyox alongside him. Gregor Schill all the way at the back of this field, Lewis. BS Competition very much on the back foot.
I mean, YAS Heat have also brought their ACC specials. I've commentated on some very high-profile series on ACC, and to see these 5, if you were to put 30 cars onto the grid and then see these 5 at the top, I'd be like, yeah, that's about right. They're such an incredibly strong squad, both of these. This is going to be an absolute all-out brawl. I just don't know which way it's going to go. We are right. BS Competition having just 2 cars is a big hit, but Niels Nyox and Gregor Schill can do some great racing, and he is definitely going to play his part here.
To clarify what I was mentioning earlier with Williams versus Veloce, and that's confirmed now. It is Veloce versus Williams in the first race of our quarterfinals. Redline as seed 1 will face, I believe it's the, I need to just clarify this
I messed this one up as well, so you be careful, son.
It's P2 of the second chance. They get the most favorable run through the tournament, which if you're a fan of football or any sort of knockout competition, that's the way it works. They get the favorable draw by virtue of being the top seed. I believe, now I need to correct myself if I'm wrong, but it will be the winner of race 6 that will face the first team out of the second chance race, because RAG, of course, as part of that matchup, the second seed coming into this one. But all eyes focus on YAS Heat versus BS Competition. The Zebras up against 3 machines. What can Niels Naujoks and Gregor Schill do in terms of finding some magic to display the YAS Heat machine? It's a long hold again as we run ourselves on the way down into turn number 1. That Sensko gets us underway, and immediately Naujoks with a much better start than what we've seen with any of the competition as they file their way into turn 1. Naujoks defends from Boothby, almost 3 abreast as they work into turn 1. That Sensko's going to be able to work with Boothby to try and box out Naujoks.
Yeah, look at Naujoks come through. Gregor Schill's been tapped as well in the background, just a little bit there by Malinovsky. Side by side, Niels Naujoks is going to push George Boothby off the road a little bit. Great start from Stetsenko. Niels Naujoks, though, he's a feisty racer, isn't he?
I always feel bad when I call him the oldest man in competitive sim racing, but I'm not 100% wrong.
Come on, like the thing is, it's the experience that he has.
Oh!
He brings so much to the table. Big move from Malinovsky.
Yeah, that was contact between Schill and Malinovsky. I think they've just both managed to hold on, and in fact Schill has dropped back to the tail end of the field. It's YAS Heat in control as we sweep our way through the Lesmos for the very first time.
Yeah, I mean, nice little kind of battle in the background. I think it was Malinovsky just straight around the outside beautifully into the Rogier, but now Naujoks has to go on the attack. George Boothby's no slouch, though, so I would expect to see him knocking at the door fairly soon. Naujoks obviously just trying to fill the mirrors of Senko. These two have battled time and time again over a whole heap of competitions on ACC, and obviously adding to the list.
Through Ascari they work. Apologies for any sound that you may have heard there. Sometimes live broadcast things like to go wrong. We take a look on board with Niels Naujoks. Even if things don't go well today for him, he's got more on the line this coming Friday as we get set for the first ever BMW Sim Bash, where Team Redline, BS Competition and G2 Sim Racing, all BMW affiliated teams, will fight amongst one another again across multiple different platforms, trying to prove themselves to be the best that BMW has to offer. On the run down to turn 1, Naujoks in the tow and looking to try and find a way past. YAS Heat going defensive. Naujoks looks to the outside, backs out of that one, and crucially Malinovsky and Gregor Schill have dropped off the back. It's a BS Competition sandwich as Boothby joins the party. Yeah, absolutely, and Boothby is he's not going to hold back here. He's won countless championships on the platform here of ACC, and right now, as we've said, YAS Heat will be the team to go through. And just to clarify, by the way, to see which team they will battle with, and again, we will go through all of these to make sure once we've done with all the races. Oh, Naujoks has just driven straight into the back of Senko as all of that's happened, and here comes Boothby. I'll go back to my point in a second. Yeah, now that's really just made it even more difficult for the galloping Zebras as well. That's going to be a bit more leaning from Boothby. Returns the favour to Naujoks, who's now bundled down to 3rd position. Malinovsky closing as well. And it's really starting to go from bad to worse for BS Competition. Yeah, that was not pretty from Naujoks. Just overdid the braking into the rear end of Senko just a little bit. I mean, an innocent mistake to make. He is pushing as hard as he possibly could, but I think that might well have cancelled the chances of BS Competition. I mean, to be fair, YAS Heat gained from it, so I don't think they'll be too displeased as Boothby's defensive. Naujoks is knocking at the seam, trying to grab 2nd position back if he could do so. Gregor Schill might also come through into 3rd, but I don't think it's going to be good if they need to win this race. And here comes Niels Naujoks once again. 1.6 second advantage basically on the run down into the Parabolica to give it its old name. Naujoks really committed under the brakes as he sweeps around the outside now. Look how wide he's going to run as he gets onto the power nice and early, avoids that anti-cut curve. Let's see what speed he's got on the run down to the Retofilio. Yeah, and there we go. Big move back over from Boothby, Naujoks, Malinovsky, and Gregor Schill. Schill, obviously, 4th car in this line, 5th car in the race, picks up an awful lot of slipstream to set the fastest lap of the race, and Malinovsky's going to make it 3 wide. This is going to be a little bit dicey. He backs out of it and drives straight into the rear end of Naujoks. Naujoks is going straight over here, big time straight over. He'll get an enormous slowdown from that, but there was nothing that Naujoks could do about that. Return the favour, as it were. Now, I'm not that familiar with Assetto Corsa Competizione, excuse me, so educate me, Lewis. What's this going to mean for Niels Naujoks having cut the course so significantly?
Well, see, again, I mean, I've not raced it in a long time, but it will just get an off track from it. Might have to back a little bit off, but it's just building up off tracks. If you take too many off tracks, of course, you receive a drive-through penalty, but might have gained again.
Right, no, exactly. If anything, he's gained because Statsenko had run away. It was, what, 2.5 seconds a gap? Now Yox has a chance to fight for the win again.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Gregor Schill now being in fourth. If Niox can win this race, this would put BS Competition through. So the race control need to look at both hits because, of course, Niox did send Statsenko off the road. But, I mean, to be fair, Niox has been given the assist from his team to catch up with Statsenko. So there's a bit of 50-50 on that one. I don't think either of them would be particularly displeased then about being sent off.
Well, I will say BS Competition gained more than YAS Heat did. Yes, Boothby was able to fight with Niox and then push him a little bit wide through Lesmo 1, but look, that's a bump draft. Oh wow! Now, did Boothby hold on? Yeah, that's a big question. I mean, I think yes, he has. That was maybe a little bit too much of a bump from Gregor Schill. This is not Daytona, guys. We're not racing in the 500. You got to be careful. Schill's now the one who's under pressure with Malinowski behind, Boothby in front, and whoa, well, Schill can hold his line. Now Malinowski has got to be very, very careful. They continue to bang almost off into the grass of the YAS Heat machine, deep under the brakes from Malinowski, and he's going to compromise George Boothby. My word! And well, it's bumper cars now. That's all I can say. It really is. I mean, Gregor Schill was really holding his line there, but it forced the two YAS Heat cars to kind of trip up over each other big style. He's doing all he can. He's back down into 5th position as the two YAS Heats go side by side through Curva Grande, and they're working out now how do we back out this. Oh, and Gregor Schill changes his line straight into the side of George Boothby. That, I don't know about you, Arjuna. I understand where that mistake comes from. It's like I'd say that is an innocent mistake. He's just trying to drop in behind, but it's just that perfect overlap. And you're absolutely right. It's just a bit clumsy. It's not what you expect from drivers at this level. I think that's the only thing that we can really say. I don't think there's any intent by Gregor Schill, but ultimately intent doesn't matter. I always say this. As race control, you're penalizing the action more than the consequence. Yes, a lot of the times the consequence will play a role in informing you as how you adjudicate on an incident, but you penalize the action. You don't penalize intent because most incidents, they're not trying to cause a wreck, right? I mean, it's not NASCAR at the end of the day, right? It's not Joey Logano on anyone, basically, but most recently, William Byron. No one's trying to cause an incident. Things just happen. Yeah, There was no intent. It wasn't even. There was no even. I want to rub you a little bit just to try and open the door. It was just a misjudgment from Gregor Schill, and one that I think we can all kind of agree that it's an innocent mistake. But for me, it's Gregor Schill's mistake, and so critically, I think they'll be due themselves a penalty. Niels Niox probably will know that already, but still, we'll just go on the attack to try and take the victory anyway. He's won quite a few races, although distinctly remember him winning at Bathurst twice, if memory serves, and one of them being on the exit for BS Competition from the Esports Racing World Cup. Took that victory, but his teammate weren't quite there to back him up, and they said goodbye to the competition. Might well be the same today. If Luke Crane was in this commentary box right now, I have no doubt that he'd be saying a lot more aggressive things and negative things about the conduct from some of these drivers, but that's what you expect with a one-on-one, right? It's a dogfight at the end of the day, and I'm not saying I condone it. I'm just saying that this is somewhat what we expect. The physical nature of a 10-minute race like this. 10 minutes is not a long time for things to happen. Yeah, I mean, this is the whole thing with 1v1s. We see it every time I mean, how many penalties? When it comes to penalties being dished out in races, I think we've said it before. We said it in the ERL round 3, obviously, when we went racing last time out, actually, which was obviously about a month ago now, on iRacing, that we've kind of said that penalty points have decided almost every single final that we've had. They've had their place in every race, and rightfully so. Race control have a reason to be around, and they are going to penalise heavy combat. We're going to see a lot of this through the day. Everyone's going to be a bit feisty. Everyone's going to be a bit more racy with each other, and it's not like it is on a 40-car grid where you're going to be a little bit more patient with some of the moves. You've got a car ahead of you, and the only thing you know is that you have to attack. Yep. So, 1 lap to go. Now it's versus Statsenko for the race lead, as again the German just ducks and dives trying to find a way through on the YAS Heat machine in front. It will be the Green and black going defensive, the white and blue trying to find a way around. Now maybe an opportunity to pinch the line and the exit off on the corner to get the momentum. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. It looks as though for now, YAS Heat in control. Here's the look at race control. 1 penalty point for Williams Esports. Now, that's not enough for BS Competition to swing their way on through.
No, obviously race control will be looking over a few things over the race. So there's been quite a few bits of contact between these two teams. Oh, there's a mistake from Knives. Whoa! He nearly drove into the side of Stetsenko there. Obviously another innocent mistake, just overdrove just a touch. Ignore that one. That was for a different race. That's obviously the Burst Esports getting a single penalty point for blocking. That confirms their position as being out or going into the second chance race, which we will cover a little bit later on. But Nyok's critical error, that has allowed Stetsenko to run away completely. We knew this one was going to be potentially the feistiest race in round one, but I think we can both say with a fair amount of certainty that it's not going to be the feistiest race we see all day.
No, I think we're talking about this being physical. Put 6 teams on the grid for that second chance race. I'm expecting that to be a wild one, as it looks like Nauyok's got very, very wide on the exit of Ascari there, but it's all academic basically. YAS Heat, well, they'll work their way on through to what is going to be a matchup against either Arnage Competition or the dominant favourites here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, the Unicorns of Love. Statsensko will win then in race 4 of the Spring Cup Masters in round number 1. Niels Naujoks will come across the line in second. That was a ding-dong fight for the ages, and one I think a lot of the teams will be watching and saying, we do not want to be replicating, Lewis.
No, indeed. It was a bit of a feisty fisticuffs out on the circuit in Monza, but I mean, that one was kind of the one that we were looking at as being the one that we really don't know who's going to go through. YAS Heat performed there, of course, a fantastic slew of drivers, particularly in Statsenko and Boothby. No disrespect to Malinovsky, who is plenty fast enough on the platform. Kind of didn't really look too much as to who was driving for YAS Heat today. That is a stunning lineup for them, and I mean, maybe we are going to get YAS Heat versus Veloce later on in this competition.
What did you think? Sorry, go ahead, Luke.
What did I think? I thought I was awful, mate. I thought I was rubbish. Like, we want to see people battling and contesting these races, but that was just too much, wasn't it? It was poor from both, and I've been saying this throughout the whole competition. At this stage, it's all about your temperament. Decision making is absolutely vital. We're seeing penalties being handed out, obviously, after races. We saw from the previous race, Williams and Burst both receiving penalties during that race. We'll no doubt see about 400 fly up on the screen in the next race there. Yeah, it is what it is. People are taking chances. I think BS have to take chances because they've got 2 drivers, as simple as that. But Malinovsky, he's one of those drivers. I told you, if he's put under a little bit of pressure, his decision making can be called into question. If you get him out in the lead, and that's what YAS Heat's job's got to be, he is absolutely dangerous. Like, he will just run away with races. But Lewis just summed it up there. They have got a trio of unbelievable drivers. Statsenko will back them up when they need to. He's the slowest out of the 3, believe it or not. Yet when they're under that much pressure, he backs them up. So fascinating. I don't think it was a very good race. I'm glad I wasn't commentating on it, to be completely honest. But we are going to see a couple of those sort of races, to be fair.
Indeed. Well, I think it's time for me to step aside because Arjuna and Luke will be taking over the next one. This is a big one because it's our Arnage competition, but they'll be taking on our firm favourites for the day, the 2-time race winners in the ERL and the ERWC here on ACC. It's, of course, our Arnage competition versus Unicorns of Love.
So it's a battle of the pink here, although at least the liveries are different enough. As you'd expect, it's the dominant force on Assetto Corsa Competizione that have locked out the front 3 spots. Arnage have brought 3 iRacing specialists to the party. I'm not entirely surprised to see how qualifying has gone, but the race can be a very different thing. What does the likes of Jimmy Antunes, David Toth, and Adam Pinchez need to do here, Luke, to find a way to go on through?
Oh, a miracle? It is that simple, I'm afraid. Unicorns of Love have not shown anything over the last, when did we do the World Cup? Was it February or January? Last 5 months? They have not shown one chink in the army yet. They have been the strongest on this sim. A miracle is exactly what Arnage are going to need in this race. It is as simple as that. it really will be on Antunes. Can Antunes get in between the 3 Unicorns of Love team? If not, if they lead out, it's almost impossible from the offset here. You know the third driver in Tauscher will drop back and play the team game. You know if it's going to be Grunewald. You know if it's going to be Pfeffer. All of those drivers will happily do the team job. The crazy thing about Unicorns of Love is that they are the youngest team here, but they are the most mature, it seems, when it comes to the actual racing. Their decision making is always on point, but have they been put under enough pressure to, see them make mistakes? Maybe not. Are Naj going to be able to do that? I'm not sure they are. I want to make it all happy and dandy and alive for the rest of this race, but I just can't look past UOL at this stage, especially.
Yeah, well, I think the reality is as well, the Unicorns of Love, all 3 of their drivers, they're all very, very quick. It doesn't matter who you stick at the top, they will be trying to pull away, and the likelihood is, even with just a 10-minute race, I'm expecting them to be able to assert their dominance. It's Pfeffer, who we didn't see race for the Unicorns of Love during the Esports Racing World Cup. In fact, he was racing for Altus Esports as their ACC shotgun driver. We'll see how he does here. You can see he's got the bed behind him, not entirely made up. We get a great view of the pit wall as they get ready to go racing for race 5 of 6 in this first round of the Spring Cup Masters. It's a great start from the Unicorns of Love, all slotting into single file formation. Where does Arnage Competition want to go? Grunewald and Tauscher will form a roadblock for them to try and work their way through. It's a nice and tidy start, kind of what we expected.
Yeah, 100% there. Arnage trying to get their third driver up into third position. Maybe a little bit of door banging here. We'll have to go around the outside of Curve Grande if the move is going to be completed here. And the pressure now is on Mitchy Tauscher. Tauscher, of course, who gave us that infamous Tauscher moment where he's leading the race at Bathurst in the World Cup. He could have had it done and dusted for Unicorns of Love, but ultimately he made that mistake in the final corner by leading by about 5 seconds. But indeed, they did come and bring out the goods for the next race. They did win the World Cup at that stage for ACC. And wow, there's contact there. I'm not sure Antunes was really hung out to dry too much there. I think he's got the power too early on the curb and unfortunately found himself into the gravel. We would need to see, of course, different angles to that, but right there, I'm not sure anyone did too much wrong.
There was contact, but first indication, that's kind of a racing incident to me. You go side by side into the Roger, you kind of expect there to be something going on. It requires the cooperation of both those cars. The reality is, though, with 1 and 2 for the Unicorns of Love, 4 and 5 for the Arnage competition cars, it's going to have to be a much more significant incident than that for it to be worthy of Arnage competition to advance. 1 lap done, and I think we already know how things are going to end.
Yeah, 100%. And again, I don't want to do a disservice to Arnage because they are an incredible sim racing team. But that is just how good this Unicorns of Love team are on this sim specifically. There is, again, I don't want to throw any shade on any team here. There are just certain teams that are absolutely going to be dominant. When we head to rFactor 2, when we head to iRacing later on in this year, when we do our summer and fall masters, Arnage are going to be right in amongst it on those 2 sims. It just might be a step too far, especially up against Unicorns of Love. Maybe in the 6th race second chance qualifier, they have more of a chance. But as it stands, it is 1, 2, 3 for Unicorns of Love. And yeah, it's kind of something we expected. Also, sorry about my mic issues earlier on, ladies and gentlemen. I've actually changed my microphone. I have no idea what the issue is. As if you know me, you know I'm not much of a tech genius. So I just changed microphones. That's the only thing I could do. So I do apologize for anyone out there that may have no hearing anymore.
Well, hopefully our producer Mike has been able to get it into a serviceable point. You're clearly just trying to fish for that Arnage competition jersey. I can see where your points are going. You're trying to butter them up nice and tightly.
Yeah, of course. It's always about the jerseys. We've got to nail. I will say the Unicorns of Love jerseys ace because it literally is exactly the same as their livery, which always cracks me up. But yeah, on a serious note, Unicorns of Love are the team to beat on ACC right now within our foundations, within the ERL as it stands, and they still look like that team to beat. Veloce have looked really strong so far. How much can you read into this? I'm not sure you can read too much into it at the start of this competition. I think it really will start to heat up once we get to the quarterfinals. I actually don't think it's such a bad thing going through the second chance qualifier. Of course, you don't aim for that. It keeps you warm. It keeps you always racing. So there's no real gap for you in between. You're always in the heat of competition. And we see in other esports, a team come from the losers bracket and sometimes win the winners finals. So I'm not too sure if you, obviously it's only 2 teams out of 6 to go through. So the odds are against you. But if you can manage to get through that stage, it might actually be a bit favourable because you're just continually competing.
Now, do remember that Unicorns of Love in that Esports Racing World Cup final on Assetto Corsa Competizione went up against Veloce, who are, sister teams with YAS Heat. None of the drivers right now that are racing for the Veloce, or rather, for Veloce, I'm getting myself all mixed up. None of the drivers that are racing for YAS Heat were racing with Veloce. So what we're seeing up next, likely, which is going to be the YAS Heat versus Unicorns of Love in the quarterfinals, it's not going to be that much of a repeat of what we saw in the finals. I think the Unicorns of Love are looking quite comfortable to make their way forward to the semi-finals. Our competition have a bit of a fight on their hands now. We've got some rather strong teams in that second chance race. We've got the likes of John Lacey Esports Academy, Triton Racing, Burst Esports, BS Competition, and still one more race after this, which will see either Team Fordzilla or RHG Esports working their way into that one. I kind of gamble and say that really it's between the likes of Triton, Burst, BS Competition, and whoever loses in that race 6. But we'll say what we said again. Points will be on the line. 6th and final in that second chance race will get just 1 point in the overall standings of this Esports Racing League. If you finish in 3rd, you get at least 4 points on the board. Winning here today is important. There is some prize money on the line as well. Like we said, $3,500 to our Spring Cup winner, as David Toth makes an almighty mess of Ascari, but he was the lead car for that Arnage competition train. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, though, it's more important when we think about what's on the road to Munich, getting points on the line, on the board, because there are many strong teams that missed out on qualifying for this Masters loop that aren't getting those points.
Yeah, 100%. We had like 27, 28 teams, didn't we, coming through the Spring Cup. And so people out there who, I've just had a couple of people ask, what is this? This is the ERL Masters. This is the Spring Cup Masters. So this is the finale. We had 3 competitions throughout the last couple of months. One was on ACC, one was on rFactor 2, and one was on iRacing. And then the Masters is on ACC. When we get to the Summer Cup, it will be the same 3 titles, but the Masters will be on rFactor 2. And when we head to the full championship, it will be the same 3 titles again, but it'll be iRacing that will be the Masters. So each and every week's worth $2,500. Then you get 10 grand up for grabs in the Masters here. But each and every competition, you are accruing points to be the top 12 teams at the end. We could potentially have 30 teams in the Summer Cup coming up for you, which will start in a few weeks' time, or a month's time, should I say. And yeah, these teams have a big opportunity to try and get themselves into that top 12, which will be the World Cup. So we had the World Cup earlier this year, and if you're in the top 12 teams after our 3 Masters competitions, you will be in that top 12, which will be a LAN event in Munich next February. Hopefully that kind of explains it. The Masters each time is a 1v1 apart from the second chance qualifier race. So all of the losers from this stage of the championship will head into a second chance qualifier race where there'll be 6 teams, and then the top 2 will join our 6 already qualified teams to have 4 quarterfinals. The winner from each of those make 4 to our 2 semi-finals, so 1v1, 1v1, and then into the final where it'll be best of 3 races. It'll be team 1 versus team 2. So hopefully that explains it. Any other questions, I'll try and help you out. Ask me on social media so I can text it back to you while the other 2 are commentating, but more than happy to answer your questions. Right, there we go, Arjuna, 2 minutes 50 seconds. Thank you, Unicorns of Love, for being so dominant to give us a chance to explain exactly what's going down here. But Fefa, I wanted to bring up the point here. Unicorns of Love did not rest on their laurels, right? They've been the dominating team on ACC, haven't lost a championship as of yet on ACC, and they went out and got Fefa from Logitech G Altus. They went out and got and acquired a better driver for their makeup, right, to try and be even more dominant on ACC. The further we go through this championship, we're going to see the likes of, to be fair, even Redline. They brought in another iRacing driver, didn't they? It was more for the Infinity, but I'm sure we're going to see them later on in the championship. You look at Veloce, they've brought in some iRacing specialists as well. So the further we go through these cups here, you're going to see that teams are really investing in their future within this championship. And, there's just like a nice steady flow of cash for these drivers if their teams perform really, really well across the whole year. So, yeah, the fact that Unicorns of Love didn't just go, do you know what, we're just continuously winning on ACC. We don't need to really improve there. They are absolutely still looking to do that. And look, it's paying off dividends right now.
At least Tobias had the courtesy of making his bed this morning. I always say this with young sim racers, is that family pressure to make their beds, because I was terrible with that, I'll be sure. Although, to be fair, I was never also, on camera like this in an event like this as well, where, professionalism to some degree is important. Getting word as well, there are more teams that are in this Esports Racing League that haven't qualified for the Masters that have similar sort of announcements in terms of driver lineups coming. So hopefully as we roll on forward for the Summer Cup, which is not far away from getting underway, we'll start June 15th. So in just about a month's time, we'll get started on rFactor 2. And again, remember, you chose for us to go racing at Monza today. The choice was between two classic Italian tracks, Imola or Monza. You decided Monza. You'll help us do the same in the Summer Cup again. 1 lap to go. It's been domination from the Unicorns of Love as the Arnage competition duo at the back of the field start to fight just a little bit.
Yeah, you've got to try and learn from, well, against your own teammate here. Where can you make the moves? Where can you gain maybe that extra couple of tenths? Qualifying is key as well. You know, can you find that little bit extra on the curbs, find the limits of the circuit, whilst in dirty air of another car as well? That's obviously going to be key when you're racing against teams like UOL at the early stages. They seem to have just checked out by now on their own. But yeah, try and find out as much information as you possibly can heading into that second chance qualifying race, because you are going to be behind cars unless you've got all of your cars out the front. It's going to be very, very difficult indeed. So yeah, this is the most dominant display we've seen so far, isn't it? UOL looks so strong. Did we expect it? Absolutely. It looks like Arnage are not in the party here. That's not to do with their pace, ladies and gentlemen. That is just how quick UOL are. They, for me, were the favourites coming into this. They are the favourites after race number 1 already, even though we've not seen every single team as of yet. They are a very special team on ACC.
I think that quarterfinal matchup with YAS Heat should be intriguing because BS competition has some stellar Assetto Corsa Competizione pace as well, and we saw just how well that YAS Heat qualified against them. It was a bit of a surprise to see Gregor Schill all the way down into the final spot in qualifying. A dominant opening to this tournament for the Unicorns of Love. They started on top in the Spring Cup. They're looking to end on top as well, and their round 1 matchup has seen them sweep the top 3 positions. Tobias Pfeffer will come across the line to win for the Unicorns of Love. We're not tracking podiums like we did during the Spring Cup, but we'll keep a mental note of them as well. No Most Valuable Driver award to hand out. Unicorns of Love 1, 2, and 3. Arnage competition 4, 5, and 6. Not really a surprise then as we bring back in Lewis McClade to see how dominant the Unicorns of Love were.
I mean, that one was probably the most predictable round 1, just in the sense of Arnage competition. They're a great team. I'd love a shirt, but also comparatively to Unicorns of Love, they've come onto a platform where they're not exactly favoured, and they're trying to take on one of the strongest teams on the entire platform. If not, to be perfectly honest, I think we've seen it time and time again, the strongest team on the entire platform. However, Unicorns of Love, as you pointed out just there, have a very large issue coming up, which is, of course, race number 9 of the evening when we do the quarterfinals. They're the second quarterfinal, which I don't think I've ever been more irritated to miss a race in the commentaries, because that will be you two, and what a race that's going to be.
I think we've got some tasty quarterfinal matchups coming up. Next up, though, is our final of round 1. It's Team Fordzilla versus R8G. Now, R8G do bring some Assetto Corsa guns to this one, Luke, but really, I think the thing with Fordzilla is we see that they can be very aggressive, and at a track like this, with turn 1 as sometimes scary as it can be, don't count Fordzilla out as they look to fight their way on through.
Yeah, Fordzilla, it's all about nullifying those mistakes. I think if you get rid of those individual errors, they become a team that can go very, very deep today. But we've seen far too many individual errors, haven't we, over the course of our championships, the World Cup, or all of the above. It is all about whether someone like Sean Arnold can potentially carry the side. I think he has the potential to be one of the very quickest out there. You know, every team's got that one driver. He has the potential to be that driver. He has to show up here. But when you're looking at someone like R8G have come out of nowhere really in terms of the last 18 months. They're one of the newer teams in the world of sim racing and instantly have put themselves up as one of the very best, one of the favourites. And just having that reputation also puts Fordzilla under a lot of pressure. But for me, this is the most open out of all of our races. I could see either of these go through, and I could see either of these teams go real deep in this competition.
I think it's going to be a fantastic matchup, and of course it is again my time to step aside because Luke and Arjun are going to take you with it. This time it's of course Fordzilla versus R8G.
Well, this one will be fun, but again it's a 1, 2, and 3 for a team as they look to try and box out those behind. Hubin on pole, Hassini second, Yayovsky in third, right behind him the Fordzilla trio. It's a similar sort of a situation, but I'll say it again. Fordzilla can be aggressive here as they try and box their way to the front of the field. They'll come out swinging, and they've got to. If they let the likes of Huben, of Hosseini to run away from here, it's going to be very difficult for Fordzilla to close that gap up.
It won't be difficult. It'll be impossible. It's as simple as that. And you've got someone like Yayovsky, who's one of the most experienced out there in terms of top level sim racing. Again, he's still a very young man, but he just every single race he's in is at the elite level. That's how good he is. Doesn't matter what sim it's on. He is a ridiculously talented gentleman. Amir Hosseini. This is a driver very similar to Malinowski and Tinker van der Velde for me. His temperament. Is he going to be able to allow himself to play a team game here? Someone that needs to be, running near the front. If he gets involved in a battle, that's where incidents can go down. How much has he learned over the last sort of 24 months being one of the very quickest drivers in the world of sim racing? He's got his chance. He's with RHG, one of the biggest sim racing names in the world of sim racing. And now it's about showcasing that not only are you quick, but you're able to indeed read the situation and make decisions in the right times.
The final race of round 1 in the Spring Cup in the VCO Esports Racing League about to get underway. 5 teams have punched their ticket already through to the quarterfinal. A 6th will join them, with 2 more to be filling out the bracket as we head to that second chance 6-team race. We are live from the Temple of Speed, where it's RHG 1, 2, and 3, Fordzilla behind them, with Piffet, Fiducci, and Arnold having some work to do. Last race of round 1. Will we see more fireworks? Will it be a procession like the last race that we had was, as the Unicorns of Love made their way on through? It's a nice early jump from Huben. Again, though, the RAG teammates at the front are side by side, and working their way up to speed is Fordzilla. 3 wide as they try and swarm their way past Yayovsky. It's 1 and 2 RAG. Yayovsky deep under the brakes, trying to make it a 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, Yayovsky there just being a bit of a nuisance. Has to back up, though, as there's almost a bit of contact between him and his teammate, and actually succumbs to the pressure then of Piffet. So Piffet moves up into P3, and Yayovsky there nearly completely cleaning out P2 in this race. Luckily he didn't, and right now they're in a relatively good spot. They would have loved to have a 1, 2, 3, but a P1, P2, and a P4. That is absolutely wonderful news there. Fiducci and Arnold battling in the background. Their teammates. You don't want your teammates battling, really. You've got to figure out which one's the quicker sooner rather than later. We've actually got Gio in the chat there supporting Piffet. Again, in the chat, let me know who you're supporting. Who's your favourite team? Maybe who's your favourite driver in this race? But overall, who do you want to see win this championship? But as it stands, Arjuna, it is R8G with the dominance at the front end here. And if they could get a nice dominant victory here, I think this is probably the most evenly matched of the two of all of our qualifying races. It will be a very, very big feather in their cap.
I think if you are Fordzilla, you need to be careful that Yayovsky doesn't try and play the team game and try and work himself side by side with Piffet and hold up the Frenchman to build a bit of a buffer to the 2 RAG machines at the front of the field, because ultimately 1 and 2, perfect way to work your way on forward. Sean Arnold at the tail end of the field, not too far off, as the 4-car split by just under 2 seconds for the time being as they work their way into Parabolica for the first time in today's race. We're looking at, again, a 10-minute race plus the lap to be completed. So it's been about 6 laps that all of these races have been. The Iranian Hosseini sees Piffet closing the Frenchman in the tow. This is the closest that we've seen the top 3 at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, they are very, very close here indeed. And Piffet kind of just has to win effectively. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough here as we see a change for the lead then. And there's contact then from, Huben has just been turned around there by Piffet. But I think, and we'll have to see that again, I think that's his own fault there. I think he's let Hosseini go through, and he's basically just parked in a braking zone. I don't think that's potentially Piffet's fault here. So Hosseini's been let through. We have to see that again. But I'm not too sure that Piffet has really done too much wrong. As we're coming towards that second chicane, again, Piffet is just about going to hold on here. But yeah, we need to see that again. I don't think there's too much on that, but he will have damage to the front of that car.
Drama, 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 as Yayovsky has a look down low. Now, I would say that's more an incident caused by Hosseini going very, very deep under the brakes. Huben trying to give him space and make sure he doesn't get railroaded by his teammate. And unfortunately, Piffet really didn't have much time to react, nowhere really to go. And it means that Now, Hubin all the way at the tail end of this pack, still technically within the draft. Here comes Yayovsky, though, the Macedonian, looking to the outside of the Frenchman in Piffet. Will just compromise the line, keep him tight, and try and get the run out of the Ascari.
Yeah, this could be a massive opportunity here now for Fiducci to potentially make a move here. I think, in all fairness, Piffet is not going to have the pace here to keep up with Hosseini. There's damage to the front of that car, of course. You need your car to be in perfect nick to be nice and slick through the air around somewhere like Monza. But ultimately, yeah, this is all about getting P2 and P3 and hoping that the penalty for there might be a penalty for Hubin for effectively parking on the apex. A few people in the chat, though, indeed talking about who they're supporting. We have got ourselves Sniper KD, is it? 4KD. He's going for UOL and RH. You can't support two teams, mate. That's just not how it works, I'm afraid. Here we go, then.
Yeah, I'm going to say...
No, to be fair, the Fordzilla car did run deep as well. I'm not sure we could...
Well, I don't think he runs deep. I think it's just Hubin braking even more slowly than he should. Rather, he slows to a speed that is unnatural, and I think Piffet just doesn't recognize it. And I agree, he's the one that makes the contact, but I don't think he's expecting that car to be going that slow. And we'll get one more look at it here, and we'll get maybe the view on board with Piffet. So you see Hosseini go. Okay, maybe he does.
He's running far too deep for me as well. I don't think that's... I think they're both at fault. I think it's a racing incident more than anything. Hubin did slow down, but if he doesn't hit him, I think he completely misses the corner as well. Yeah. I think it sort of used him as a break there. So I feel like they both made a mistake. Hosseini kind of moved over late and it catches Piffet off guard, right? I don't think there's too much actually to look into that. A comedy of errors, we shall say. Or I shall say.
No, I agree. But I will retract what I said earlier. That was definitely just a little bit too hot from the Frenchman. I thought that he was just taking the corner normally. You saw the speed on board. No, that was not normal. That was definitely a bit of overspeed. Was not hitting that apex. Was not sniffing an apex. There's the German, and there's Sean Arnold around now. Has there been more drama through Ascari? I would have to assume so. You don't usually see a GT3 car spun around like that. Getting word that probably potentially there was contact with Hubin.
Oh, wow, that's, again, your third driver doesn't score you points, but they can absolutely have an effect on whether you go through by gaining penalties, because their penalties will count to your top score. If top two drivers score will indeed accrue the points of how you go through. So, for instance, if you're P1 and P2, you'll score 3 points. If you've got a third driver in P4, those points do not count. So here we go, up towards Ascari we will go, and it's a late lunge here from Hubin. Oh, there's not a lot in that. I'm not sure there's we'll have to see it from a different angle. I can't really... I'm not sure there's too much in that, to be completely honest there. But again, we need to see it from a different angle because we really didn't see exactly how the contact was initiated. But that's why we're not stewards, Arjun. I wanted to point that out. I'm not a steward. Not a chance. Yes. I'm a commentator. I pretend I know what I'm talking about. Those guys have to know what they're on about.
I was going to say an aerial look might give us a little bit more insight as to how close they were off the apex of the corner. I'm glad we're not race control, that's for sure. They have the most difficult and thankless job. Now, I mean, you could make the argument that Hubin gets on the curb and pushes out wide and initiates the contact. I think that's probably the way that I'd look at it from up there. But the great thing about being on the simulator as well, this is you talk to real world stewards that come and do it. Well, let's talk more about that in a sec. Race control, so that would be for the incident at turn 1. So that's 1 penalty point to Team Fordzilla. The second one will be the one that we're thinking about. But when you talk to stewards in the real world, the thing that they always love when they come to the simulator is there's always many different camera angles, and in some simulators as well, you can manipulate the camera in ways that are just totally not realistic. For example, like this, where we can get a much closer view from up above as to what happened here on the run into Ascari.
Yeah, we can see here Hubin will indeed just poke the nose up the inside towards Ascari. And for me, we'll see whether Sean Arnold holds that line, squeezes him onto the curb. Yeah, I think Arnold's done a brilliant job there, really, in making Hubin use the curb, and then Hubin unfortunately has then run out wide because of that. He's not able to keep the car under control. So for me, as the car who was behind, Hubin would be at fault there. Again, I'm not a steward, but just trying to kind of pointing out exactly what I think might have happened there. But Team Fordzilla have just been given a penalty point, haven't they? So that right now, they're in position 2 and 4, so they're going to get 6 points. It's going to be 7. Hosseini's getting 1, and Yayovsky's on 3. They're on 4 points. They're already 3 points ahead. RAG looking relatively good here again.
I'm sure it will be. There might be a penalty for RAG, but they'll have to get 4 points, I think, for it to be to go into Fordzilla's favour. So that one penalty point is going to cost them hugely here, as we've got Yuyovski on our screen there. Again, fighting with that wheel through that second chicane. And just stay in P3. Don't initiate anything right now. We've seen a couple of scrappy races so far during this stage of the competition. I think everyone's going to have to tidy it up the further you go through. One mistake, one bit of contact is going to cost you dearly later on in this competition.
Yep, and ultimately it's now for Yuyovski the battle of holding station, even if Huben got, a penalty as well, which would likely be a single penalty point to match what Fordzilla got. All Yuyovski's got to do is stay out of trouble, make sure that Fiduci doesn't get on through, and even if Fiduci gets past, fourth would be enough for RAG to work forward. I will say, I do like the older RAG liveries, but we saw them during this most recent weekend as the iRacing fixed Indy 500, running a half RAG livery, half DHL Andretti Autosport livery. I've got to say that was spectacular. It was also great to see the likes of Thibaut Casabon, Florian Lebigra, Mehdi Alfethi, one of the team managers as well, all jumping into the IndyCar for the very first time to give a bit of support for their boss man, who's obviously building up for this weekend, where he's got to figure out what it takes to go fast in an IndyCar around the Brickyard. Indy 500 qualifying, potentially one of the most difficult things in all of motorsport for someone, especially coming from Formula One.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you're there for both days, right? This weekend, and then make sure that you're there at the end next week on the Sunday. So yeah, it's a 2-day qualifying period. You want to make sure you're in that fast 12, fast 6, and yeah, just make sure you're there on Sunday for this week in qualifying. Wish Roman Grosjean all the very best of luck. It's my favourite weekend of the year, because not only do we have the Indy 500, we have Monaco, and we have the Coke 600 as well. So it's just, yeah, I get the beers very, very early, and it lasts a very long time. So it's an interesting week.
And we've got the 50th running of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring as well, which is, it's a cornucopia of racing excitement. It doesn't get much better. I'm looking forward to going to Indianapolis for the very first time. We'll see what that's all about as we watch Hosseini on the run into Ascari. We thought this was going to be close. Qualifying wasn't as competitive as maybe we thought, but qualifying's always one thing, the racing's another. It could have gone either way. It's RAG that looked to come out on top.
If anyone needs any work done at the at Indianapolis this year, I went there in 2019. It's the best thing I've ever done. So if anyone needs someone out there to maybe do some asking of questions to people, or maybe there's some painting that needs doing in the team garage or whatever, please get in contact. Actual Vision on Twitter. I would love to go again. Anyway, back to this racing here. We're up towards the end here. Amir Hosseini was let through by his teammate. It looks like it's the best strategy, because he's going to go ahead here and pick up the victory.
You say let through, but he very much sent it under the brakes. That was a bold move, and it will be the Iranian that crosses to win the final of our round one matchups here in the Spring Cup for the Esports Racing League Spring Cup Masters. What it's been a cornucopia of excitement. It's been a blockbuster start to this race, and we've still got plenty of excitement to go. Lewis, what did you think about some of the contact that we had? Maybe the most dramatic race that we saw, other than the BS competition race that we saw earlier.
I was going to say, BS YAS Heat was number one when it comes to drama. This one had its fair share, and the thing is, with the incidents that we saw, for the most part, they, as you two were discussing, the lack of clarity over them. There was a lot of sort of almost 50-50, just a bit of dicey racing, almost a bit of clumsiness going on out there. But it is what it is. You kind of take those, and between the two teams, of course, being RAG and Fordzilla, I think RAG were always going through it as the favourites, but Fordzilla were one of those ones that could spring a surprise. I think, though, for Fordzilla and some of the other teams as well, as we move into the second chance race, that might have actually been their only chance to move over, because when we go to an 18-car grid, I think they might struggle more.
Do remember, as we head into the 6-team second chance showdown, that the winner of this race will advance to face RAG in what will be I believe the final race in the quarterfinals. The second place team will have the penultimate race in the quarterfinals, where, well, they're up against it. They're going up against Team Redline. And Luke, I mean, the first batch of one-on-ones has been done. We've seen this, of course, in the finals so far of all of our days of the Esports Racing World Cup and the Esports Racing League. But how has it worked for you so far as we reflect on round one in this Masters?
Yeah, it's great. I think for the most part, I don't think there's been any shocks, to be honest, of who's gone through so far. I think we'll see our first shock in the next race. It's all about really who keeps cool, calm, and composed. Team Redline, I don't feel like they've been pushed at all. UOL, not pushed at all, realistically. Williams, they absolutely were pushed, and they were really, they could have been a team that didn't quite make it through, but it looks like they've got safe passage through, and Veloce looked very, very strong indeed. I thought it was going to be a Veloce versus Redline quarterfinal, so I can only apologise, and that's the reason why I said I didn't think Redline were going to make it through to the semi-final stages competition, but the way the draw's gone now, I'll take that back. I think they might make a semi-final. Not sure they're going to be able to make a final here. I think there's far too many strong teams on ACC.
Let's talk you through the teams then for the second chance race. Jean Lacy Esports Academy, Triton Racing, Burst Esports, BS Competition, Arnage, and Fordzilla, all ordered in the way that they've worked their way through in the race that they were in. And Lewis, let's have some prediction time here as we get ready for qualifying for this second chance race. We're going to see the most cars on track that we'll see throughout the course of the day. I think BS Competition on the back foot with just 2 drivers at their disposal. I think Triton and Burst might be smiling at their chances here.
Yeah, I kind of think Burst actually really impressed, and Burst could really fire their way through into this. But if I were to pick any 2 from this, it's BS and Triton.
Well, I think we're not going to talk for much longer. We're going to give these teams their final chance to work through into the quarterfinals of the Spring Cup Masters. I'll step aside. I'll be watching with you in the chat. Instead, I'll hand it over to Luke and Lewis for the second chance race.
Well, welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the second chance, last chance. There's no more chances after this race here. My name's Luke Crane. I'm joined by Lewis. Lewis, yeah, you've just come out there and said it's between BS and Triton, and Arjuna said that BS might be under a little bit of a disadvantage. I think it's an advantage in this race to only have 2 drivers, because you haven't got a third that can get involved with any potential incidents. So you've only got 2 to get involved. I think it's all about keeping your nose clean here in this race. So having the least amount of drivers is probably the best strategy.
Especially when they're 2 very, very strong drivers. I think there's one critical error though that they made in their battle against YAS Heat before they even got to the race, which was Gregor Schill didn't qualify particularly well, and that is an error which they cannot afford to make for a second chance, because otherwise then this very much is their last chance. Because I think if Schill starts further back, they're gone. They need to qualify well around here. They need to qualify both cars inside the top 5. If that is the case, I am 100% with you. I am on board with BS Competition moving through as almost a confirmed feature, because they'll have the track position and they've certainly got the drivers.
Yeah, they don't want to make it mixy like they did in their qualifying race. As soon as you try and make it mixy and you don't rely on your driving talent, that's where mistakes can happen, and that's why you end up in this race here. So there is a lot of pressure involved here. Qualifying, we're going to see the whole of qualifying here, which is exciting for us. I think 11 points is going to be enough here. So if you can get a driver winning and your second driver is in P10 and you don't get any crazy involvement in any instance, I think you might be good enough to go through here. So that's going to be my prediction. 11 points is going to be enough, whether that be first and second. I think both teams, if you're under that 11 barrier, you're going to be good to go. Qualifying is going to be everything here. If you're BS Competition, you're probably the favourites in terms of outright talent. But when it comes to the races, I think you're right. Triton, they looked really, really good. They looked like they were able to put themselves in a position to make some moves. I think Blast, aka Burst Esport, they got to be in amongst it here. But the nature of this race, it is a lottery. We really can't predict it, to be honest, because anything can happen, and invariably it does. And add the little flavouring, the little seasoning that we're also at Monza, Mimi Monza. Oh boy, anything can go down.
I think if there's one thing, though, before we get into the race that we can almost guarantee, how large is the pile-up going to be? I think that's the kind of the critical thing. Obviously, we've seen a couple of big dives. We're going to see some desperation. This might be the last time that we see quite a few of these teams, for at least for, of course, the Spring Cup. This will be their last outing. I think desperation might seep in a little bit.
Yeah, and it's money on the line as well. It's a hard one here, because this is, again, the first time where teams are going to be handed out their points for the day if you don't get into that top 2. So, if you can't get that top 2, you want to make sure that you get into P3 at minimum here, because it just helps you get towards that Masters next year. Not Masters, sorry, the World Cup, the second iteration of our World Cup next year. So there's a lot of pressure on this race, the most pressure so far of the day for sure. Want to give a shout out to Non-Fat Jam, of course, shouting out the shirt. Appreciate it, mate. Trying to dress to impress, ladies and gentlemen, and it's nice to know that I'm appreciated for it.
Yeah, no, I mean you're definitely picking up on the positive comments towards yourself, mate. I appreciate that. You're
It's
you're
not
eyeing
going to be
them
a
up.
commentary, is it? Let's be honest. So I've got to try something.
I mean, it is a lovely shirt. You're almost convincing me to try a flowery one, but I don't think I could. I couldn't pull it off, mate. I just could not pull it off. I'm bland Bill over here. Which I hope is
You'd have other people pull it off for you.
Hey, oh, careful there, son. Either way, who's your? So you've asked for my picks. Who's your picks from this one?
Yeah, I can't really go outside what you said there. I think, BS and Triton are kind of probably the favourites, but any team that's got 3 drivers in here could use that to their advantage again, as long as they keep their 3rd driver out of any potential trouble here. I think the real winners are probably the stewards, because they are going to have a hell of a job to deal with. Are we going to see surprises? Team Fordzilla, I think, could maybe show a surprise, but again, they've just got to get rid of those individual errors. It just seems to be all the time there's errors happening from that team, which is, pretty unforgivable, to be honest. Doesn't seem like it's ever an issue with the car or anything like that, or something outside of the actual racing. So if you get rid of those issues, Team Fordzilla instantly, for me, become one of the favourites to win competitions. Like, they are that strong of a team. But yeah, it's very difficult to get rid of those issues if you are putting yourselves in a second chance race most weeks.
Well, BS Competition have finished their qualifying session, so they are done. Jimmy Antunes, by the way, just speaking of the session right now, despite Arnage Competition's struggles in the previous race, Jimmy Antunes might be starting from pole position, which would be an incredible lap. Of course, his teammates being a little bit further back, Alan Pinsesh in 7th place, but that is an absolutely superb race. David Toth, his other teammate, down in 14th. Dominic Blyer in 2nd, of course, for Triton. His next teammate is Tushkovic down in 5th. Gregor Schill has out-qualified Nyok, so clearly he's rectified those issues that I was bringing up and has found his pace.
Is there anything in the rules this time around where you can't use your teammates to gain an advantage in qualifying? Like, I haven't seen any changes, so I'm just not seeing enough of people sort of almost throwing a 3rd driver away. The only team that can't really afford to do that is BS. They have to basically both put in good lap times, which they have, by the way, 3rd and 4th as it stands. And Tunes and Pinches are the top 2 for their team. So right now they would be getting 8 points. So all of a sudden, they do look. And a 47.1, by the way, is a ridiculously quick time. That is one of the quickest times we've had today, if not the quickest, actually. I'm not too sure whether Eamon Murphy's time beat that or not. But yeah, I'm not seeing enough teams try and find a meta in qualifying by using one of their teammates, throwing one of their teammates away effectively and trying to gain an advantage. So maybe there's been some sort of rule change where you have to be a certain amount of time behind another driver or not, but I'm not sure that is the case.
I don't think so. I agree with you. I would have expected to see. There we go. Here's the Arnage Competition doing exactly what you're saying. David Toth picking up a teammate and also improving quite largely on the time, looking for a half-second improvement for David Toth, which will put him well inside the top 5, and that is exactly what has happened. Could Arnage Competition be throwing a spanner into the works? We were talking of Triton and BS, but maybe, just maybe, it might be Arnage Competition into the mix. What can Burst Esports do? They're way down the order. Wow, Arnage Competition being a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, and again, it is, as much as it's 1v1, it is team versus team. It's not one driver versus one driver. If you could be the best team on the grid, especially at this stage of the competition, you can absolutely push your way through. And what have we seen throughout the whole of our competition so far, with the World Cup, with the ERL League that we've had on, ACC, iRacing, rFactor 2? We've seen teams get faster and faster. If a team like Arnage have found a bit of form now at this stage of the competition, they're going to then get a little bit quicker in the quarterfinals. Could they provide then an upset? Who knows? So, yeah, this is not done and dusted, but they've done a hell of a job to get themselves in a very good position right now. I think BS Competition are also in a very, very strong spot themselves. This is going to be, about anyone else can sort of get themselves in and amongst it. Arnage, BS, they look very good.
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that you're going to have a pretty hard time with the run down to turn 1 here talking about all this, because this is going to be a mad run. 17 cars. I think it's going to be a breathtaking race. Obviously, the entire day is all about 1v1, and this is all a grid affair, and the top 2 teams will be moving through into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, we didn't even mention that Triton are actually P2 and P6. So we've got Blyer and Taiskovic are in P2 and P6. So yeah, there's also another team to throw into the mixture there. Fordzilla, they'll be hoping for some incidents, let's say, because Fiduci and Piffet are in 7th and 8th position. So realistically, we've got 4 teams battling it out here. Sean and Lacey Esports are a little bit far off the pace. Then Blast, aka Burst Esports, are a little bit further back as well. But it's Monza. Who knows what can happen at Monza? And yes, I'm sorry, Burst Esports. I have actually copywritten the whole Blast/Burst. But, you know, if the price is right, you can have it. It's fine. Well, here we go. It is the second chance, last chance. No more chances after this race here at Monza. And now you know the grid, Lewis. I'm going to give you 5 seconds. I want you to give me the top 2 teams who are going through.
Oh, I'm gonna stick with my guns. I still think it's Triton and BS Competition. And also, by the way, I'm gonna make a call to Burst that they should make you a special shirt with Blast. Replace all the Burst logos, but with Blast, just for you.
Yeah, and it'd be like my head exploding or something. I don't know. They'd probably love to do that. Yeah, it's going to be tough for any other team to really get in amongst that. Triton have probably got the best position outside of that. It's all about Taiskovic for me. I think Blyer could just hold on to a top 2 here. I know he's going to be under some severe pressure. I don't think that the BS team, after what they had in their qualifying race, are going to be overly pushy here. They know 3rd and 4th is pretty much going to guarantee them to go through. I actually believe that really Arnage are under maybe a little bit more pressure here than the likes of Triton, because Triton have got, you know, Taiskovic around the outside. He has to make a move, whereas they have to defend. Toth has to defend, and Toth doesn't like defending. He likes going on the attack here. So this is going to be very fruity indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second chance, last chance, no chances after this race here in our Masters for the ERL Spring Cup. It is Jimmy Antunes who is on pole position. A bit of a surprise, that's for sure. We know he's an incredible sim racer, and we know he's got these kind of performances in him. We didn't expect it to come here. It has come here for Arnage. We then got Blyer for Triton in 2nd spot. Then it is a lockout for BS Competition. Top 2 teams here will go through. It is green light racing here then in the second chance qualifying race here. A little bit of an overlap there between Triton and Arnage, but as we come down towards turn number 1, you can see the slipstream coming into effect here. It is still Arnage, and it is Blyer then for Triton, who is going to try and go around the outside here for potential P1. The BS Competition cars then are very much in the ascendancy. A bit of contact then between David Toth. Oh, the lead has been spun round. It's Blyer and Antunes who have a bit of contact. It's BS Competition now P1 and now P3. They are golden here, but I tell you what, the team that's taken full advantage there, it is Fordzilla. So Fordzilla now with Fiduci and Piffet, they are up the order here. Drive through for Krupi as well. As we head down towards that second chicane, BS Competition have had their birthdays, Christmases, Easters all rolled into one.
Yeah, absolutely superb. And Fiduci is not going to settle for 4th spot. He wants 3rd as well. He's got the inside of Niox, but backs out of it slightly. Gregor Schill then will lead the race. I mean, drama. We're all kind of expecting it. And Fordzilla have just picked up the pieces. Why we were kind of looking at them as to maybe the team that might take on R8G in their heats. Unfortunately, they didn't. But now it's a little bit looking backwards for Fiduci as Tuskovic. Oh, one of the burst cars into the background. That'll be Simičić, I do believe, who's just been passed off into the barrier. Certainly is the Slovenians down the order, but look at the front. David Toth obviously defending just a little bit from Niox, and Gianmarco Fiduci also fancies a pathway.
Absolutely here. Niox again, he doesn't need to defend this position, but ultimately if he loses 1, he's going to lose 2 or 3. They are that close behind him. You can see that the Triton cars are all 3 up in that top 6, top 7 sort of position here as well. So they are looking super dangerous. Fiduci, I think, needs to grab 1 more as it's stands, but a bit of live maths as we come up towards the end of lap number 1. It's BS Competition then who have 4 points. Then we have got Arnage Competition. For me, they're just nowhere near it, to be completely honest. They have got 10 points, and then it will indeed be well, who's next then? I guess it's going to be Fordzilla with 10 points. Actually, it's a tie. So it's a tie right now between Fordzilla and Arnage. You're going to lose 1 position, and BS then create the contact. Triton cars hung out to dry there. Taiskovic is absolutely hung out to dry there. Now Yox is going to be spun around. And I think, really, he has absolutely caused that all on his own there with the aggression down in towards turn number 1. We'll have to see it once again. But it's all change again through turn number 1, Lewis. And we expected it to be a bit of a cluster. It absolutely is.
Well, he said the YAS Heat BS Competition race was a bit feisty and not so great. I think this one's adding to the list. This is certainly a sub-optimal race. It's certainly working, though, in the favour of some teams, including this one right here. Team Fordzilla have worked their way into a position just trying to keep out of trouble. The issue that for them might come as Gianmarco Fiducci did skip the chicane quite a lot, but I think, you know, just avoiding the incident. I don't think there's going to be anything too major on that. Race control, though, they've already had quite a lot to look at over the start of this race. They've always had issues down in turn 1 a couple of times now, and issues through the mid part of the lap. They are going to be very busy, which is kind of what we expect. We always see it in the second chance races through the ERL and the ERWC, and we are just adding to the list.
Let me explain the situation to you right now. BS Competition may be leading this race, but as it stands, they are going to have 14 points, with Nils Nauyok now being in P13. But now we look at Arnage Competition. So Arnage Competition, as it stands, are on 7. And then we've got the Team Fordzilla 2 cars who are also on 7. And we've got a race control here. Triton Racing, well, they've got how many points? 1 penalty point then for causing a collision. I was just about to bring them up then. So we've got Blyer and Blotto, who are both just in behind this battle. They're trying to get in and amongst it here. They're the team that can indeed take the positions away from Fordzilla or Arnage. Already happening here, though, as Blyer is looking to make the move down on towards Pinches. Pinches will pinch him onto the apex, that is for sure. Very late under braking there for Blyer. Blyer's just about got the outside line. We're going to go look a bit further back. It looks like the Arnage car of Pinches may have just got out of there in the lead. So, again, we are just missing the battle that we want to be seeing, to be completely honest with you. There it is. There we go. So is the Arnage Competition car that did indeed hold on to that position.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Pinches ahead of Blyer, with a couple of the John Lacey Esports Academy cars now knocking at the door as there's a battle for 10th place. It's Rice hanging on from Antunes, who's going for the up and under, and rising back up the order. Of course, they still have cars up there, so I mean, he still wants to get up there just in case. Down the inside into the first Lesmo, or push potentially Rice out a little bit wide. Creepy, by the way, that drive-through penalty is from the race start. Oh, a little bit of a squeeze there from Antunes in the braking zone for the second Lesmo. It might open the door for Nauyok to come through as well, and Sean Arnold also fancying his move. I mean, Fordzilla have been picking up the pieces of everyone else throughout the afternoon so far, at least in the second chance race. I think they might try for an extra few positions. So there's a defensive move from the Burst Esports driver, though. For BS Competition, it fell all apart, and that is exactly why they might have needed that third car. You know, obviously they are the only team here that's down on 2. That's why we have 17 and not 18. It's only because of BS Competition, and that really has held them back today.
Yeah, I would say here, if you're Jimmy Antunes, take that car off the circuit. Your boys are doing well at the front, but he can't, because he would then hand a position, a minimal 1 position, to the BS Competition crew, because now Nauyok would gain that spot. So it's a case of you just need to keep the car in 10th. If you can keep this gap with the Blast Esports behind, Burst Esports behind, then yeah, it's great news for you, but just don't go out there and cause a penalty. That's the last thing you need right now. Gregor Schill has to just go out there and win the race. You can see Nils Nauyok is trying to make a potential move then on Rice. Rice goes very deep under braking. You got the third Fordzilla car of Sean Arnold. If I'm Sean Arnold, I'm pulling that car off. I do not need to be getting involved in anything here. You know, at least stay behind this group. Do not be the reason why your team gains a penalty point as well, just like the Triton team. But as it stands then, Gregor Schill still leads, but it's not really going to be enough as it stands. David Toth then and Pinches are in P. Well, here we go. It's again a potential late moving towards that second chicane. You just can't breathe here. I'm trying to give you guys the maths, and just all sorts of shenanigans is going down. But yeah, Toth and Pinches are on 8 points between them. Piffett and Fiducci are on 7 points. So actually, they would go through as the first seed. So does that mean they go through and face Redline here?
No, the second seed will.
Right, okay, so yeah, it's more benefit. Who does the first seed go and face? Veloce, right?
R8G.
Okay, so who would you prefer to face at this stage? Is it, you know, are you far enough ahead to maybe try and manipulate that? I don't think you are you? It's just get through at this stage. Doesn't matter who you go against. Oh, I tell you what, that's big. Arnage Competition, 2 points for causing a collision. So right now then, that would put them on 10 points. Gregor Schill and Nauyok are on 13. Nauyok grabs a couple of spots here, puts him back in. If he can get ahead of Antunes, although Antunes is not really adding or taking away points right now with his position, yeah, penalty points could still prove to be a massive factor here.
Oh, I don't think we're done in this race at all. And to be fair, by the way, if you were asking about would you want to rather be first seed or second seed, if you're Fordzilla, I don't want to be first seed, because guess who you go up against? You go up against R8G. Who did you just go up against? R8G. Yeah. and you just got beaten by them. I'd fancy my luck somewhere different, but then again, you've either got rHG, who's just been beaten by, or Redline. Big move, though, down the inside from D'Alcamo as he's trying to get past Charcot. Blotto just at the head of this little group. And John Lacey Esports Academy, I mean, hey, if they make up a couple of spots, even they might sneak their way through.
In all fairness, though, does that light a fire under your belly? You know, going up against a team that you've already faced, does that light a fire under you and go, do you know what? We want to prove that we were actually better than them there. There was a couple of incidents that we couldn't really help in the contacts that we had there. You know, on another day, do we think we could beat them? Also, you know, you've already faced them once today. You know what their strengths are. Have you figured out any weaknesses as well? It might actually be beneficial to face them straight away because you know what you're in for. Again, I'm not in their team, so I don't know. If you are in the chat right now, who would you want to face? Would you prefer to face Team Redline or rHG at this stage of the competition? Again, I'm just not sure you've got enough time to really be thinking about manipulating the situation right now. I've just kept make sure you're in that top two. But again, just having a look at the points here, Nayox is not making his way up again. Of course, Gregor Schill is not going to improve on his position, right? He's scoring the minimum amount of points you can possibly get. It really is on Nayox gaining as many positions as possible. And you know, Antunes is really the driver that can help Arnage here the most. Ironically, by being in that position of 10th, he can hold up Nayox as much as he possibly can and try and almost guarantee the Arnage competition team a safe passage through. But actually, let's look at Triton here. How many points are they on? They're on 12, right? Yeah, 12 points.
Oh yeah, it's 12 now. Yes. 14. No, it is. Sorry, my points on my other screen are wrong. Never mind.
So Blyer and Blotto are scoring 12 points as it stands. We've got David Toth then and Pinches who are scoring 10, even with the penalty. So, yeah, it's still in the favour here of Arnage. Just don't make any mistakes. Don't cause any more penalties. And you're going to be golden. We're on the final lap of the race.
I would completely agree with you, but Blotto is John Lacey Esports Academy. It's Charcot that is his teammate, so it's 5 and 8th, which makes it 13 points, not the 14 that I yelled out, so we'll back off on that. But they have got a penalty point as well, of course. That's why it is 14. Never mind. I will not disagree with those doing the points tallies behind the scenes because they are absolutely right. Right now, at this very moment, it is Fordzilla and Arnage competition. 7 points for Fordzilla. Arnage competition, despite having the 2 penalty points, they, with second, 6th, and then a 2 penalty point, are on 10 points. They are 3 points clear at the moment of BS competition, who will be the first of the teams bowing out of this competition this evening.
Yeah, that is a massive shock, isn't it? You expect them to be right up there, but again, if you haven't got that third driver, it just goes to show how important it is. One of the favourites to maybe go out there and win this today, or at least make the semi-final stages, I would say. But yeah, not having that third driver has hurt them. I think in this race specifically, it actually is a bit of an advantage to only have 2 drivers because you've got less chance of causing any upsets unless one of your drivers falls down the back of the order, which has happened to Nils there. Again, we did see a replay of that, which is a bit of a shame. I wanted to see exactly how that went down. But you've got to hand it to Arnage. You know, as much as we gave them not a bit of stick, but we were a little bit, I don't know, not disrespectful either. They just got wiped by UOL. They absolutely deserve a bit more credit here. They've done a great job. Gregor Schill, by the way, will cross the line and pick up the victory. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Arnage pick up second. It's going to be then third and fourth for the Team Fordzilla team. And then it's going to be Blyer who comes across the line in 5th for Triton. And then Pinches for Arnage is going to take that 6th position. Blotto, Charcot, we've then got D'Alcamo and Antunes will be your top 10 as it stands. Fair play to Krupi. He is absolutely going to go ahead and finish this race. I think Simonchich is still out on circuit there as well. They're going to make sure that they get across the line. But yeah, a bit of a surprise here. BS are going to be going home at this stage of the competition. Arnage playing the team game of absolutely, even though they were right at the front and Antunes dropped down the order very early in this race, they absolutely are going to get safe passage through. And Fordzilla, who have nullified those mistakes, are absolutely going to make their way through as well. Very, very interesting there, Lewis. Again, not really the teams that either of us thought were going to go through, and that just goes to show how much of a lottery that second chance, last chance, no chances after that race goes.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? I mean, it was crazy. It was mad. This was very incident-filled, which I know Race Control will still be looking at a couple of little bits, but I think, you know, where we can look at it is fairly safe. I've got to say, Fordzilla, I mean, I was counting them out. I even said it publicly on this broadcast that I thought that that they were done. You know, they were going to try and finish wherever they could. I should never doubt the likes of Gianmarco Fiducci, Sean Arnold, and Piffett because, I mean, they played their cards brilliantly in that race to rise their way through. It was absolutely perfect.
I think the big shock was, BS Competition in a really good spot, and one move from Niels Nayox. Well, they wave goodbye to us now, and I mean, we didn't see the replay, Luke, so it's hard for us to judge, but he sent it quite deep. He's the one that pays the price.
Yeah, I just think you have that insurance. You've already seen on lap number 1, Gregor's got into the lead of the race. And Niels, again, as much as we give him stick about his age and whatnot, I'm an old man myself. I'm older, I think, actually. You've also got to use that age to your advantage and use your experience. And I guess it was the pressure of, we haven't really got a third driver. I have to really finish as high as possible. Do they have someone in their ear telling them exactly what they need at that stage? Do you know what you need at that stage? That race is just always going to provide problems with mathematics. It's going to provide problems with, just being able to think straight. You've got too many things to do in a 10-minute race as well. Like, you can't utilize strategy. Like, you have to get it done. So it's understandable why mistakes happen like that. But, in hindsight, when you look back at it, you'd be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But it's too late. It's done and dusted. As much as I think Fordzilla, if they nullify the mistakes, they absolutely become one of the favourites to go out there and get very deep in this competition. They've nullified the mistakes there. They're going to get themselves back into a 1v1 situation, and they duly deserve it. Can they continue that form, though? Is this the turning point for that team? I'm super excited to see how this goes now, because we head towards the quarterfinals.
And let's tell you what those quarterfinal matchups are going to be. Of course, the first of them that we're just moments away from seeing will be Veloce and Williams Esports. Then race 9 of the day, our second of the quarterfinals, will be YAS Heat versus the Unicorns of Love. Then it will be Redline versus Arnage Competition. Arnage's reward for getting on through, a trip to the most dominant force in this Esports Racing League. And the final of our quarterfinals, see Team Fordzilla and RAG do it again. And you have to think, most intriguing of all of those matchups is Veloce and Williams is a very feisty fight. So is YAS Heat and Unicorns of Love. But I think, Lewis, Fordzilla versus RAG, have Fordzilla been able to learn anything that they can apply as they do it again?
I mean, it is intriguing, but I mean, either way, I think it's going to be a tough one. So will this one.
Well, let's go to our quarterfinals. I'll step aside. We'll see what the Temple of Speed's got in store. Well,
we are already here, Lewis. It's quarterfinal time. They are rolling towards Parabolica as we speak, and this is we are going to blame you, Mike. Don't worry, you can say sorry or you like him, Ari. We are going to blame you. If we could get side-on views of these cars, it would be absolutely perfect, because looking at them all front-on, they all look like the same team. Anyway, for me, these were two of the strongest teams coming into this. I would have loved to have seen this as a final. For me, right now, it is Tinko van der Velde. He is the key in this race. If he keeps the right temperament, if he can make the right decisions, and if he can drive and not do anything too silly, Williams have a huge opportunity. If they don't, Veloce are absolutely the favourites to go through here. We are green light racing. I will bring Lewis back in once we get through the first couple of corners here, but you can see that McCormack then is trying to get as close to Baldwin as possible, trying to have that overlap to force Baldwin in very tight through that first chicane. You can see Tinko van der Velde is in third spot there. He's going to close up there, a little bit of double braking, and there's almost contact between the two Williams cars, and that is going to give Eamon Murphy a freebie up towards P3. Baldwin, as he did in his first race today, is dominating at the front here. Didn't quite get the lead the first time round, but it holds on to the lead in this second race in the quarterfinals, the first of the quarterfinals. Darren McCormack versus Baldwin. Well, this is going to be spicy. Tinko van der Velde then, I think, has lost out to Eamon Murphy, hasn't he? Yes, he has, and now it's all about his temperament. Can he make the right decisions? Can he stick around? Through the second chicane we go, and it's first blood really to Veloce.
Yeah, I mean, Tinko van der Velde was looking down the inside, kind of over-committed, and that's what opened the door for Eamon Murphy to sweep around. And he maybe backed off of it, maybe been a bit more patient and carried the speed through, might have actually been able to hang on. But either way, Eamon Murphy, marking his progress, of course, was absolutely dominant in the very first race we saw Williams in, just basically running away at the front. That's where we were kind of a bit concerned about Veloce this evening, because between himself and James Baldwin, no disrespect to Isaac Gillison, who is plenty fast enough, between those two, that is a mighty lineup. But this is a very strong grid. I mean, you said it earlier. This is very final worthy between Williams and Veloce. The reason why they're pieced together at this point is courtesy of them kind of doing well or less well through the season, and going through the finals or going through the first round. It kind of just lent them to this point. That's how it goes sometimes. It's not a random draw. It's based on your championship position, and I'm sure they would have worked out that had they won and had Williams won, and they would have worked out this was probably going to happen at some point, maybe quite early in the competition, earlier than expected.
Yeah, well, you know, here we are. This is the beauty of our job, Lewis. We get to commentate on this kind of duel, which is fantastic. We're on board there with the most hated man in esports, Eamon Murphy. He's despised worldwide. As we head then down in towards turn number 1, oh, Baldwin there, just about leaving enough room, and actually makes a mistake there. That is very unlike James Baldwin, but not quite going to lose the position. Zara McCormack is actually going to get a bit of an overlap here. We'll be forced to go around the outside, but we'll then tuck underneath that rear wing towards that second chicane via Curve Grande. And is there going to be that little opportunity? You've got to be patient here. P1 is absolutely vital for your passage through to the semi-finals. And there's, again, 7.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time to get this job done. And you've already seen Baldwin make one little mistake. Gone deep through there again, up towards the Lesmos here. Are we going to potentially see that overlap again? No, Baldwin goes defensive. But the best thing for him really is, and the thing he can take solace in, is P3 is his teammate here, and Eamon Murphy. So any mistake made by that Williams car, Eamon Murphy will be ready to pounce like a panther. And there we go. Nearly a mistake there from Dara McCormack. Baldwin making some very, very silly mistakes here. Is it intentional to try and get Murphy in and amongst it? I'm not sure it is. As you can see, Tinker van der Velde is already side by side, then up towards Ascari they come. It's like a car park here, Lewis. Oh, this is spicy.
Absolutely is. I mean, this is just fantastic. Oh, a little bit of contact as well between Tinko van der Velde and Eamon Murphy. Van der Velde trying to get around the outside of the Irishman, does not do so, and Isaac Gillison might well come through. I think this is just fantastic pace, by the way, from Dara McCormack, and naturally there, Eamon Murphy goes over to the other side to give slipstream to his teammate. It is now Veloce 1, Williams 2, Veloce 3 and 4, Williams 5, 6. Big dive back to the inside from Van der Velde, isn't able to make his way through, and James Baldwin does have to worry about his mirrors, because Dara McCormack, we know that this young superstar means business here on ACC, and he is absolutely flying. Fastest lap went to him just briefly as Isaac Gillison then takes it.
Yeah, Gillison's got to frustrate Tinker van der Velde here. Frustrate him, because right now, even if his teammate gets into the lead of this race for Williams, it will not matter. Veloce will still go through. You see, round the outside, we will go then. Tinker van der Velde on the brakes very, very late. Has that overlap through the first part of the chicane and the second part, but ultimately the exit speed from Isaac Gillison is exactly what the team of Veloce needed. Through Curve Grande, they will come once again. Frustrating the young Dutchman is Isaac Gillison. It is actually Dutchman versus Dutchman. It's quite ironic here, as we actually see all of the Veloce drivers, they actually all originate from Project Cars Esports. So good to see them being able to transfer it onto multiple here. And that's a mistake there. Isaac Gillison very, very deep under braking. That should be really a freebie there. Tinko should be able to keep that position there. Will he have damage? I'm not too sure. Did Dara McCormack get into the lead though? That's the question. They just panned off camera, unfortunately. No, he did not. So as it stands, if Dara McCormack can get ahead of Baldwin here, Williams would go through. But as it genuinely stands, Veloce have the upper hand here. This is fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, we're halfway really through this race. We know this one's going to be a 6-lapper. That's how they'll all be with these 10-minute races. But you're absolutely right that Dara McCormack does have to worry not only about what's ahead, but what's behind. That's the critical thing. But they've got nothing to lose. He either takes the lead here or they're out of the competition. That's the game plan right now. And now he does have to worry about Eamon Murphy, who is on the attack going down and towards the parabolica. He looks to the outside and doesn't fancy it, doesn't commit, doesn't do it. And so the slipstream will go back from James Baldwin to McCormack. But again, if Eamon Murphy can get alongside, you know that James Baldwin will give slipstream to Eamon Murphy, will try and make this a Veloce 1-2, and then it will be settled.
I don't think he has to. I think what Eamon just did there was absolutely spot on. Make it look like you're going for a move. Force Dara McCormack to be defensive. Just losing time. You do not need to make the overtake at this stage of the race. Dara McCormack very deep under braking and absolutely nails it there. That's beautiful stuff there from the young Irishman. But again, just to reiterate, I don't think Murphy needs to make an overtake. He knows what kind of pace he has here, but ultimately, Dara McCormack, with that braking into turn number 1, has gapped Murphy, got right onto the rear wing then of James Baldwin once again. We're about to see this fight here. We've still got, well, actually, I say we've still got, there's only 4 minutes left to go here. Dara McCormack, if he wants his team to go through here, has to make an overtake. We have to see this happen. Tinker van der Velde is comfortably in 4th position. So, as it stands, Veloce are good to go through via points. If Dara McCormack is able to make an overtake here, they would be tied on points, I believe. It would be 5 points each, but on race countback, which is result, Williams would get it by being in the lead. But there's one thing catching up to James Baldwin. There is quite another passing him. He is a monster when he leads races, and he is doing the job for Veloce as it stands.
Indeed, and like you say, we know how good Baldwin is, we know how good McCormack is, we know how good Murphy is, and guess what? We know the same for Van der Velde, Stefanko and Gillison. They're all fantastic. A little bit too wide there, though, from Dara McCormack. And again, it's just going to drag Eamon Murphy into it a little bit. But you can see Van der Velde there just getting a few wisps of the slipstream as well from the top three. It's not going to be enough to really drag him along, but just seeing them close, that'll be enough to help him just find an extra little bit on this track to try and drag him back into that battle. If he can do so, he'll be very, very helpful indeed to, of course, his teammate in Dara McCormack. Fastest lap, watch that purple marker drop straight down the top three. Baldwin had it, and then boom, boom, boom. It was always going to be Murphy's. The slipstream just working in his advantage, and now he's going to look to the inside, coming down towards the Rettifilio. Can't find a pass.
But he did enough. He did his job, didn't he? That's all he's got to do. He's got to force Dara McCormack offline. And what James Baldwin has to do is hit his marks. He did not hit his mark that time round. I'm a fine one to talk about peak drivers hitting their marks. Of course, I'm a commentator. There's a reason why I'm talking about it. It's because I'm not good enough to be in it. But he did miss his mark there, and actually is now under a little bit of pressure here from McCormack. But McCormack knows if he doesn't get it right here, there's contact between the two of them into that second chicane. McCormack has got to jump over the sausage curb there. Wasn't his fault. He was forced out wide. Normal service resumes. Murphy then trying to make a move up towards the Lesmos, but ultimately it is indeed still in Veloce's hands here. But Murphy's just got to keep doing that. He's just got to keep forcing Dara offline into the braking zones ever so slightly, which means he cannot then attack Baldwin. That was very interesting there. I don't think we're looking at penalties for that little exchange, to be completely honest with you, but it is starting to spice up beautifully.
I mean, the renovations at Monza have been pretty crazy based on where I'd seen them. If there's some chicanes at the Lesmos now, but each to their own. I mean, that would be a pretty bold change. I don't think it would help the racing. I'll say that. We've got a lovely racetrack here in Monza. I agree with you. I don't think that there is any requirement for race control to step in. It's all status quo. It all is as it is. Let's just see these battle over one final lap here in the very first quarterfinal, race 8 of the day. We are halfway through, basically through the day's proceedings. With all of the round 1 races done, with the second chance races done, we are in the quarterfinals. This is the very first quarter-final battle. Of course, Veloce versus Williams. It's been a tight one. It's maybe been actually a bit calmer than I would have expected, to be perfectly honest. Whether that changes on this last lap, we'll have to wait and see.
I think it's been exciting in a whole different way.
Exactly.
It's been more like a game of chess, this kind of race here. Again, the braking here of Dara McCormack is unbelievable, but James is just able to get that power down a little bit earlier here. But the best thing for Dara McCormack is the fact that he has isolated Baldwin now. So Murphy's not close enough to take advantage if he does send it. He's got to lunge it at some point. If Williams want to go through to the semi-finals of the ERL Spring Cup Masters, he has to make the overtake as he goes very late on the braking. He's cleaned out Baldwin. Murphy's going to take the lead of this race. He had to do something. He had to take a chance. That wasn't really even an opportunity to make an overtake there. Baldwin's going to be absolutely furious there. You see him on camera. It's not the most flappable of drivers, but he will definitely show emotion as well. But ultimately, I think McCormack is going to let him have the position anyway. Eamon Murphy, though, he was the insurance plan. He was the quickest in the qualifiers. You can see him not being flappable at all there. Again, still the most despised man in sim racing, and he very much deserves that as well. He is a horrible human being as we come through the Ascari chicane. But again, he's the insurance policy for Veloce. This is why they are so strong. This is why they are one of the favourites coming into this, because they have 2-3 drivers all capable of winning. Tinker van der Velde 1.1 second behind. Isaac Gillison under some severe pressure here. I guess it is from McCormack. So McCormack has not let Baldwin go through. I don't think it's going to matter. There will be a penalty if there were some position changes. But ultimately, Veloce, with Eamon Murphy in this quarterfinal, he is going to come across the line and pick up another victory. That's 2 for him for the day. He's absolutely the star of the show as it stands. Tinker van der Velde will come across the line in second position, and Isaac Gillison proving why having 3 drivers is absolutely vital. He does take P3. There's no penalties needed here, Lewis. It will be Veloce that knock Williams out in this competition. It's the first real clash of the Titans, and one of the Titans is going home. Williams Esports will no longer be in this competition. Whew.
I mean, I was going to say that we, with that battle, kind of regardless, I think, even if it had sort of been at this point where Williams were moving through, I think race control would have stepped in to switch that one, because it was a pretty big hit from Dara McCormack. Again, no intent, hard racing. I actually think James Baldwin might have understood that even straight away, especially as soon, he turns around and is like, Dara McCormack's there. He's like, oh, well, fair enough then. It's a bit of hard racing. I don't think it'll be too miffed by it. Veloce might be a little bit dejected on how they go through, but I think they'll be feeling very, very confident to have taken out one of the very, very heavy hitters early. But, I mean, we say early, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then finals. You knock them out now or you knock them out never.
We're winding down. We're getting to the crunch point, and of course now, Williams Esports, we thought that was going to be tasty. I did think Veloce had the upper hand, at least with the driver lineup that they had. But now we go to the Unicorns of Love and YAS Heat, the Veloce sister team, trying to displace the Unicorns of Love from the top step of the Assetto Corsa Competizione pile. I mean, I'll ask you, Lewis, because you're going to be watching on for this one. You don't get to commentate over what's going to be a blockbuster event. What does YAS Heat have to do other than be quick in qualifying?
This one's not going to be easy. I would argue that this might actually be the toughest opponents that Unicorns of Love have actually come across in either the ERL or the ERWC. Because that's no disrespect. That is not me trying to disrespect Redline, who are, as we know, ACC is their weakest platform of the three, and then Veloce, who are a fantastic team. But YAS Heat, that lineup that YAS Heat have brought to this, that is an incredible ACC specialized lineup, and that will be incredibly hard to beat for Unicorns of Love. This one is going to be a very tough affair indeed.
Here's a good look at how things are shaking up. Of course, we've already done with quarterfinal 1. We head to quarterfinal 2 now. YAS Heat and Unicorns of Love. Do remember the teams that we waved goodbye to in that second chance race. BS Competition, Triton Racing, Jean Lacey Esports Academy, and Burst Esports, all in that order, have at least got a point or a couple to be added to the standings for the Esports Racing League. Fascinating. Still a lot of racing to go, Luke. I can't wait to see what we've got in store for us now. I think this is going to be fun. I'm really interested now. I saw a bit of banter in the virtual paddock between R8G and Fordzilla talking about round 2. They're clearly excited about going up against each other once again.
Yeah, massive opportunity for the likes of Redline, for the likes of R8G, Fordzilla as well. You know, those teams that are in the sort of bottom half of the draw now to advance through to the semi-finals, where I just don't think they really had that potential, because I think the first 2 quarterfinals we've seen here had the potential to be the best 4 teams. So we're going to see 2 Titans knocked out. Oh God, I just no time to breathe in this. This is great.
No, and this one is going to be fantastic. Probably the thriller of the evening so far. Of course, it's YAS Heat against Unicorns of Love. Luke and Arjuna, take it away.
Well, here we go then. It is the second of our 4 quarterfinals. It is Unicorns of Love versus YAS Heat, 2 Titans on the ACC platform. And well, it is an absolute lockout at the front here. I feel like if there was a chance for YAS Heat, they had to qualify well here. Unfortunately, they just haven't, and they've come up against a UOL wall, with Grunewald being the aggressor this time round. It was Pfeffer in the first qualifying. How's this going to go, Arjuna?
I think Unicorns of Love are looking to just do what they did to Arnage, lead into turn 1 and lead from there.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. Can one of the YAS Heat drivers get in and amongst it? I think they have to be aggressive from the offset here and potentially get up into second spot. It's going to be so tough here. Heading around the final corner then, before we start our 10-minute race, it is Unicorns of Love versus YAS Heat. It is Grunewald that will take us away. He was the star of the show at Bathurst earlier on at the World Cup earlier on this year for the Unicorns of Love, and Pfeffer just in behind him, and Tauscher in third spot. Here we go then. It's green light racing as we make the long run down in towards turn number 1, and Pfeffer already making some advancements on the outside there. But look at this. Look at Malinowski. Malinowski trying to make it 3 wide there. The gap did not open up. And again, you've got to pick your opportunities to make your move as we run down towards turn number 1. Maybe a little bit of nudging is racing down through there. But again, I tell you what, that is a strategy Redline have used time and time again here. Unicorns of Love taking a leaf out of Redline's book, making a brick wall there to go through. Grunewald leads, but Unicorns of Love are 1, 2, 3.
Nice and tidy. It's what they needed. And now what can YAS Heat do? They've got to make sure that the rear gunner action from the Unicorns of Love doesn't hold them up too much. If you are the Unicorns of Love, I think you block the road. You allow Tobias Grunewald to run away, because at worst, even if Tobias Pfeffer, Michi Tauscher finish down in 4th, that's still enough to get you through to the semi-finals. It's all in the hands of the pink and black.
Yeah, 100% there, and they've done exactly what they needed to do. One of the favourites, not only to get through this stage of the championship, but to make it all the way through to the final, and maybe even go out there and win it. They are undefeated on ACC. They have beaten Veloce in a final. They've beaten Redline in the final. YAS Heat, again, like Lewis said, is probably the strongest team they've faced yet so far, I would say, because Veloce on the day only had 2 drivers. So, yeah, this is just such a cracking performance from the young team so far. Again, not resting on their laurels, World Cup champions with ACC specifically, and yet they still bring in another driver to try and bolster their talented squad. It's very close between the 3 of them. There's a bit of a gap though forming, and right now it has Malinovsky got the pace to go and catch up to them. Do they feel like Boothby or maybe Statsenko is a little bit faster? Let them go, try and chase them down. You've got to make decisions really, really quickly here because there's only 8 minutes left to go.
You also got to make sure you do it in a clean fashion, right? We've seen race control have to intervene on a number of occasions. Do you start swapping around as well? If Boothby doesn't have the pace, does he let his teammate go on through? Seems that like that's going to be the modus operandi for now. It's all on Malinovsky's shoulders, though. He's the one first in line. He's got to close up. He's still way further back than I thought he would have wanted to be on the run down into turn number 1.
Yeah, how scary is that, saying if you don't think Boothby's got the pace? Like, that is how quick the UOL team are performing here, because Boothby is one of the very fastest in the world. Like, there's no 2 ways about it. Not only over a 1-lap pace, but over a race pace as well. Just an incredibly talented set of drivers on the grid right now. All 6 of them. UOL are on a different planet. This is sensational, to be quite honest with you, Arjuna. This is a performance that I maybe see from them in a final, but to be doing it this early against such a strong team, this is phenomenal stuff.
Yeah, and you just look at the face of Tauscher right now as well, right? He doesn't look too ruffled, even though he's the one that would be the one to first come under pressure. They're opening that gap up as well, just over a second as they work into Ascari. We're not even 2 laps complete with this one, and Unicorns of Love, it's a nice stroll through the park for them so far.
No, exactly that. But again, we have to reiterate, it looks like a stroll to the park. It absolutely isn't. Like, the other team are like one of the very best. YAS Heat are renowned as one of the, maybe I'd say, top 4 teams in the world of sim racing on ACC. I feel like we've just seen 4 of them racing in the first 2 quarterfinals. It is like just scary, the performance we're seeing, and they're such a young team. Where can UOL go with this team? They can go to the absolute moon. That is the fact of the matter here. We just had a question, where is Malinovsky from? He is from Poland, and he loves pasta. So there you go. That's a nice little fact for you. Again, do you swap positions with the front 3? You probably don't. Tauscher probably needs to just lay off a little bit here. I know it might be all fun and games going, do you know what? I'm going to have a little play with my teammate Pfeffer. Just don't be the guy that just takes your teammate out and takes yourself out as well. You do not want to be that driver. Just play the sensible game. Get yourself through to that semi-finals. Maybe you can get fruity as you go further through here. To be honest with you, Arjuna, this is incredible performance. It's boring. Don't get me wrong. Everyone at home's going, this is ridiculous. Like, YAS Heat aren't performing here at all. Oh, they are. They are driving so fast. Just UOL are, yeah, fair play to them. This is very special. You're witnessing a very special performance here from a team.
They're going to be now looking at that next quarterfinal matchup between Team Fordzilla and R8G, because the winner of this will face off with the winner in the next of the quarterfinal matchup. So it does look as though I think Unicorns of Love are walking their way through to the final. I think we're more now looking at who's going to be challenging them. I think the impressive thing is we talk about the consistency, right? Redline have been in all but one of the finals dating back to the Esports Racing World Cup. R8G came in second in the regular part of the Spring Cup. They came into this one as the second seed. If they get their way through to the semi-finals with a roster that was very much more focused on rFactor 2, and maybe you could even say a little bit more on iRacing, they've got speed in Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's not where we favored them. I think R8G will look back on the Spring Cup and tick a box saying, okay, was that a success? Yes, it was.
Yeah, 100%. And again, you've got to pick your battles, haven't you? You know, if you want to beat the team that are the team to beat, Redline, you've got to be hitting semi-finals in every single one of our Masters. It's as simple as that. There's a reason why they are the top in terms of points scored. And, you know, even after the Spring Cup, you're almost saying, not Veloce, sorry, you're almost saying Redline are guaranteed to make it through to the World Cup, right? Even after just one cup. So yeah, if you could just perform relatively well across all 3, you're going to put yourself in a massive position to make it to that World Cup. As it stands, Grunewald still leads here. 4 minutes to go. Pfeffer is in second spot. Tauscher in third. All UOL, as it stands here, a brilliant performance from them. And now you can see the stats Senka maybe starting to close in ever so slightly again. He was a race winner from earlier on as well. Then we've got Malinowski in behind and Boothby as your 6 drivers. There's not a lot between them here. There's a bit of a mistake. If you're worried about whether Gronewald is still pushing this car, he absolutely is there. There's the proof, Arjuna.
Well, and to go back to what I was saying earlier with RAG, Unicorns of Love will be one that's really smiling. I mean, they took the win on day 1 of the Esports Racing World Cup. I think it's fair to say rFactor 2 and then iRacing really didn't go their way. They were the 3rd seed after the end of the Spring Cup with 65 points. 68 were the points that RAG had, 75 for Team Redline, who won every single day, or up at the front, I should say, on every single day of the Esports Racing League Spring Cup. I think Unicorns of Love are another team that will be really smiling. You look backwards in the pack, though, teams that are already on the back foot as we head towards the Summer Cup, the likes of the Apex Racing team. I mean, we talked about, you know, BS competition, or excuse me, some of the other teams having Arnage, that's the team I was trying to think of, experience on more one platform focus than the others. The Apex Racing team is down in 20th position, one of the juggernauts in sim racing. Very much looking questionable. There's still a long way to go till next February, yes, but very questionable as to whether Apex are going to be in the top 12 when we finish up the full cup later this year.
Yeah, you're going to have teams like UOL who only favour ACC. If they can sort of get themselves into that top 12 on rFactor 2 and indeed iRacing, they're going to take a position away from the likes of someone like Apex Racing as well. A Triton, I think, another team as well. You've got Burst Esports, those kind of teams. John Lacey Esports, would you have said John Lacey Esports was one of the top 12 or favourites to make it to this stage of the competition? I don't think I would have done personally myself. Are they going to be stronger on rFactor 2 and iRacing? I think they probably will be as well. So yeah, a team like Apex, who are an absolute stalwart, one of the biggest sim racing teams there are, especially on iRacing, they're under a lot of pressure. But if there is a team that can indeed get out of that, it is them. But anyway, back to the 12 teams that are here today. We've got 2 of them on our screens. 1 minute 40 seconds left on the clock. 1 lap will remain after this. It's dominance here from UOL. To be honest, we've seen this in race number 1 for them in the qualifiers, and now we're seeing it in the quarterfinals. There's a team that always get faster and faster and faster. You don't expect it to be the fastest team that keep getting faster and faster and faster, but that is a fact right now. UOL are the team to beat.
It's a scary proposition, isn't it, as they just continue to build up the momentum. And, you know, you said before we started race 1 of round 1 that usually the team that ends up successful isn't always the team that starts well. Unicorns of Love is trying to prove you wrong as we come to the 1 to go signal. Started off really, really strongly. Yes, they were up against a team that maybe they would have expected to beat, but when you put them up against a team that maybe we thought would bring the challenge to them, they haven't just stood up and made themselves counted. They have been dominant. 3 seconds the gap between 3rd and 4th.
What the most impressive thing here is all 3 UOL drivers have just been able to gap the whole team of YAS Heat. We haven't seen that today. You know, being able to see one driver mix it with the front 3 of a dominant team, but just they've got away and they've driven away quite comfortably, and it doesn't look like any of them has less pace than the other. So we know that Tausch is comfortably, you know, capable of winning races, right? We know that Pfeffer's capable of winning races. He's already won a race today. We know Grunewald's comfortable or indeed capable of winning races because he's about to do it right now. You look at the other teams and they've really got one standout driver, or maybe 2, where you just look at and go, yeah, they could definitely win a race here. Could they get a 1, 2, 3? Unlikely when they come up against teams such as UOL or maybe YAS Heat, Veloce, Williams. Those are sort of standout teams for me on ACC. This is the only squad where you just look at them and go, any one of them can win quite comfortably.
And we really, you know, through the course of the finals, where we've seen these one-on-ones, we haven't, you know, it's the first time that we're doing one-on-ones outside of the finals. We haven't seen domination like this, you know, 1, 2, and 3. It took Redline a while before they figured out the meta, as you like to say. So it's an ominous sign, I think, for all the teams as we head to the semi-finals. Unicorns of Love on a roll.
Oh yeah, in sensational fashion. It is our second quarterfinal. It's where the races are supposed to get tighter and fewer and far between. It's not the case here. UOL with Grunewald leads the way. Pfeffer as a support act, and then the second support act of Michael Tauscher. Incredible scenes here as UOL absolutely assert their dominance over this competition and instantly become the favourites to win this if they weren't already. It's a 1, 2, 3 for UOL, and unfortunately YAS Heat, who I would say, weren't at the races. They absolutely were. They performed very, very well. They were not slow by any stretch of the imagination. But UOL are in a different planet right now.
It's impressive with BS competition, right? YAS Heat really did show some good pace. That was maybe the sloppiest of all the races that we had in round one. But yeah, I'm not entirely shocked to see the Unicorns of Love domination, Lewis. I mean, it's been rather easy for them. I agree with Luke, though. It's not like they've been having to go 9/10s. They've very much been pushing to the very limit.
Look, I'll say it. I was expecting them to win. I think that's... I was expecting Unicorn of Love to go through. I was expecting them to be challenged. That is, again, no disrespect to YAS Heat. If anything, to be fair, I think it's almost a bit of extra respect towards Team Redline, who the only team that have really... obviously, Veloce did in the ERWC, but when Redline challenged them at Misano, obviously at the start of the ERL, it really showed how good of a team they are. I think today, this is Unicorns of Love being like, yep, we are going for the three-peat on ACC. They are so strong.
And we're going to now have to wait and see in the semi-finals if the next quarterfinal matchup will hold a surprise and maybe put forth a competitor. Again, I talked about RHG's strength so far through this Spring Cup, Luke, and, well, they're doing battle with Team Fordzilla again. Fordzilla will be hoping that they learned something from that initial quarterfinal matchup.
100%, and we've seen many times a team just come out of nowhere, not really perform too well in the qualifiers, go through the second chance, last chance, no chance after this race every single time, and then suddenly just hit their form, hit their stride, start to get a little bit of confidence in themselves, and then make it towards a semi-final, potentially a final as well. Because when Veloce reached the final on ACC in the World Cup, we probably didn't expect it. We expected someone like Redline, and then quite the opposite. We expected Veloce to reach a final the next time on ACC, and it was Redline that reached that final. I'm going to just go back just briefly to the quarterfinal we've just seen. Can UOL maintain that level of performance? Have they peaked? Because for me, the only way they can go is go down. I think that was that dominant. And the teams like Fordzilla, the only way for them is just continue that trajectory up, because they look very, very strong in that last chance race or second chance race. Whereas RHG, I think they kind of may feel like they know what to expect from Fordzilla. I think we're going to see a completely and entirely different beast.
Well, I'm going to correct myself. As Lewis McLeod says, silly boy, it is not Fordzilla and RHG up next. Instead, we go back to Team Redline and YAS Competition, Lewis.
This is going to be a tough one. This really is going to be a tough one, but Redline should clean it.
Well, I'm now stepping aside here. Am I stepping aside? Yes, I am. Sorry, it's Lewis and Arjuna now who are going to take you through. We're literally ready to kick off. Let's get it on.
Well, our YAS Competition are the surprise package then to reach this point of the competition. Certainly one of those teams that we were not expecting to get this far, but now they're against their toughest challenge yet, trying to take on Team Redline. They've battled with them before, but not in a competition as direct as this. They have not had a great one in the one-on-ones. They've had to take on, of course, Unicorns of Love, where they got beaten, and I think rightfully so. This one, they've got maybe potentially a bit more of a chance carrying the confidence, but this is Redline after all.
The thing that we need to watch for, though, Jimmy Antunes in front of Jeffrey Rietveld in qualifying. Now, it's still going to be Siggy and Benito playing the roadblock on the run down into turn one, but can Jimmy Antunes spring a surprise? Pinchez and David Toth, they've got to find a way past Rietveld as well to put the pressure on those Redline cars up the front.
So, do you think Arnage, this is, now you don't have to argue because you've already got a shirt, do you think Arnage Competition actually have any chance to really beat Redline here? Because it's a tough one.
Realistically, probably not. As someone who wants to see a good fight, and as someone who has an Arnage Competition shirt, I would love to see them put up a fight. I think it's all, though, going to be about the run into turn one. Now, the way that starts work in Assetto Corsa Competizione, at least from my understanding, Lewis, so correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's not like in iRacing, where the field is basically in the leader's control. Everyone gets the green flag at the same time, which is why I'm so surprised that we've seen the leader lead out of the Rettifilio in every single one of the races that we've had so far.
Yeah, because typically, you're absolutely right. You would assume that with the slipstream battle down there, that the leader's going to be under a lot of attack, that potentially, you know, there's going to be a big dive bomb down the inside. Jimmy Antunes has that opportunity to potentially send it in, but it is Kevin Siggy on pole, who's, well, he's a well-versed racer himself, and he's got his teammate alongside, an Enzo Benito, Antunes, Rietveld, Pinches, and Toff round out the grid as we'll get ready to go underway in our third quarter-final. Redline, the hot favourites here as we are back racing once again, and the long run down towards the Rettifilio. Of course, Siggy comes over to give his teammate the slipstream as they'll all push their way through. All of the Arnage competitions on the left, all of the red lines on the right. The defensive move from Kevin Siggy. Big move though from Antunes, who just makes a little bit of contact. He forces his way through, makes contact as well with Enzo Benito, and pushes both the red line cars off the road.
Now, Race Control will take a look at it, but crucially, two red line cars now are out at the tail end of the field. It was the pole sitter that's still at the front. Benito's the one that gets bullied in the 69 all the way back to the trailing edge of the pack. Now, I don't know what Race Control will think. Arnage have an opportunity here.
Oh, and there was almost contact between two of the Arnage competition cars as they're all in one big train now. And Antunes obviously trying to attack Kevin Siggy here, trying to find a way through. There was a little brush, not too much, just getting very close on the run into the Rogier, but wasn't enough to sort of force an issue. And this is where Kevin Siggy, he'll want to clear Ascari cleanly, because if he could do so, he'll feel that he can clean away from the pack. But his teammates obviously sat in 5th and 6th. If everything was to finish it was, and there is no penalties, then, well, it will be Arnage competition going through. But I don't know about you, Arjuna. I'm not sure about either of those two.
No, I'm not either as well. I think we've got a long way to go before we have any clarity on this race. And I would not be shocked if Race Control gives a penalty point or two to Arnage competition. But ultimately, if they can bully Kevin Siggy out of the lead and they can get to the top 2 spots, they'd be in a very good opportunity to be the shock of this Spring Cup Masters and bundle Redline out during the quarterfinals.
What did Luke say at the start of it? He said that he didn't think that Redline were getting to the semis. Could it be Arnage competition that was the one to knock them out? I mean, if you'd have asked me before the competition, absolutely not. Ask me during it, and potentially there is a bit more of a question mark as Jimmy Antunes is closing once again on Kevin Siggy into the braking zone of the Rettifilio. He's very close again. He might well make contact again. He has made contact. Oh, and the two Arnage competition cars have made contact as Antunes hit the back of Siggy. Pinches hit the back of Antunes, and Antunes has gone around, and I think that might well have just settled it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic accordion, a teammate on teammate drama. What's rule number 1 in racing? Don't hit your teammate. Rule 2, refer back to rule number 1. Kevin Siggy going to run away now, about 1.5 seconds clear of those behind. Now, slipstream might help him close, or might help those behind close back up, but ultimately, 1 and 4 for Redline is a very comfortable spot.
Certainly is. Also, other rule number 1s. Rule number 1: don't speed in pit lane while serving a speeding in the pit lane penalty. That's another. There's a few rule number 1s. Also, another one: don't share a car with Arjuna. He'll use all of your fast pairs, and then you'll be out of the race.
That's rule number 78.
Oh, is it really? That's I mean, that's a good rule. Of course, the best number in all of racing and motorsport.
Well, no, so I very much believe rule number 1 is don't hit your teammates. There are many other rules about what you want to do, but at its crux, the thing you never want to do in racing is be involved in something with your teammate. Now that was very different to what we saw with R8G, right? You look back to what Hosseini did, right? Where he absolutely sent it on Huben, and that caused the stack up that took him out in that contact with Piffet. This, though, was just the chain reaction. It happens at Monza. It's so easy. You're on the brake so hard. And Antunes just that little bit too deep, then boxed himself back up into the path of Pinches, into the path of Toth. And I'm a bit more shocked that those two Arnage competition cars don't have too much damage, and that settles it. 2 penalty points for Arnage competition. Yeah,
that is as near as makes no difference over. They can still win it. There is a possible chance. Should Adam Pinches and David Toth find enough pace to catch Kevin Siggy and pass and then 1-2 this race, I can tell you the likelihood of that, and the betting odds would not be particularly favourable to Arnage competition on that one, knowing how good Kevin Siggy is. He is such a strong driver. But I will ask one other question on this, which is, let's say, for example, going to the final, it is going to be Redline versus Unicorns of Love again, which would be yet another final, by the way, for Redline, meaning the only one that they've ever missed was the very first one in the ERWC, showing how strong they are. And of course, they've won 4 of the competition. Obviously, this is including the ERWC. They've won twice in the ERL when it comes to the overall rounds. Would you not be a bit concerned if you were Redline that you were challenged by our Nage competition? Again, no disrespect to our Nage competition, but when you consider how much our Nage competition got, let's be honest, ripped apart by Unicorns of Love, I'd be very concerned.
I think maybe, but I think if you analyze what happened, it was just turn 1 drama, right? It was Antunes, right, that had the almighty send that bumped Benito around, compromised Siggy as well very slightly. I think you'll be slightly concerned, but I think the reality is, the thing that concerns you is the strength of Unicorns of Love already. We've seen them, and again, when it comes to Redline, you expect them to be good on rFactor 2, you expect them to be quick on iRacing, where they've been dominant, very, very dominant. ACC was the one where they were always, okay, let's get the points that we can out of it. 3rd in the Esports Racing World Cup, in the finals in the Spring Cup of the Esports Racing League. If they get to the finals again, it'll be a job well done. They'll put, again, like I said with RAG, a check next to the box that says successful.
Speaking of checks next to the box, by the way, those that will be departing the round from this point on quarterfinals, everyone gets prize money. All 12 of the teams get prize money. We brought this up a little bit earlier on. So much prize money, $10,000 up for grabs. As here's Rietveld just trying to make his way past on David Toth, who I'll go to this point in just a second. He's got the inside going through Curva Grande, but he's not really going to send it in because that was a big move on the brakes from the Hungarian just to hang on to the position right now. Of course, that is 3rd spot. They will all be getting $425, the teams that get knocked out at this point, which, let's be honest, of all things considered, is a bit of a goodbye present. That ain't bad. All the teams that got knocked out, by the way, in the second chance race, they'll get $200. These get $425. You get knocked out in the semi-finals, it's $1,000, which I mean, I wouldn't say no to. $2,000 for the team that finishes 2nd in that final, and $3,500 to the team that wins.
Now, do you split that across the 5-man roster of the Spring Cup, or do you just split it between the 3 that compete here today? I think that's well, you never know, right? Because the idea is...
it is rough. The more you think about it, it is rough.
It's about the 5-man opportunity. Here comes Rietveld, though, having to sniff back to the outside as he looks to try and get back in front of the Hungarian. A long way around through Parabolica. Gives you a more distance, but also easier opportunity to get on the throttle nice and early, and he'll tuck up behind. Watch out for Antunes as well. Redline do have to be careful. Yes, there are 2 penalty points that are going the way of the Arnage competition team, but if they finish 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and then start to put the pressure onto Siggy, things may change around in the blink of an eye.
No, you're absolutely right. The thing is right now is it's about taking risks. They'll all go side by side through the Retifilio. It's a critical that they do not pick up penalty points. We saw it go against teams a bit earlier on where you're taking unnecessary risks. Right now, obviously Rietveld can't exactly back off the toss because he's got to worry about Antunes that sat directly behind him as they'll continue to battle. But right now, Redline are going through. Here he is then looking to the outside of the Rogier, once again committing on the brakes, but the door is open for Antunes to come through, so he's got to send it around the long way. There's contact between the two. It's pushed off the road. Rietveld's come through. Benito's also trying to find a way through.
Now, if there is intervention from race control, I think at most it's going to be a single penalty point. I don't think that's going to change things around too much, but it's getting more feisty. It's at that point, right, where you talk about there's prize money for basically a goodbye present. No one wants to say goodbye just yet. And, full credit to Arnage competition after, do we call it a drubbing at the hands of Unicorns of Love in round 1. They are putting up a fight against the team that has been the class of the Esports Racing League and the Esports Racing World Cup.
I mean, what a dicey bit of racing. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. You've kind of got to go on the attack just a little bit to put yourself into a bit of safety. If there is any penalty for that, I agree, it'll be a single point. But again, you're putting yourself into a bit more of a risky spot. Thankfully, their teammate Kevin Siggy is running away with this. 3.5 seconds he leads over Adam Pintesh, a driver that he has raced with on countless occasions. In fact, has raced with Adam Pintesh on, at least from my memory, 3 different platforms. And obviously, the platform here is ACC. I don't think they've raced on iRacing at all. They have raced on rFactor 2, and they have raced on Race Room together a fair amount. So, I mean, a bit separated in this one, so we won't see any wheel-to-wheel combat between the two, but there's certainly a couple of names that they've seen each other a fair amount through their sim racing careers, and I've certainly seen their names a fair few times over multiple different competitions. They really are at the tippy top.
Luke Crane is very excited right now because we're getting a look on board with Enzo Benito, one of the few drivers that has competed across the platforms that we have here in the Esports Racing League. Podiums across of rFactor 2, iRacing, as well as Assetto Corsa Competizione. It's all about adaptability. And to go back, as we're on the final lap of the race, to go back to the point that I was trying to make with the rosters, do also remember that things reset after each of the cups. The 5-man roster that you nominate before the start of the cup has to hold through all the way through the Masters. You get a fresh slate heading into the Summer Cup and a fresh slate after the Summer Cup heading into the Fall Cup as well. So maybe these teams have been watching on. Maybe they've got new recruits that have joined the party as well. We may see some very different names, some very different faces when we get back underway in a month's time.
Which, I mean, I'm excited for. Always, we always want to see more teams. We always want to see different drivers trying to boost the ERL. But in this way, I kind of want to see who's going to challenge Redline and who's going to challenge Unicorns of Love, because right now they are so strong as Siggy comes around the final corner.
No penalty, by the way, from what we saw before. So it's clear for Redline. They're on their way to the semi-finals.
Well, Siggy across the line, Pinsesh, Rietveld and Túnez, Benito and Toth will finish up the order, and I think that will confirm the positions of Redline to move their way through. But a nice competition. Luke, they did give them a good run for their money, and I think that was a pretty tasty battle.
It was. Again, it was... I think Arnage had to make it mixy if they wanted to have a potential opportunity of going through against Redline. They absolutely tried to do that. It got very dicey, didn't it, in the end there? And that's just the nature of this competition at this stage. You're going to have people take chances, and really it's about making the right decision at the right time and having the right temperament. It just didn't work out there for Arnage. Looks like Redline are going to have safe passage through to the semi-finals. Can they produce some magic and surprise? I know that's crazy to say about someone like Redline because we expect them to be in finals, we expect them to be champions, but it's ACC, it's not their specialist field. Again, if they want to make it to the final, they're going to have to do what they did earlier on in the year, during the Spring Cup, where they did get to the final. They have to produce some more of that magic, but so far so good. Arnage, they absolutely came to party, didn't they, today? It wasn't a case of they lied down and let Redline go through, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of them moving forward in the Summer Cup and indeed the Fall Cup.
Well, now we get set for the final quarterfinal, which will be R8G versus Team Fordzilla. Of course, the winner of this is looking forward to a very tough semi-final matchup against the Unicorns of Love. I'll ask you very quickly, Luke, before we get ready for this final quarterfinal. One-on-one, we loved it during the finals. What have you thought about it so far during this Masters?
Yeah, I love it. I think a few people have kind of really taken it like it's it's almost like Call of Duty, and really, they're really going at it to take people off circuit and stuff. Obviously, it's not intentional, but they've just maybe, I don't know, been a bit too reckless, or the decision making hasn't been the greatest, but it's the first time we've ever tried this, so people are going to make mistakes. It is going to be all about who can make that cool, calm decision at the right time, at the right moment, with all of the pressure of everything happening around them. That's just the nature of the beast. I think it's fascinating. Are we going to see a surprise today? The way UOL are driving, I don't think that's going to be a possibility, but it is 1v1. It just takes one mistake. We've seen it from multiple teams now where they've taken their own teammates out, so it is a distinct possibility. I'm now going to be a bit more specific. It gives nice races like R8G and Fordzilla for a second time today. We're going to get to see that. I feel like that's the most fascinating matchup we've had so far. I feel like we're going to see a completely different outcome in this one as well. But yeah, this whole format is beautiful. I love it. I love it. I want more of it. I want to see it every day.
Qualifying's coming to an end, so quick fire prediction times. I'm going to start with you, Lewis. R8G or Fordzilla? Who's learnt more?
Oh, it's not easy, but I am going to go R8G on this one. Love Fordzilla, but I just think R8G have the edge.
Luke?
I love R8G, but I'm going Fordzilla.
Oh,
so I get the tiebreaker, I guess. I think R8G.
No one cares what you say, RG.
Wow, the toxicity. So, I think we're looking forward to this one, though.
Absolutely. Well, again, I'm just going to take a break. I need another 10 minutes here before we get into our semi-finals. But yeah, Arjuna and Lewis will take us through our final quarter-final. Probably the most eagerly anticipated. It's R8G versus Team Fordzilla.
Not many steps left then until we reach our final. And again, we thought we were saying goodbye to Fordzilla a little bit earlier on in the day, but they have gone the distance so far, and they are going to be taking on R8G. You can see by that qualifying order, though, Amir Hosseini, Nick Huben, and then Erhan Yovsky for R8G line up 1, 2, and 3. So for R8G, they are feeling very strong in this. But what did Fordzilla do in the second chance race that got them through? They just kept out of trouble. So don't discount them just yet.
It's all about the run into turn 1 again, right? If it can be a little bit cleaner than what we saw with Arnage and Redline, but if Fordzilla can bully their way on past, they've got a chance here. Do not count them out.
Well, I mean, from this position, are you keeping with? I mean, I'm sure we both keep with our R8G prediction here, purely based on the fact of they are 1, 2, and 3. But Fordzilla, they're the kind of team to spring a surprise here. They're specialists, that kind of thing. What do you think they can do?
I'm not changing. I think it's R8G still.
Really sticking with it. I mean, I don't blame you. I would not switch off of it. These two are pretty hard to pick apart. I mean, what's their chances of getting to this point in the competition where we've had Veloce versus Williams, all white, and then having these two? Thankfully, as the year goes on, I'm not sure if they're overcooking the R8G liveries these days, but they keep getting darker and darker as the seasons go on. So thankfully, we have a bit less of that orange, which is visible, which, as much as I much prefer it, I think in this scenario would have been almost impossible to pick the two apart, but we will allow it. The run down to turn 1, do you think we're going to see Carnage at T1, by the way?
No, I think we'll get okay. I will also say for Fordzilla, came into this the 11th seed, getting to the quarterfinals with the points on the board. It's a successful day overall for them, even if it ends here.
Well, it is our last and final quarter-final, and we'll move our way into the semis and eventually the final. Which one of these two will be making the trip? Hosseini leads then from pole position as R8G will be side by side. They all remain side by side. No clear leader on the run down into the Rettifilio as looks out there from the Fordzilla car in the background. Of course, the top Fordzilla car. Oh, he's just made contact. I think there was a little bit of contact on the rear end from Sean Arnold into the rear end of Gianmarco Verducci as they all straight line the chicane just ever so slightly. A bit of drama already.
Yeah, but still tidier, I think, than it was before. It's still looking okay for R8G. It's Verducci that's worked his way in front. I think that is of Yayovsky. Correct me if I'm wrong, but still, R8G 1 and 2, that's all they need to do. Hold on to those two positions.
Yeah, indeed. Amir Hosseini then leading from Nick Huben. Then Verducci, who's just taking a little bit too much curb there into the Rogier, and he's under attack from Erhan Yayovsky, who once again looks down the inside. These two have done their fair share of battling over multiple simulators as well. The Macedonian driver, Verducci's a little bit wide, the Italian, and now he'll hit the apex of the second Lesmo. And let's be honest, Erhan Yayovsky is not a driver to wait around. I said before that Jerne Simoncic has been the latest. I know it's on rFactor 2, but rFactor 2 GT Pro champion. Erhan Yayovsky has won that competition twice as he tries to go around the outside of Verducci going down into Ascari.
Oh, a bit of contact there, a bit more contact as they get to the apex, but they survive, they hold on. The main thing I've seen from Yayovsky with my very much iRacing focus over the last couple of years was BMW Sim Live and the BMW Sim M2 Racing Cup, where he had a fantastic battle all the way to the line with new teammate Marcel Cinczyk. The way that Yayovsky responded to the pressure and defended and was able to run the lines that made sense was very impressive to me. He's got to just keep out of trouble here. The top two breaking away, can't afford for any penalty points to come down for that third R8G machine.
No, indeed. Like I say, got to keep out of trouble, and now he's got to worry about Piffet, who's going around the outside, already side by side, and obviously Verducci is going to give his teammate the assist in the slipstream as the top two of Hosseini and Huben. The two ACC specialists of R8G are running away at the moment. Yayovsky's trying to keep himself in that fourth position just to delay Fordzilla. Piffet receiving a bit of a bump. He just bumps Yayovsky just a touch, and you saw how quick Yayovsky's reactions were to keep his car pointing in the same direction. A little bit dicey, but nothing too major. But we're absolutely right. The top two have gone. They've checked out, and R8G are in a very favourable spot.
Yeah, I mean, what more can they really ask for, right? And I'll say, I'll take a line from Luke Crane. If I'm Yayovsky, pull over and let the other Fordzilla cars go on by. There is no point in fighting too aggressively at this point in the race with still, 4 or 5 laps to go. That gap is significant enough that you don't expect for even someone of Verducci's quality to close on Huben in second.
Indeed. I just think that rHG have an incredible lineup here. I do think, though, that we might see the end of them in the semi-finals. I don't feel they've got the team to get to the finals. They're a great team, do not get me wrong, but when you go against Unicorns of Love, when you go against Redline, it's going to be a tough little effort. Of course, the winner of this, as you've said before, will go against Unicorns of Love, who have decimated all of their competition so far. And I think that's kind of one thing that we need to look towards right now. Whilst Hosseini and Hoban are brilliant, and quite frankly, they might be able to snatch a couple of positions off of Unicorns of Love on a good day. I mean, Unicorns of Love are having the greatest day I think I've seen from the team.
Yeah, I mean, no one seems to have anything for them. It'll be interesting to see once you put them on track with the likes of Redline or the winner of this, if there's anything that they can do. But I think a lot of these teams, I keep going back to it, I think a lot of these teams will just be happy with the level of performance that they're showing as we close off the Spring Cup and a couple more points on the board. Remember, the top 12 have gotten to this Spring Cup Masters. The final of them, you know, the first one knocked out, if you will, inside of the second chance race, that was the first esports team. At least they've got an additional point on the board compared to the 12 teams, the 14 teams, excuse me, that did not make it into this. Their prize money is important, bragging rights is important, but ultimately we know that with a hopefully in-person event for the second running of the Esports Racing World Cup, there's something special about LAN events. They want to be there, they want to be part of continued history.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for that, by the way. I mean, less so for meeting you, mate, but yeah, more so for just doing this in person, because we would love to see this. I think an in-person event changes things massively. It makes some drivers do better than you could possibly imagine, and some drivers come along and struggle. It's kind of one of those things that really does change up the formula, and that's the kind of thing where you might see Unicorns of Love be properly challenged, and maybe even some more big surprises you've got to deliver on the day, of course. Whereas right now, in the comfort of their own homes and such, I just don't think there is any stopping them, really, on a day like this, when they're in racing like this. I mean, they said before that they'd gone out of their way to pick up a couple of drivers, the likes of Tobias Pfeffer, and you can see why, because when you 1, 2, 3 races like they've been doing. Thing is, though, going into them as a team like rHG, if you're running away from in a race like this, it might give you that extra bit of confidence, that extra little boost to push forward. Let's see if Haniowski this time can get past Gianmarco Fiducci.
Be a long way around. Again, he does not want to get involved in anything that will bring attention to the race stewards. Just look at them leaning on one another. Now Fiducci makes a bit of contact, but I think you deem that a racing incident as Yoski gets up into third. Crucially, you do say as well, comfort of their homes. The drivers have got their setups dialed in for themselves. When you go to a LAN, a lot of the times it's a set rig for every single one of the drivers. We talk about adaptability across the platforms, across the cars that we have in this Esports Racing League. It's one more thing to adapt to.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's kind of the next step for. I say it's the next step for sim racing. It's kind of not really, because we've already done it a little bit. We've just been delayed on doing it more, which is the critical thing. But I think it's certainly the next step for this competition, where we want to see drivers fall in person. Also, I want to see a couple of fisticuffs. We always like a little bit of drama. No, I'm joking, obviously. I don't.
Racebot Fighting Championship.
Yeah, no, I've not tried commentating on fighting, but I think maybe we might have to. You know what sim racing drama's like. Although it is different in person when you've got Discord and stuff, and you can just F and Jeff at people left, right, and centre. A little bit different when you get out of the simulator. You walk up to like Yuri Kazdorp and think, "What was that?" And then you think, actually, he is really tall, so I won't do that.
How tall is Yuri Kazdorp?
6'7", 6'8".
Oh, wow. Okay,
maybe
I finally
6'6". I don't remember.
Taller than me.
Oh, mate, you want to see someone that's tall? Unicorns of Love, obviously partnered with Netrex. Adam Rainey, who's one of their drivers, I think he's 6'8".
Okay, yeah, I'm 6'5". What about you?
You think you're so? Don't start.
No, come on.
No. I'm 9'8".
Okay, there you go.
Yep, I'm 5'11". All right,
that's not bad.
It's just woefully average. Fiducci, though, going to go around the outside here of Yayovsky. He's absolutely sent it in as well. Move away from the topic of my height, because it's a bit depressing. And Fiducci has made it stick.
And nice and tidy. Again, Yoski not fighting too hard. It's just nice, respectful racing further back. At least you fit on airplanes, I'll say that one.
That's true.
Yeah, you got to think about it when it comes to the overall picture. Here comes Yoski, though, back to the outside as they come into the Roger. It's a bold move. You'll have to back out of this one. You don't want to afford to be side by side and pushing Fiducci off into that wall. It's happened a number of times before, and indeed he slops back into line.
Well, even the very best in the world have squeezed going down into that corner in real-world motorsport. So we've seen that time and time again, as we can see Gianmarco Fiducci now, who's back up into third. He's having a little bit of a fun battle here with Yoski, but I think even Fordzilla have sat here and accepted that this might be the, well, probably will be the last race in this competition, with the exception of any major mistakes from Hosseini and Hoban at the front.
Yeah, no, it's been a tidy race. I said as soon as they broke the gap, it's exactly what they needed to do. I'm starting to get a bit worried, though, for Yoski. Side by side through Ascari. Whoa, that's bumping and rubbing doors more than you want to. And Yoski gets a bit of a tank slapper. Great car control to hold on, but he drops to the back of the pack. Now 3 wide. The Fordzilla cars fan out.
And look, there's a little bit of a smile on Fiducci's face as Fordzilla run 3 wide down into the Parabolica. And that was, I mean, it was a dicey bit of racing. Fair enough. I think, again, they've already accepted their fate in this, so they're just having a little bit of fun. And Haniowski's just joining in with the mix as we cross the line to start the final race. The head of the Fordzilla field is Piffett, then Fiducci, then Arnold, then Yovski, with Hosseini and Huben leading the field.
Come on, Erhan, back out of this one. I know you're a racing driver, but be smart. Be smart here, please. That's a braking zone completely missed. Yeah, that was a braking zone miss, and I just wonder if that pressure from Yovski scared. I think that was either Fiducci or Arnold that completely blew by the braking zone as they take a polystyrene board for a ride. But I just wonder if that pressure from Yovski may have intimidated a Fordzilla car to blow past there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess fair enough. I don't really have any words. So that was a pretty big miss of the braking point. Although, to be fair, I have had that before. You know, when you commit to a braking point, I'm sure you've had it as well to some degree, where you've flown into
I don't know what you're talking about.
Unlikely, good sir. Well, you've gone down into a braking zone. And you think, was that the 150? And they go, oh no, it was the
Yes.
100. Yep, cool. If you already asked yourself if that was the 150, you've made a critical error.
It's even more fun when you're at the Nordschleife, where I, especially during the day, a lot of my braking zones are referenced by the graffiti on the track. And so you look down on the track and you go, wait, that's not the right bit of graffiti. And then you realize, wait, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, no, I mean, there is that. Also, hey, here's another rule number 1 for you. Don't use brake markers. Don't use shadows as brake markers. That is a critical rule number 1 to add to the list. Either way, obviously not following any of those rules because he's been driving absolutely perfectly. Amir Hosseini departs the final corner to confirm R8G's position into the semi-finals. It's been a dominant display from him. It's been a dominant display from Huben. But what a race we've had between the 3 Fordzillas and a bit of Erhan Yovski into the mix. It's been a lot of fun here in the quarterfinals, but unfortunately it is goodbye for Fordzilla.
Fun race. That was good. I mean, maybe not as action-packed as people would have thought in terms of the consequences for the semi-final, but still some good racing. Enjoyed that one, Luke. What did you think watching on?
R8G just did what they needed to do, really, didn't they? I thought Fordzilla would have. I just felt like they were on an upwards curve, and it just didn't work out, unfortunately. They tried to make it a mixy as well, just like Arnage did with Redline. It just wasn't enough. So R8G do advance, and maybe they're going to take that momentum that Fordzilla had, really coming from that second chance race. They're now maybe going to be a little bit faster and maybe somewhat a team that could provide a bit of a surprise. But now there's just no gimmies. It is all about being quick, being consistent over the course of a 10-minute race. If you want to get to that final, you've got to be on your absolute A game.
It's very, very exciting what we've got in store for you now. 2 more semi-finals before we head to our final best-of-3 matchup in the Spring Cup. Team Redline versus Veloce will be up first. Unicorns of Love and R8G up second. So I asked you guys for a prediction for that last quarterfinal matchup. I'm going to ask you for a prediction. Who wins the Spring Cup now as we're down to just the final 4? Lewis, I'll ask you first.
Is that really a question? I mean, it's got to be Unicorns of Love, surely. I mean, they've been the dominant force on ACC. They're running away with every race they've been a part of. Maybe there is some drama that we've not seen just yet, but they really are the overall favourites right now.
Yeah, I'm ordering my cuddly unicorn as we speak. Nice.
Can
you look past them? Really? Like, I know Veloce are incredible, and I fully expect them to get past Team Redline. But can anyone beat Unicorns of Love? I'm just not sure they can. I feel like they're on just in a different planet. The only thing I will say is they are young. Are they going to get fatigued? Are they going to be able to keep up the level of performance they've had from start to finish? We've not seen a team be incredible from race 1 all the way through to what would it be, race 5 for them if they do get to that final. We've not seen that so far. We've seen teams get progressively faster, starting from a slower sort of position. We have not seen a team come out the gates like they have and maintain that speed. So yeah, fatigue is the only thing that I would say would stop them. I can't see another team being able to stop them.
If anyone from the Unicorns of Love management is watching, give credit to Luke Crane when that plushie unicorn does come out. I'm gonna agree with both of you guys. I think the Unicorns of Love very much the favourites as we head into this Final Four. But it's better to ask now than in our final when it's down to just 2, where you had a 50-50 chance of predicting who was going to win. We're ready for the semi-finals though. We'll start with Team Redline versus Veloce. Now remember, both of these teams have been to the finals in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Which one will advance to the final of the Spring Cup Masters? I'll be watching with you in chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, who you think's going to go on through. I'll hand it over to Lewis and Luke.
Well, one final stepping stone then to get our way to that final. Who is it going to be? This time it is Redline versus Veloce. And, well, you were saying it earlier, Veloce have been looking very strong. They start 1 and 2 in this with Eamon Murphy and James Baldwin. Murphy, who is having a day, I don't know the last time I've seen Murphy be this strong, outdoing James Baldwin once again. What a drive so far. Enzo Benito, Siggy, Rietveld make it 3 red lines in a row, and then Isaac Gillison in that 6th spot. Who's going through in this one, Luke?
As much as I dislike Eamon Murphy, his performance today has been exceptional. And he's one of those drivers, like I said, he is always around about a couple of tenths within sort of the fastest drivers at any circuit, but there are certain tracks where he clicks and he is absolutely one of the very best. And to be consistently faster than someone like James Baldwin, you've got to be quick. To be out qualifying Enzo Benito, Kevin Siggy, Rietveld and Isaac Gillison, you've got to be pretty quick. Can he back it up? We've already seen him win a race today, so absolutely. The white of Veloce are at the front here. Can they go one step further and make it towards that final? The final we all deserve. We would love to see, and again, I'm not no discredit here or disservice to Redline or RHG. The final we really want to see, for me, is Veloce versus UOL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, we will say in that Veloce-Williams battle, Eamon Murphy was maybe you could classify as gifted the win after contact at the front that sent Baldwin and McCormack down the road, and then Murphy came through. But it is a stat for the day anyway that Murphy, at least so far, has a 100% win rate. 1 in round 1, 1 in his quarter-final, and looking to win once again in the semi-finals to book Veloce's place in that final. But they are going up against the finalists of finalists, and I have officially said final far too many times, but I've got to say it once more as we get ready to go underway for our very first semi-final here. Redline versus Veloce. Eamon Murphy and Baldwin will start on the front row as we get underway once more here at Monza, and Redline will funnel their way through, but already it's a good start from Enzo Benito, who's straight into the slipstream, stopped Veloce from getting back into line, and this is his attempt. Benito blocked there a little bit by Eamon Murphy as they head into the braking zone for the very first time, and once again it's Baldwin going back around the outside. Murphy's gone in too deep though. Oh my goodness, he's dropped back behind Enzo Benito. Thankfully though, it's his teammate who swooped through to take the lead.
Massive insurance policy there of James Baldwin. He will end up leading this race. Enzo Benito, what a launch he got, by the way. Incredible start from him. Of course, it is a long run down in towards turn number 1. The slipstream is massively strong, just like it is towards that second chicane. Is Baldwin missed his braking point here? No. Just about gets it tucked in nicely there. But yeah, Eamon Murphy, as much as he's dropped 2 positions, he's very fortunate that he had a fellow Veloce driver in James Baldwin, and that's why they're so strong. That's why they're so fancy to get to that final. Enzo Benito currently in 2nd spot, and you just can't cannot put it past Redline, can you? If there is one team that can provide an upset at this stage, it absolutely is Redline. They're currently in second and fourth position, and if they get into the lead of this race, it's just one position change. They would be going through themselves here. So Baldwin, who is used to being under pressure, used to having pressure on his shoulders, he could probably create diamonds. He doesn't crack under pressure. Yeah, he's got one more step here of 8 minutes 30 seconds to go. Keep holding this lead and then drive that team to the final.
Whilst this has been going on, obviously Isaac Gillison and Jeffrey Rietveld have been going side by side, corner after corner. Rietveld made a dive. Gillison's got back ahead though with a bit of side by side combat through Ascari. And so now it is Gillison once again leading in that fifth spot. But Jeffrey Rietveld absolutely slams it straight back down the inside. These two are drawing themselves well out of contention for anything major up the grid, because the top four are checking out from these two, having their own little tussle here around Monza, which, I mean, to be fair, it's a decent track to go racing on right now. And back into the slipstream, Baldwin, Benito, Murphy and Siggy.
Yeah, it's one of those situations here where you kind of, if you're Redline, you kind of want to maybe get involved with Gillison here, force a mistake, force a little bit of contact, you know, just have something to play here. And that might be something we're going to see in the future of this competition in terms of, I keep going on about the meta of how to get victories. Your third driver doesn't necessarily score you points in getting you through to the next stage of the competition. They can have an adverse effect by creating penalties. So yeah, if you want to make it really mixy, if you don't feel like your team's got an opportunity of going through on raw pace, yeah, go side by side through every corner, force that driver to be on the limit and make a potential mistake here. And again, I just don't think Rietveld is necessarily worried about making the overtake. I think he's just happy being side by side here, trying to force something negative from the Veloce team. I think this is very clever.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, either way, they're getting some airtime, getting some coverage for the old sponsors. Of course, Redline picking up the new sponsors. You can see, obviously, in the bottom right, it's TRL, Verstappen, Red Bull. Not because they're partnered with Red Bull Racing or Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, and in that sense, there's no partnership there. But in a sense, you know, follow that one as you will, because that one's a bit of a slippery slope. Either way, Rietveld will go around the outside. It's with Verstappen.com. Red Bull. There is a little squeeze. Ooh, a little bit of contact there on the apex for Ascari. And they're going to continue to slip and slide, and Rietveld way off the road. I read that one.
It's a case of just putting yourself in a position to give the stewards a decision to make, isn't it? That's the job of the third driver in this situation. The first time we've seen it, but I think that's exactly what Rietveld is trying to do there. He's trying to force a mistake from Gillison. Don't get me wrong. I don't think there's anything in that. They were side by side through Ascari. It is what it is. There was going to be contact. I don't think there's too much in that, if we're being honest. But yeah, now it's for Gillison. Hopefully nothing's done about that. He's good to go. He's got loads of breathing room. Just get yourself to the end now, P5, and hope that Baldwin hangs on. It is very close between Baldwin and Benito. Again, that's what we want to be looking at. Let's not worry about P6 here out the way in the different country. They're miles away. Let's have a look at the front here. Here we go. Look at this. This is what we want to see. Baldwin through Curve Grande. Benito just in behind, looking delicious as usual, and Eamon Murphy just in behind.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little three-way fight, but if Redline want to continue, they have to make this move, and Enzo Benito has to do the work. And for a driver who has won, who's had so many podiums between the ERWC and the ERL, if there is someone who can get past James Baldwin here, it would, of course, be Enzo Benito. Big on the defence there as Eamon Murphy was knocking at the door. That's allowed James Baldwin to clear away another couple of car lengths, and then a little bit too deep into the Lesmo, the first one, into the second one, and that should resettle this little group back into the slipstream, of course, on the run down towards the Ascari, where you know Benito is going to absolutely send it now.
Yeah, absolutely going to send it here. He has to. There's no choice about it here. But he's got to hope that there's a little bit of help from his teammates at the front here. Eamon Murphy has got to force Enzo offline now. This is a case of what we saw from Baldwin earlier on. Baldwin is just got to make sure, Baldwin earlier on was doing this, but Murphy here has just got to force Benito just to be offline. Go defensive through Parabolica, make sure he's slow through there, make sure that Baldwin is able to just make a bit of a gap here. If they can get 0.8 of a second to a second here on the Redline team here, it's almost done and dusted. Veloce are going to be golden here, and wow, Murphy's doing a sensational job right now as it stands. There's the gap here. It means that for another lap here, Baldwin will not be attacked.
And I think he might well actually escape this fairly reasonably, because if Eamon Murphy does anything to assist his team right now, he might well just have a look down the inside, because Benito is going to have to defend. He does indeed do so, and it's again more precious time that the Italian cannot close on Veloce, for the team that's visited the most finals here in all of our ERL and ERWC competitions. I'm not so sure, I'm not so confident that they'll be going through, and I would not have said that actually. I would have said that it was going to be Redline versus Unicorns of Love if we were looking at this at the start of the day. I don't think so right now, because Veloce are absolutely flying as into the breaks. I think a little bit of a lock up there on the rear for Benito.
Yeah, for me, it was Williams, it was YAS Heat, it was Unicorns of Love, and it was Veloce. Those are the 4 teams today. I didn't think, and I think, to be honest, Redline have maybe got a little bit lucky with the way the draw's gone as well, which is the beauty of seeding, right? You don't necessarily face up against the strongest team, depending where you are on a draw. I feel like those 4 teams I've mentioned specifically were the stronger in terms of their lineup. Redline, we know they can produce something special. They're probably the best sim racing team. It's not even arguable, to be honest. I think they're the best sim racing team in the world right now. Just ACC is the one that throws up a curveball. And that's the beauty of our ERL or the ERWC, is that we don't just use one sim. It's over the course of 3 different sims. Of course, this being the Masters, we're using ACC this time. So effectively, we use the game once in the qualifiers, and then in the actual finals, the Masters, we use the game a second time. For the Summer Cup, it's rFactor 2, and then for the Fall Cup, it is iRacing. That's where we're going to really see Redline come into fruition. But the fact that they're able to compete and get a top 4 minimum on ACC, knowing that they're going to probably be the favourites to go into rFactor 2 and iRacing, just goes to show how quick they are. I saw Red Luca in the chat go, not favourites, Redline? Like, they've been dominating. Again, this is ACC. It's a whole different ball game. This is the difference in, just having an iRacing special event, or, the World Cup that they had on the sim grid for ACC. We are specifically using one sim for the Masters here, which for me doesn't make Redline the favourites. I think Veloce, Williams, again, we're seeing UOL. They are the favourite teams for this specific sim. It just goes to show how in-depth Redline are as a unit over the course of multiple sims. But right now, Baldwin and Murphy, they are doing the job they need to do. They are looking to make it 2 finals for them overall, and hopefully for us, the spectators at home, we want to see it against the best team in the final. Yeah,
I mean, for Redline right now, we every time we roll onto an ACC event on this, we know this is their weakest simulator. It's always the one that they struggle on the most. And to say that they struggle the most, and they finished 3rd in the ERWC, then finished 2nd, and now look to be finishing 3rd or 4th. I don't really know how the positions work in that sense. I believe it would be 3rd because of the season stuff and how they've worked their way through. Basically, they're always there or thereabouts. Whether they're actually in the final or not, they're always challenging. If this is their weakest simulator, that's why we kind of want to see the likes of Coanda and such enter the ERL, to have one of those other multi-disciplined teams, the ones that can work across multi-platforms, to really battle at the top, to challenge teams like Unicorns Up, to challenge teams like Redline on a consistent basis.
Yeah, 100%. And we are starting to see that, aren't we? We are starting to see these teams make moves, starting to make transfers, if you like, in the sim racing world. It's becoming more tweets, more Facebook posts, more social media presence, where teams like, we're signing this person, and people having opinions on it because they care, because they know who these drivers are. When you put yourself into the spotlight, you're putting yourself in a shop window for teams like Veloce, for teams like Redline, Coanda, all of the above. The sim racing landscape is changing. This competition is making it change as well. I will say one thing, as much as right now they look really good to the Veloce to go through to the final, we are on the final lap here, of course, in our first semi-final. Unicorns of Love have not been challenged at all today. So every single team has had a bit of a challenge. They've been mixing it, and they've been able to deal with those challenges. UOL haven't. If they go through the whole championship like that and they manage to just be the quickest with all 3 drivers, then it's going to be almost easy for them to win this whole championship, because they genuinely have 3 drivers that are all the same pace, the quickest out there, whereas no other team really has all 3 of them that are capable of dominating a race, let's say. Scary proposition here, but again, will Unicorns of Love run out of steam? We'll find out in the next semi-final, but this semi-final here is all about Veloce. They got the job done in the first corner. We head up towards Ascari here, Lewis, and it's looking like a white final for Veloce.
It certainly is. Veloce against Unicorns of Love, just like we had on our very first day of the ERWC. That seems like what's in store right now, but Veloce will know better than any other team to not make a mistake in the final couple of corners. Of course, that's what gave them their first point, and they made it a 3-race final on that very first day because of a mistake from Unicorns of Love. So they are well aware as to what can happen. Right now, though, driving absolutely perfectly. James Baldwin comes out of the final corner with Eamon Murphy behind in 3rd. That will be enough to book Veloce's place into the final, and we have our first finalist here in the ERL Masters.
Say what, you can see exactly how much that meant to James Baldwin there, and that's more to do with the team name they were up against. They knew it was going to be tough regardless of whether they 1v1 or in terms of talent or speed around this track and this sim. They had the upper hand. They beat Team Redline. That is massive. That can give them a huge boost. Whoever they face in the final, that can give them a huge boost knowing that they've beaten, you know, pound for pound the best sim racing team on our planet. Simple as that.
Make sure I'm unmuted. I don't want to pull Lewis McLean.
No, I've not done that yet. You're the one that's done that. I've not done that. Luke's done that. You've done that. Ben's done that.
You did
it.
You did it on Monday. You know what I'm talking about.
I did do it on Monday, but we won't talk about that.
Make sure to bring it up. But I think Redline out. Okay, that is maybe somewhat of a surprise. But I've just realized something, guys, that we were talking about points from, whoever wins this Masters will get 12 points. Second gets 11. How do we decide who finishes in third? Who gets the third place points? Who gets fourth place points? Because two losers emerge from these semi-finals, but there's no way to compare them.
They both get third, I'm sure. I'm sure that's how it would work. Tied third, right? So they both end up getting 10 points.
We'll get some clarity. Yeah, I think that's what we probably have to do. We'll need some clarity there because given how close it is, maybe not for Redline, it's not so important, but for some of the other teams, as we work through the rest of the Masters, we may be looking at a just single point gap that makes the difference between a team making it to the Esports Racing World Cup versus having to watch on from the sidelines. I mean, I look back to how it came into this phase of the tournament. It was single points between the likes of Jean Alesi Esports Academy and Rocket Simsport. 1 point was all that split them, Lewis, to determine who was actually going to make it to this Masters.
Yep, not salty at all. Thank you, mate. Thank you for bringing that one up. But of course, the small points do make a difference. And when we talk, of course, not only of the Spring Cup, when you account for the Summer Cup and the Fall Cup and the pathway into the ERWC, it's very, very important to make it clean.
So clarity from the organizers, whoever gets the least points in the semi-finals, because remember, 1 and 2 in terms of positions gets you 3 points on the board. Whoever has less points will get the third place or the tiebreaker, as it were. But we're ready for semi-final 2. Are we in for a repeat of the Esports Racing World Cup Day 1 final? Will Unicorns of Love go up against Veloce again? Or do RHG have anything to say? Back over to Lewis and Luke.
Well, I can tell you there is a storm brewing here in Salisbury because I've just heard an enormous amount of thunder outside, and it kind of makes me wonder, is there a storm brewing on track as well? Look at this qualifying. Tobias Pfeffer and Amir Hosseini on the front row of the grid, but RHG are in the mix. Hosseini on the front row. Then you've got Hoban on the second row alongside Tobias Gronewold, and Erhan Yovsky has out-qualified Mitchie Tauscher. Unicorns of Love might not have such an easy path as we were expecting. I'm not sure this one's going to turn out to be a 1-2-3.
Very similar affair as to what we just saw from Veloce and Redline. You know that Veloce are pretty much the favourites in there, but it's Team Redline. They can cause the upset. They have got the talent, they have got the pedigree, and they've got the history. RHG are very similar in that regard. They have got the talent across multiple sims. On ACC, they've brought in Amir Hosseini, who, lap time-wise, qualifying time-wise, is ridiculous. It's all about whether he can hold his temperament. If he can make the right decisions at the right time and not drive too aggressively, not drive too much on tilt, they have got every chance in the world, that's for sure. Can he be backed up by Hoban? That is the question. The one thing we know is the Unicorns of Love are a young side. Are they easily flappable? I don't think they are. They will indeed dissect this race. They'll take it apart slowly but surely. This is going to be absolutely fascinating here. RHG, they've done what we didn't expect. They've mixed it up. Are we going to see the same in the race?
Who's going through to take on Veloce then, Luke? Who would you be putting your money on?
UOL, 100%. I just feel like they've got such a little bit more consistency in their performance. But any team with Erhan Yuyovsky in it has a chance.
Well, we'll have to wait and see as our second and final semi-final is about to get underway. Pfeffer, Hosseini, Hoban, Gronewold, Yuyovsky and Tauscher. What can RHG do about the charge of the Unicorns of Love team? They have been in control all day, but it can all change in one moment, in one corner, in one bit of racing. We're underway once again at Monza. It's a great start from Tobias Pfeffer, but also Hosseini's got straight back into the slipstream as RHG work it on the right-hand side of the track, left-hand side of the shot. And of course, here comes Hosseini to dive it around the outside. He's got to make something stick, but it's Gronewold who's sending it in. A little bit of contact between the two RHGs that now might promote it to a Unicorns of Love 1-2. Pfeffer leading by a country mile.
Oh, Gronewold there. That's a very classy overtake there because Hosseini had a bit of lag there. And he wouldn't have not really known where the car was, so he just gave him a really wide berth and just made sure it was nice and clean and got up to P3. He is side by side with Huben though, as they head down in towards that second chicane here, and he's got to make sure he's up ahead realistically here. Has that inside line, has to make sure he leaves the room on the outside as well. Absolutely does. Perfectly precise move there, and ultimately holds on to that P3. Pfeffer and Hosseini though will battle it out for the lead, but Pfeffer holds on to that lead. That is the biggest factor in this situation right now. UOL have got it all to lose now. It's in their hands. It's as simple as that. And that's all you can really expect here into turn number 1. Make sure it's in your hands leaving turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Pfeffer played his cards right absolutely perfectly there to lead by a decent margin, but RHG certainly aren't out of it yet. What are the gaps coming over the second split? Of course, Pfeffer leading by a decent margin, 1.2 seconds. Hosseini by 9/10 over Gronewold, whilst right on board with Tauscher, who might have to do a bit of work here just to move himself forward ahead of Yayovsky right now in that train with Hoban and with Tobias Gronewold, obviously all in that fight for the podium. There is the defensive move from Erhan Yayovsky, and Tauscher might make it stick around the outside. He was looking, but he was way too far back to give it a go.
Yeah, 100% there. Again, I cannot state how much of a good move that was there from Gronewold, because the car did visibly, we saw it disappear, sort of ping away, so we had no idea where the RHG car was. Just gave it a really wide berth and made sure that the move was stuck there. Pfeffer, by the way, driving away here. Incredible performance from him in the early stage. Contact between Tauscher, you can't make that silly decision. Tauscher, what are you doing? Erhan Yayovsky and Tauscher have had to come in together here. Yayovsky, the big factor in this is, did not move the car left or right. Did not move that car at all. And it was Tauscher that did move in towards Yayovsky there. It was under braking, of course. We know that if you just put a little bit too much pressure in the brakes, you're going to snake the car. And ultimately, Yayovsky's got on the brakes a little bit earlier there, so a little bit tidier. We'd have to see that once again, but that is just a very silly decision made from Mitchy Tauscher.
Yeah, I think he's going to give the position back to Yayovsky, but for me, it's still a penalty point. It's how we've dished it out all day, is that even in those scenarios where you've had a bit of contact like that, they still typically do give out a penalty point with race control. That is race control's decision, but it could be a deciding factor. Should Nick Hoban get up into the third position, because Tobias Pfeffer would be first, Gronewold would be fourth in that scenario. They'd have 5 points, and then Hosseini and Gronewold would be Hosseini and Hoban would be in second and third in that scenario, because it would also then give the penalty point to Unicorns of Love. That would be them out. So it could be a very, very costly mistake indeed, and just again, as we've said, such an unnecessary one. Yeah,
absolutely. Could not agree with you more there. Just silly decision making, and something we mentioned prior to the race. Unicorns of Love have not been put under any kind of pressure here today. What happens when they're put under pressure? Well, there's a couple of silly little mistakes being made there. Here is the replay of it happening here then. So we've got a nice little onboard view here, or bonnet cam, everyone's favorite camera. So we come down towards the braking zone here, you'll see him start to snake and see exactly what goes down there. Do you know, from me, on the second view there, Yayovsky has moved over and squeezed it. I think we'd need to see that, and I know you hate it, I need to see that from chase cam more than anything. Just a little bit, regardless, if you're Tauscher, you just got to back out of that situation. Don't even put yourself in that spot. Something that these drivers have to learn with this format and all of that good stuff, that you just shouldn't be there. Just don't even give anyone a question to answer there. Again, not enough in that for me to really be able to give a genuine opinion on that. I've seen it twice now, and I put the blame on both drivers already.
Yeah, I mean, for this, though, they've switched over. So Tauscher is back ahead of Erhan Yayovsky. It was quite close at T1 once again. For me, Yayovsky was squeezing, but I still think there was room. It was Tauscher, that, at least from that angle from up above, Tauscher moves slightly right under brakes. I think your first, at least from what I saw there, your first view might have been correct. It was as he got on the brakes, it moved over to the right. We'll see from, we'll describe it as aerial cam, shall we? Now, there's the squeeze back over. Here's the brakes, and there you go. Just watch the white line. He moves off of the white line to Tauscher. Whilst he is pushed there, whilst he is squeezed there as hard as he can, there was a car width and a bit more And so for me, that is Tausch's mistake. I think Race Control might view it as just being a racing incident. I kind of hope they will, because everything's back to normality. But if I were to blame anyone in that scenario, it would be Tauscher.
Corner around the world, and you can probably get away with that. But the fact it's such a quick or a harsh braking zone in turn 1 at Monza, it just magnifies it. It makes it look like incredibly bad, and it won't be the outcome that will be penalised. It's always going to be the incident itself. So you can't look at the outcome to penalise people for that there. Again, yeah, I would probably say that's a racing incident more than anything. They both moved across. It's very, very minimal. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm not a steward, though, so it is what it is. Good luck, stewards. You do your job. I'll talk about it and make stuff up like I've always done. Anyway, Pfeffer leads. 1.7 seconds the advantage. And even if they do receive maybe a 1-point penalty, let's look at what they're on now. They're on 4 points. And with Hosseini and indeed Huben on 6 points, even if they got a 2-point penalty, let's say hypothetically UOL did, they would still win by count back because they're winning this race. So yeah, it's not the end of the world. They've got the insurance policy on the track.
Yeah, and that's kind of critical for them at the moment. They're in a fairly comfortable spot, and Unicorns of Love are looking to go through into a final where they would go toe-to-toe with Veloce for the second time. And who came out on top last time? Of course, it went down to that third race, and it was Unicorns of Love who won. Unicorns of Love have won on both occasions, battling at the top in the finals. It was first against Veloce, and then second time it was against Team Redline at Misano. They look to do it for a third time as they'll take to the final potentially if all things stand here at Monza. But would we see 3 races? Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on the racing at hand, as Groenewold certainly not done yet because Nick Hoban is right there and closing in.
Certainly is. Again, getting an extra position here would be absolutely phenomenal. We've got James in the chat already playing mind games, saying that it's going to take a miracle to beat UOL in the final. Little fact for you, James, they're all racing right now, so they can't read the chat, so the mind games aren't going to work with them. Nice to see you in the chat, though, mate. Good luck in the final. I know you have to race with Eamon. That's not ideal, is it? But, you can't pick your teammates. Pfeffer still leading the way here. It's been a phenomenal performance so far today from UOL, but the first time they've been under a little bit of pressure. There are some mistakes there. Not crazy race-defining mistakes, but mistakes all the same. Veloce will be watching. We're seeing it live right now. They are watching. And can they take solace from that? Is there something they can grab from this race and go, look, we can force them into making mistakes. They have got some unreal pace, but there is something there that we can grab for.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. If you're Veloce, if you're any other team that's going into a final at any point, I think you have to be watching a race like this. You have to be understanding your team's your opponent's strengths and weaknesses. That's part of the game. That's part of what we're expecting. That's part of the joy of a format like this, is that you can read it miles ahead and think, okay, who's the weak link? Who's the strongest in the team? Who do we have to beat? What are we going up against? And also you can start looking at their times and such, those kind of things give you mind games of your own, positives and negatives. I mean, for example, you might be looking at this and thinking Unicorns of Love, looking at their times and thinking, I actually cannot do those. How do you beat that when you're going into a final? You're almost already defeated before you've even got into that race. I don't think that's how Veloce are feeling right now. I think we are in for a barnstorming final as the top 2 teams will march their way through to it. But who is going to join them right now? It is Unicorns of Love. But RHG, they're still not a million miles away. They've just not got the pace to settle it. And again, Hoban would have to get through, and then we'd also have to have a little bit more drama as well, which I don't see happening, because even if Hoban did get through, it would be second and third, which would be 5 points, first and fourth, 5 points, and then it goes back to comeback, as you've already said before. That'll be Unicorns of Love going through. I think we're almost as near as making a difference, guaranteed, as we head into the final lap.
This is the sim that RHG in the World Cup, it kind of really cost them, didn't it, ACC?
Yeah.
rFactor 2 and iRacing, absolute standouts on that for sure. And then ACC really did cost them. And their acquisition of Hosseini here is a massive acquisition. And moving forward, they're only going to get better. Finishing a top 4 here, I think you mentioned it earlier on. Would they be happy with that? I think absolutely. I think they would genuinely be like, yeah, do you know what? We'll take a top 4. It moves on pretty well. And actually, it will be a top 3, right? Because they've scored more points here than what Redline would have done. I'm not going to do that maths. Hold on, I'm going to stop. But yeah, I think there's a lot of positives that can be taken for this. And again, the Masters are on our rFactor 2 next time around, which would put them as definitely one of the favourites, especially with Yuyovsky in there as well. And then when you come to iRacing, we know how quick they are as well. We've got Van Loosenoord that will be racing with them for that one as well. So yeah, they've got a lot of positives to take it. They've just come up against a absolute standout team in UOL. For me as well, we had Redline, didn't we, in the final of the Spring Cup on ACC. I think Veloce underperformed that week specifically. I think that seeing Veloce and UOL, they are the best two teams out there currently on ACC with this format in our competition. So to see them fighting once again in a final, it's going to be very special indeed.
Well, remember in the Spring Cup, when we did it as round one, James Baldwin wasn't a part of Veloce, and I will agree with you, they did underperform. They didn't get the distance they were expecting, and they have gone the distance today, but will they translate it into a victory? They'll have to take on the Unicorns of Love, who take victory here in the semi-finals with Pfeffer and Grunewald in first and third. R8G made them work for it, though. That was a pretty testing effort. R8G looked very strong, but Unicorns of Love just doing what they do best. They love winning on ACC, Arjuna.
And it's a repeat now of what we saw on day one of the Esports Racing World Cup. Do remember, if you joined us at the end of January, we were a corner away from Unicorns of Love winning in the best of 3 2-0 before Mitchie Tauscher, without traction control, dropped it out of the final corner at Bathurst. It went to the final race. In the end, it didn't matter. It just took a little bit more time for us to decide how it ended up. Now, we've talked about it over the course of the day. Before we talk more about this final, let's talk about what lies ahead of us once we finish up here today. The Spring Cup will be done. We'll move forward for the Summer Cup, which starts in just over a month's time on June the 18th. Instead of the main focus being on Assetto Corsa Competizione, instead it will be all about rFactor. We'll start on day one with rFactor 2, and once we get to the Masters, we'll do this again, this one-on-one format, except we'll jump over to rFactor 2. We'll clean the slate as well, Luke. We'll have new cars, so all the drivers, if you keep your same 5-man roster, which you are allowed to change, if you keep the roster, they'll have new cars to really come to grips with.
See, like, the whole new cars and whatnot, that's exciting and great, and people are going to be loving that. I want to see the drama of drivers moving to different teams from different teams. That's what I want to see the fallout of. I want to see a driver that's gone from maybe an underperforming team and then go to a team that's maybe higher in the standings, but then whoever his old team bring in then starts to overperform and they then overturn that deficit. Storylines like that are going to be super, super exciting. Again, we are so new and so young as a competition. Like, there are just so many different angles that we will be looking at in the future, things we can reference, and people who are watching for, this may be your first time, you're so early to this, but there's going to be so many storylines that you can follow. You can pick up your favorite drivers. I think this is legitimately an opportunity for you to really become a fan of the esports. Again, I see a lot of really quick drivers in the chat, but there's a lot of people here who are just fans of sim racing. You're going to get to learn a lot more about your drivers. You're going to get to see snapshots, real quick decision making, drivers put under a lot of pressure as well, and it's just going to grow into something I think that's going to last a very, very long time.
Here's how the bracket has played out so far as we head into the best of 3 final. It is not your 1 and 2 seeds that have worked their way on forward. Oh no, instead it is Veloce versus the Unicorns of Love that will head into this next portion. They came into this the 3rd and 4th seed. They'll at least jump over R8G, I think, when all things are said and done, but we'll only find out when we wrap up in this best of 3 final. Lewis, let's also talk about some of the other things going on in the world of VCO esports. Let's start with VCO Send It. We have a digital magazine, or a print magazine for a digital world. I always get myself mixed up when I talk about that one. But it's really exciting. I haven't got my copy just yet. I'm waiting eagerly for it. But the reception, there you go. You've got your copy. Roman Grosjean's on the cover. The Apex Racing team featured on the cover, as well as one of the, I think they call them the Sleeping Giants. But reactions have been very, very good. I've heard a lot about people liking the quality of the print itself before we even talk about the stories inside it.
Oh, I mean, the quality is very good. There are a few articles in here that I'd recommend you avoid, mostly the one written by Arjuna. There's a great argument in here as well between two absolutely great people. mostly me, of course, with all the right points. There's a lot of good stuff in here, a lot of very, very interesting bits of information. Of course, you've got a part on Jimmy Broadbent, you've got parts on how tracks are built in sim racing, whether you're into the storylines of the people or the storylines of sim racing itself. There is so much in there. And then, of course, you've got the superstars like Roman Grosjean as well. It's actually very, very good. And that's not even me just saying it as a VCO, well, I guess we, spokespeople. Shill, yeah, why not? My first name is not Gregor, but that is some quality stuff.
Is there lots of pictures?
There are, and that's the great thing as well. We can celebrate the content that the VCO team has put out. It's going to be a quarterly thing, so the first edition is out. You can head over to the VCO show social media to find a link to purchase it. It's, I believe, €10 plus shipping internationally. So I think at the most you're looking at €18 to join the party and join the fun. But that's not the only thing that we've got been going on in the world of VCO. Of course, Luke, we talked about VCO Infinity earlier. A new type of endurance racing. It's endurance sprint racing. 24 individual races within 24 hours. We had a ton of fun with it.
Oh man, I wish I didn't sign up for 5 hours in a row, mind, because honestly, if anyone watched me do the handover, I watched it back, and yeah, that was fun. I talk rubbish most of the time, but that was quite funny to watch back. It was like I drank lots of beers, and I was sober, believe it or not. But yeah, just the competition in itself was phenomenal. But for me, it was the fact that it was like a festival, because you had the same names at the start of the championship or in the chat as at the end. Like, they would sort of did the whole 24 hours staying up. By the end of it, I think it's very obvious that I'd been to a party, so I had lots of drinks in the afternoon of the second day. It was still buzzing in the chat, and everyone was excited. All the drivers, in terms of their interviews, were just really excited to be there. And I think the biggest factor is, if you had a mess up in race one, or you had a disconnect for me is like an engine failure in real racing. I think that's what you can compare it to. You just have another race in 45 minutes. Like, you're not out of it. And also, I felt like, and I know Urano are quite a big name, but in terms of this competition or the sim racing sphere, I think they've really announced themselves as one of the real big dogs on iRacing, which is really exciting to see a new team, come and mix it with the very, very big dogs.
Plenty of other things going on. We've just wrapped up our RaceBot TV VCO Summit, which was held at Simply Race in Milton Keynes. A BMW shootout, a Porsche shootout as well, including as well, at the end of the day, live commentary of the Indianapolis Fixed 500 on the iRacing platform. But we're ready for some racing, Luke.
Well, it is the final. I'm out. It's Arjuna and Lewis are saving the final for the professionals, which is absolutely fine. I get to sit back, relax, and just enjoy it as a fan. This is going to be ace. Good luck, lads. Let's put on a hell of a show.
Flashbacks back to January, when we started off this crazy adventure that was the Esports Racing World Cup, that was the Esports Racing League. It was Assetto Corsa Competizione, it was Unicorns of Love, and it was Veloce doing battle. 4 of the 6 drivers have remained constant. The only change is Leona Tocchi replaced by Tobias Pfeffer, and Marco Pajic has been swapped out for Isaac Gillison. But the rest is going to be the same. Are we in for the same old tune, or are we going to see something new here, Lewis?
Look, Unicorns of Love are the favourites. Even James Baldwin, whether it was mind games or not, again, I don't think it was so. I think it was more just maybe telling a truth from his point of view. We know Veloce are strong, but Unicorns of Love have been basically, as near as makes a difference, with the exception of one mistake, pretty much bulletproof on ACC. They are incredible, insanely hard to beat, and they are continuing on in that form. But if there is one team that will do it, Redline took it to them. They did a fantastic job, but ACC is not their platform. Veloce, however, this is a platform which they go very, very well on, and especially with that driver lineup, they are the team to take on Unicorns of Love today.
I would also point out that when it comes to this final, that it's a reverse grid for race 2. If we need race 3, remember it's best of 3. If they go 1-1 in the opening 2 stanzas, if you will, we'll go for a qualifying session for that 3rd race again. But qualifying, and especially at a place like Monza, Lewis, it comes down to the draft, and with just 5 minutes on the board, you don't really get much time to work with one another. It's all about getting those lap time ins very, very early. Tobias Pfeffer has jumped to the front. Where will Veloce stand themselves? Look at that margin of Pfeffer, a full second quicker than Baldwin.
My goodness, yeah, that is a big, big gap. There was a couple of mistakes as well, even from Tauscher, right? So he went wide at the second Lesmo, and yet still they are a second clear of Veloce. That is a very impressive qualifying as we head onto the final laps of that session. This is not going to be an easy one for Veloce. They can do it. Maybe they have to channel something pretty incredible to do so, but Pfeffer, who has been absolutely ridiculous pace-wise this evening, is continuing it. I mean, he's won, and he's winning again, it seems, but pole position isn't everything. It's a very long run down to turn one.
It is. We still, though, have not had a different leader other than pole position in all of the racing so far, so keep that in mind as well. You'll see at the top, it's 0-0 as we get underway, as we work through the finals. We'll keep you updated live on screen. Gillison, no lap time put down for him so far, would have invalidated his lap by maybe running a little bit wide, but if it starts the Unicorn of Love 1, 2, and 3, it will be very difficult for Veloce to spring a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to ACC racing in ERWC and ERL, we've always used that third race. And I say always, the 2 times we've done it, we've used that third race. Of course, because we needed it in the ERWC. It was going to be settled until the final corner and Tauscher dropped it. Sorry, mate. Got to bring it up once more. But we then, we had to use the third race as there are improvements here. All 3 Unicorns of Love drivers just improved there. Oh, but look at that from James Baldwin and Eamon Murphy as I'm waffling on. Boom! They absolutely send it in there and they go to 3rd and 4th. No, it wasn't to challenge pole, but they cut that deficit massively.
At the very least, it gives them a chance. It won't be a 3-wide block that the Unicorns of Love will be able to throw up. Instead, it will just be the 2-man defense. The rear gunner action, well, we'll see how significant it is going to be. So we're ready then for this final. Are you excited as I am, Lewis? Because I don't think that's possible.
I'm excited. I'm a bit nervous. I'm a bit concerned about Unicorns of Love's pace and how they might walk away with this. But I'm intrigued as to what Veloce will bring to the table, especially with the end of that qualifying. I was very concerned before we got to those final couple of laps. I think we're in for a bit of a calm first race. I'll say that. I don't think we're going to get too much drama in race 1, whichever way it goes. Race 2, I think, will be a very different story.
Again, reverse grid, you'll see some strategy being played out with that final driver trying to make sure they're at the back. If they're not in the points, they want to be on pole position to get this race underway. So, it's the white of Veloce, it's the pink and black of the Unicorns of Love. The start's going to be important here, I'll say it again. Unlike on iRacing, for example, unlike in rFactor 2 as well, the leader does not control the start of this race, Lewis. There is a starter that's going to tell these drivers when to go.
Yeah, indeed. So there's no real advantage other than track position to being on pole. You don't get to just launch, which I actually quite like because, as we had issues before, with some rolling starts elsewhere, is when you can communicate to your team. Essentially, you're guaranteed. If you were running 1, 2, 3, you could guarantee yourself a 1, 2, 3 at turn 1. Whereas with this, we're a lot more open on that run to turn 1. So it is a bit more racy. It is a bit more dicey, and it does give Veloce a fairly substantial opportunity to get involved, but I do fear it might take a pretty deep dive into T1.
To clarify something as well, it is basically about bragging rights and the prize money on the line. The winning team walks away with $3,500, second place $2,000. There will be those points as well for the overall standings in this Esports Racing League, but Team Redline are your Spring Cup champions, even though they're not in here. I know it's a bit confusing, but it's not just about this one day, Lewis. It's about the totality of what we've seen so far in the Spring Cup.
Yeah, it's a championship in a championship, of course. We've had Spring Cup, which ran on ACC, then we had it on RF2, then iRacing, and back onto ACC, whereas we will continue this on in a few months' time with the Summer Cup. We'll focus on the Spring Cup, we'll focus on the final here, and we'll focus on if Unicorns of Love can come out on top once more. They've got a 100% win record in these finals on ACC.
Deja vu. The last time these two teams were head-to-head with one another, we were at Mount Panorama. We were on day one of the Esports Racing World Cup. How things have changed in the 3 or 4 months since then. These two teams still the class of the field when it comes to Assetto Corsa Competizione. Eamon Murphy scored as having a drive-through penalty. Not sure if that's a mistake, but it doesn't matter for now. It's all the full focus on the run down into turn number 1 and that heavy braking zone that's lurking in the front. Murphy's already inside of Tobias Gronewold. Baldwin backs out of that one. Plenty of contact and having to shortcut the chicane is the leading car. Plenty of chaos, plenty of carnage. Not sure what happened to Eamon Murphy though.
Yeah, no, there was a bit of diciness in there. Eamon Murphy with a drive-through penalty also to be looked at, but I mean it was maybe a bit more dramatic of a T1 than I was expecting. Pfeffer though leads by 1.2 seconds after straight lining basically the entire first sector and keeping his foot pinned. It's always what happens down to turn 1. We do see a little bit of racing when you're going in it for the final. Well, Veloce wanted it and they showed how much they did.
But it's still a Unicorns of Love 1 and 2. They hold on to that starting position as we look on board with Tobias Gronewold, who's got a second plus to the car in front. He's got the last little vestiges of draft. It'll be full focus on the rear view mirror. Mitchie Tauscher has an opportunity to make life just that little bit easier for the pink and black.
Yeah, here he goes. He looks to the inside a little bit there of James Baldwin, but can't do it. Tobias Gronewold has himself a little bit of a gap to the tune of about 4/10 of a second. Pfeffer from Gronewold from James Baldwin, the lead Veloce car, but he's got another pink car to worry about directly behind before us. Little sea of white in Eamon Murphy and Gillison. But of course, there's that drive-through penalty for Eamon Murphy to do with the race start.
I guess because of the way that the system works here, if you don't follow the instructions to a T, the automated race control is going to have a word with you. Mitchie Tauscher, a little bit wide and squirrely on the exit of the Parabolica, and will now come under fire from Eamon Murphy. Now, I don't want to disparage Isaac Gillison, but he is very much the third driver in this Veloce team. With Murphy's penalty, he's got to decide, does he want to go? Does he want to recognize that he might get pole position for the next race of these finals? Tauscher holds on, still a 1-2 for Unicorns of Love.
Well, Eamon Murphy will surely start it from pole position, obviously, after serving that drive-through penalty. But I think Murphy's more so trying to open the door of Tauscher to try and get Isaac Gillison through. But then Veloce might want a front row as well in the next one. So it's just kind of a little bit tricky as to how to dice. Veloce only have the experience of a single final. Unicorns of Love have this is their third, and I know that it's only one more, but especially in percentage terms, that's quite a large addition percentage-wise. There's a lot more experience in this style of head-to-head racing. I mean, don't get me wrong, we don't have the kings of it right now in Veloce, but it's those kind of things in these finals where those dynamics which all of these teams are learning bit by bit and are studying bit by bit. And Unicorns of Love, they understand it better than Veloce based on experience.
I'd also say that we're at the point, Lewis, where surely a lot of these teams have started to dial in the strategies and, as Luke always says, the metaphor for finding performance here, because it's not like we're in the Esports Racing World Cup, right? We're on day 3. We've only had a couple of peeks at how this works. We're now becoming very experienced as to how things play out. We've even, as commentators, got a number in mind for each of the portions of the regular season races, right? The heats, the quarterfinals, how many points teams will need to advance. So if we've started to figure that out with the extra resources that a lot of these teams will have, surely they have a better understanding than they did back on day 1 of the World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, surely they do. But either way, Eamon Murphy will have to come into the pit lane this time by to serve that drive-through penalty. I do believe, I think it is still the standard, the expected 3 laps to go and serve that drive-through penalty. So he'll drop down to 6th place. We do believe, of course, that was for speeding prior to the start of the race, was going far too fast comparatively. Again, it's an automated system as to what it tells you, but you're still in control of the car. If you're speeding, you're speeding. Critical error for Eamon Murphy, who has been so good today, but when you're going toe-to-toe with Unicorns of Love, you know that you have to take every kilometre an hour, every inch that you possibly can to try and beat a team that's that strong. So, in a sense, it's an error, but I don't blame him for it.
Unforced error, but the pressure may be weighing on him there. And I always say that when it comes to these automatic penalties, yes, I mean, they may be on occasions where things go weird, but for the most part, 99.5% of the time, the automated penalties are the right penalties. The amount of data that these platforms have available to them in real time is something that stewards would be very, very jealous of in the real world. So, unfortunately for Eamon Murphy, I guess the way you look at it is you're sacrificing race 1. You now control the front row for race number 2. We're already halfway through race 1 of this finals.
Yeah, right now we are... it's always how it's going to go. With Unicorn of Love's pace, I would say that coming into this, I would guess it's going to be 2-0. I don't think we'll need that third race. But if Veloce want to put themselves in a position where they are giving themselves the best opportunity to win it, a front row start for both cars, as Eamon Murphy does come in for his drive-through penalty. To get it, Murphy and Gillison on the front row. Murphy's got some incredible pace around here right now.
Well,
I'd want it.
Remember what happened with Leon Atoki in race 2 of the Esports Racing World Cup, right? He was very much the third driver there. Again, I don't want to put these drivers down, but the reality is at this level, a tenth of a difference is a huge difference. And so Atoki played the game, he backs up the rest of the field, and he made sure that his teammates were able to get on through. If not for the mistake from Mitchie Tauscher, they were on their way to routing their way to the day 1 victory. If you're Gillison, you've got to do the same thing here. You've got to make sure you let Murphy pass in a smart way. You don't want to fight too much on the run down to turn 1. You need to make sure James Baldwin, who will line up behind you, can get on pass into the braking zone.
Well, the steam train is in and out of the pit lane as he had a little bit of a puff there on the departure. So that was a solid effort right there. Clearly very calm. And again, obviously he's had 3 laps to accept that penalty. But you know, right now Baldwin is in the middle of Unicorns of Love. He doesn't have the assistance of Isaac Gillison. It's just him. And right now, with 2 laps left to go, Unicorns of Love are not in a position where, you know, even if there was an issue between Baldwin and Gronewold, they're still winning this right now. There isn't anything that can stop Unicorns of Love in this race. But again, to remind everyone that the next race, this final is not the same as it was over the semi-finals, the quarters, and the round 1s. This is not a one-off. This is a best of 3 races, and the next race we will reverse the finishing order from this race. So at the moment it would be Murphy on pole with Gillison, Tauscher, Baldwin, Gronewold, and then Pfeffer starting from the rear.
It was very punny what you did there. I see what you did.
Thank you.
Are you proud of yourself?
Nope.
Good, because I was going to report you to Paul Smith, because I know Paul would have absolutely not stood for that. 1.3 seconds clear, though, is Tobias Pfeffer as he runs away from Gronewold. James Baldwin still putting on the pressure, but at this point, he needs to just, if anything, maybe you play the game. Maybe you back up, you let Tauscher pass, so that you start behind Eamon Murphy on the inside on the run down to turn 1 in race 2, so you can try and control the field. Because as it stands right now, it would need Baldwin to get past both the Tobiases up in front of him, and he'd need Gillison to get past Tauscher for them to win this race. You got to maybe start looking forward. You've got to play the long game.
Indeed. Right now, all kicking up a little bit of dirt. That's how much these drivers are using around here. They are using every little bit of the track. And of course, as racing drivers do, even a little bit more past even that. 1 minute and 30 seconds left, so obviously we're heading on to the final lap. All of these races being 6 laps in length around this Monza circuit. Pfeffer's well in control, looking for another victory today. I'd almost say he might even get bored of winning around here. The amount he's picked up would be a bit harder for him to win the next race, though. But you know, if he does, I think he would have proved himself as Unicorn of Love's strongest driver around Monza.
Don't count him out. And again, he's the new recruit. We're talking about the chopping and changing between the Esports Racing World Cup and this Spring Cup of the Esports Racing League. Will we see more switch-arounds at the top end of this championship heading in to the Summer Cup in just over a month's time. So final lap of the race getting underway. Baldwin, look how he closes under the anchors as they run themselves down into the Retofilio. He makes a mockery of that corner, and well, I don't think that was intentional, but it's got the result that he would have wanted.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, we're back to a Unicorns of Love 1-2-3. It does mean that we're going to have a 1-2-3 on the start of Veloce, though, so the, in air quotes, mistake might well work out in their favour. By the way, you were speaking there of Tobias Pfeffer being the latest recruit for Unicorns of Love. Of course, he did do the ERWC for Logitech Gialta's Esports, but prior to him being in Unicorns of Love, he was actually a part of the GTWR RHG Academy. It was GTWR at the time, and then it became GTWR RHG Academy, which then meant that he was driving for RHG. How much stronger would RHG be with this kid in it? Would they be the ones taking it to Unicorns of Love? Obviously, we don't know. What we do know is that Tobias Pfeffer, since joining the team at the start of the ERL, has been absolutely ridiculous and is just cleaning up left, right and centre. And it does seem like he's going to add yet another one to his enormous lists of accolades in the team so far.
It's going to be an interesting start to race number 2, I'll put it that way. And when I think about RHG with Pfeffer, I think you get scared. I think you get very, very scared as to what Roman Grosjean Esports will be thinking about as well. But out of the final corner in a dominant display, it's Tobias Pfeffer that will take victory in race 1 of this best of 3 final. Strike 1 goes to the Unicorns of Love. Are we on for the best of 3, or will Tauscher make up for his mistake at Mount Panorama? Will Unicorns of Love sweep their way through? It's getting set though for race number 2, where we'll invert the results here. This is going to be a feisty old race number 2, and as we get back to our studio, I'll bring back in Luke Crane, because I think Luke was expecting a quote-unquote mistake from James Baldwin. What did you see there, Luke? Oh, he's done it.
Nice.
He's
I
done
said
it.
Luke did it. Ah. Terrible. 0 out of 10.
No one would have called that. No one would have predicted a mistake there, that's for sure. Actually, on a Discord chat, that's, yeah, gas me up, Arjuna. No, I did say about 5 minutes ago, I said James will make a mistake, and he duly did. But Tauscher, he didn't make a mistake. Tauscher just like stopped, I think, and put himself onto the front row. So it's kind of like James did it. I don't know whether that was intentional. I think he was going to make a mistake at some point. Anyway, regardless, like it's kind of the way to play the reverse grid, right? If the race is done, try and get your best opportunity to win race number 2. And then Tauscher's just gone, if you want to go slower than me and make it look real stupid, you crack on. He just like stops to a halt. I'm getting front row. Yeah, it's nature of the beast. Unicorns of Love though, oh boy, they look really good.
Lewis, I mean, it couldn't have got much better for Tobias Pfeffer, and now he's got to see if he can carve his way up through. We've seen plenty of chaos at turn 1. We saw a little bit of that just now. What are we in for in this race 2? Because it could be, I don't want to use the word memey, but I think I have to use it here. It could be a bit of a meme start.
A meme start, my goodness me, that is some
cap.
young speak. That's no cap. No cap because no cap is no lie or something. I don't understand. Please help in the chat. Please explain what no cap means. I don't know. But either way, I think we're in. I said before, race 1. Yes, we had a bit of a drama at turn 1. Not too much though. Race 1 was a little bit almost tame. I'm expecting race 2 to be very drama filled. I'm expecting race control to step in with a couple of penalties in this one, if I am perfectly honest.
Well, we're going to get ready for that. Race control will get us underway for race number 2 of these finals. Plenty of excitement as we get ready for this one. And I guess, Luke, the question now becomes, if you're Gillison, you've got to do the Otoki, but at Monza, it's very difficult compared to Bathurst, right? At Bathurst, you've at least got the mountain, where if you've got someone behind you, it's difficult to get past. At Monza, every corner here is an opportunity for someone to overtake you.
My prediction is this race is going to be over in turn 1. I'm going to be honest, I genuinely think this race is going to be over.
Really?
UOL have got nothing to lose here. They will fancy their chances if it goes to a third race in qualifying, that they will get themselves out in the front. They've got nothing to be worried about. So they will take chances here to just try and get it done in 2. If it doesn't quite work out, well, we'll go to race number 3. It's fine. I think Veloce have got the most to lose here, even though they've really got nothing to lose. It's kind of a crazy way this is going to work out. I think this is going to be over very, very quickly indeed.
Wow. Well, and Alaric Enselin has tried to explain this to us, Lewis, because you and I have struggled with this for a while now. When you wear a cap, you're hiding your hair loss, so no cap is no lies. That's a good way to think about it.
No cap is no lies. Well, that is a good one. I mean, I've been told by Zach Sweeney, we've been through this. Fair enough, but you know, in my old age, it goes in through one ear and out the other. That's based.
I mean, especially when it comes out of Zach Sweeney's mouth.
Yeah, right.
He's too short. It doesn't make its way up.
Yeah, I'm not listening to him. No way. Not a chance.
Yeah, well, as Mike was pointing out in our year,
doesn't know enough circuits.
He doesn't know enough. He doesn't even know what Thruxton is. How do you not know Thruxton?
He probably doesn't even know what Monza is, to be honest.
Oh, well, I tell you what, I think what we need, since Luke doesn't have the green screen, what we need to have for him is a wall of circuits in the background so he can play the track game with him. Have you seen the wall of tracks that Jamie Fluke used to have, Luke?
I'm going to bring her in. Debbie, you come in on there. Arjuna's got a question for you.
Oh, no, I'm in trouble.
You ask her. She's going to, dead body. See you later.
No, that's it. Oh, dear.
Arjuna's never working on this broadcast ever again.
I don't have to work with Arjuna. This is a proper treat for me. Oh, my goodness.
This is the work area / bedroom. Like, come on.
I've heard that. I've heard that track.
She told me the mirrored ceiling. That's the only thing she allowed me.
I've heard track maps get you in the mood, maybe not as much as the mirrored ceiling. Let's make a hard left turn away from all of that. I mentioned it earlier very briefly, but we've just wrapped up the RaceBot TV and VCO Summit at Simply Race in Milton Keynes. Great event. And something that I think we've been missing as well, Lewis. I know you had to go somewhere else to do some commentary duties, but it's great to have the community together. I saw some of the Williams Esports team down there. Redline had some drivers. Luke Bennett winning 2 competitions. It's always good to be able to meet up in person. It's been a couple of years since we've been able to do anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I unfortunately couldn't make it there as everyone decided to take a photograph with certain gestures next to the rig with my name on it. But, you know, each to their own. Did get sent that photograph more than once. But, you know, it looked like a great event. And we know that we always want to meet up. We always want to see each other. As teams, you always kind of want to have the odd little meet up. We've not had a bit of a commentary meet up, even though Luke doesn't live that far away from me. We just don't like each other that much. So unfortunately, we don't travel to go and see each other. Obviously went up to the country to go and see some other friends and such. So, you know, I think meeting up is now going to be a part of sim racing a bit more often.
My favourite bit was Connery. Connery was like there to be sort of smart casual, but I'm off for a game of darts at the end of this. It looked like a dart shirt to me. I was cracking up.
So, I think we're ready to go racing, Luke.
Yeah, I'm, again, going to disappear now. I've made my jokes that are probably not that funny. I'm going to hand you over to Arjuna and Lewis. It potentially could be the last race. Are we going to be treated to a third? Who knows? But we're about to find out. It's race 2, final.
So here we go. The games were played. It's not a Veloce lockout of the front row, but we'll see how things will turn out here. Remember, it's 1-0 to the Unicorns of Love in a best-of-3 final. Memes into turn 1. I think I tend to agree with Luke, though, Lewis, that we may have this decided by the time we get out of the Retophilia.
I think you've got to have some more faith. I think you've got to have some more faith. I think we're going to go down to the wire. I'm going to say that, okay, fine, but down to the wire, I'm going to at least say that we're going to get to the Rogier, right? That's the wire, right? Is all the way around the first sector. But I don't know. All I will say is that I think that as it is 1-0 now, I think this is going to be a 2-0. I think Unicorns of Love are going to do enough in this race to win it here.
It took a while for us to really get into the groove of these 2-0s. Yes, I'm going to gloss over the fact that it should have been 2-0 at Bathurst to start off the history book. But the last couple of rounds have all been Redline domination. I would not be shocked, to be honest, if it is 2-0, but you've got to think the Veloce don't want to go out like that in the Spring Cup. You never know how the roster is going to change looking forward. Of course, Veloce with a lot of new recruits, especially on the iRacing side of things, the likes of Dion Fiallo, Paddy Wolf, Dominic Hoffman, and Sven Noller. There is the likelihood that when we return in a month's time, it's going to be a significantly different lineup across the board.
Yeah, of course, because you got to, as much as this is the ACC focused one, being the Spring Cup, next time you've got to have a more RF2 focused lineup. You can't change it through the middle of the season. That causes its own problems. Will Unicorns of Love do well in that? We obviously, with their NetRex partnership, who knows? Will Veloce do so? Is this the last time we're going to see them in a finale for now? We don't know. What we do know is that it's going to be very exciting indeed.
Eamon Murphy in control of the field. Second row is those other Veloce machines. Mitchie Tauscher's got some pressure. Will he play some games to let Tobias Gronewold, Tobias Pfeffer catch up to him to close out the Spring Cup in the VCO Esports Racing League? We're underway from Monza, and it's a great launch from Tauscher already alongside with Eamon Murphy as they power themselves down into the retophilia. 2 wide, 3 rows deep, and already fanning themselves out, looking for a bit of gap, looking for the opportunity to make something happen. No change at the front of the field. Murphy runs a little bit wide, cuts the nose off of Tauscher, who will bully his way past. I believe that's Gillison as they fight for second position. Nice tidy start. The Unicorns of Love cars at the back have found no room to work their way forward.
Yeah, it's James Baldwin who's finding his way around the inside of course, Curva Grande has the slipstream of Eamon Murphy. He's just trying to make this. He can make this a Veloce 1-2. Things will be looking very good for them. But of course, Tauscher's drived it in a little bit too deep over the curb. Ooh, that was a little bit too dicey, though. I think that might have been too much. There's a contact in the background.
3 wide and 2 cars off into the grass. It's the Tobiases trying to find their way past on Gillison. The Dutchman gets pushed off wide. He drops to the back of the field, but it's Murphy from Baldwin. Veloce holding the cards in their hand.
Yeah, I think Baldwin might have been a little bit too deep into the Roj. Yeah, that caused its own issues. Tauscher's now going side by side with Gronewold as the two will switch over. Of course, who else? But of course, it's Tobias Pfeffer, who is already the lead of the Unicorns of Love. How good is this kid? I mean, seriously, absolutely incredible. Up to third, now attacking Baldwin, and soon potentially to be attacking Eamon Murphy if he keeps going at this rate.
Tobias Pfeffer is what, 18 years of age or something like that?
Well, 17, I think he was.
They're too young. These kids are too talented. We've got to knock them off their pedestal, because my word, if I was that quick when I was 17, sky's the limit for many of these guys. So remember, as it stands right now, if Murphy holds on, he's 1.6 odd seconds clear as we run across the start-finish line to complete lap number 1. It requires James Baldwin to get past by not 1, not 2, but all 3 of the Unicorns of Love cars for us to be done with this race in the finals. Here's the look from Pfeffer, pokes his way back into line. That was going to be a bit of a lunge.
Come on.
We've seen this too much. Teammates hitting each other, and this time it's totally unprompted. Tauscher goes around Gronewold. Well, just going back to what I was saying earlier, Lewis, it becomes increasingly likely that Veloce will win this race number 2.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very silly mistake. Oh, as there goes the look back down the inside, the switch back. Oh, Baldwin covering that one straight over to the apex, giving Tobias Pfeffer absolutely nothing. I'm going to take back what I was saying at the start of the race. I think we are going to a third race because, I mean, with Unicorns of Love tripping over themselves like that, with Veloce having a 1-2 right now, with it being Murphy and Baldwin, they are just in control right now. And I know that can end very quickly, but if you're going to hit your own teammate like that, I mean, that is really breaking rule number 1.
That was Gronewold as well, running very wide through the second of the Lesmos as he tries to work his way forward. Now, was that a bit reactionary of a defense from James Baldwin?
I think it was a bit much. Reactionary is a bit tricky because he didn't move. Yeah, okay, maybe it was. But the thing was, there was no overlap at any point. That one's a little bit more dicey. That one is a little bit more dicey. For me, I think that's aggressive defense. If I was in Pfeffer's view, I'd be like, right, the next time you do that, you're going round, because that is a bit aggressive on the defense. But I think it is within the confines of the ruling.
Yeah, we'll see if there's going to be anything to be looked at. Maybe lap 1, the moment into the Roger between Baldwin and Tauscher will be investigated, but here comes Pfeffer trying to fight his way through. He almost gets squeezed to the grass. We'll try and get the up and under and get the momentum out of the retophilia on the run down through Curva Grande, but it's nicely held by James Baldwin. You can tell that's a man that's experienced GT3 racing in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, Eamon Murphy is being allowed a golden ticket to run away right now because Monza's not one of those circuits that you can go side by side on and not lose time, right? You know, there are some tracks where you can kind of do it and you only lose a little bit. Around here, if you go side by side, it's like goodbye to the race league, because you lose the slipstream, you lose so much time from doing it. All the kind of corners are a bit sort of lazy when you're going side by side. You just can't keep up. Obviously, most of them are chicanes. For goodness sake, you just cannot keep up with a leader when you're going side by side, and for this, it's just allowing Veloce to lead. And I think that is exactly what Baldwin's trying to do. Is he's trying to give his teammate the best opportunity to be victorious here.
But there's a catch-22, right? You see the Unicorns of Love train behind. If Gronewold and Tauscher can close up and they can bully their way past Baldwin, that victory for Aitman Murphy might be academic. Halfway through this race, got maybe 3 laps to go as we come back towards the line. A little bit wide again for Tauscher as he works his way through Ascari. He's really pushing those limits, and maybe, I'm trying to hype up this idea that maybe there's a way that Unicorns of Love could snatch this and snatch this Spring Cup Masters, but I do think we are going to race 3. Even if Baldwin gets passed by Pfeffer, it's still 1.5 back to Gronewold. It's a pretty significant gap here at Monza. You can defend. We've seen that before.
Yeah, but to back up Luke's points from earlier, before we even started this race, I don't think Unicorns of Love will be panicking right now, because for one, they have had to take it to a 3rd race against Veloce before, and guess who won? Yep, Unicorns of Love did. And also, they know they've got the pace. This is the reverse grid to the wildcard one, right? Now, I know that Veloce are pretty quick, but you know that Unicorns of Love will be sat there thinking, yeah, but we're also very, very quick. And in the previous race, it was, as near as many as it was going to be a 1-2-3 until Tauscher decided to drop back. Whoa, that was a little bit of movement back in the braking zone. Pfeffer going straight over. Ooh, that one was a little bit more moving back.
Yeah, you can also see Pfeffer's not really happy with that. Closes up the gap to Gronewold as well, which is ultimately, I think, a somewhat good thing for the Unicorns of Love. Yeah, that was definitely moving over to the right side in the braking zone. Maybe not intentionally. We saw this again in that semi-finals, right? When you get on the brakes in these cars, especially how much pressure you put through the pedal, you're basically maximum pressure here. You rely on ABS to help you. It does send the car a little bit squirrely. So we're not saying that Baldwin necessarily meant to do that. He might have, let's not put that out of the realm of possibility, but it's also realistic to think that the car's just getting upset in the braking zone, maybe the bumps moving it over the track as well. You can see Baldwin, though, under plenty of pressure, as now it's 2 cars filling his rearview mirrors.
No, it's also the potential that it also leans towards the fact that he kind of had moved over into the middle of the track and wasn't expecting Pfeffer to come around the outside, so he was just trying to return to the racing line. And as he'd already started that commitment, Pfeffer was like, okay, I am going around the outside, and Baldwin was like, whoops, okie dokie, and just kind of was already moving back there. Bit of that, again, race control decision, as here we go, Pfeffer is going to try and attack Baldwin once again for second.
Does he pinch Baldwin a little bit on the entry to the corner so he can also help out his teammate? There's contact, Baldwin runs deep, forces Pfeffer off the road again. It's getting a little bit feisty between these two right now. I'm pretty sure that Pfeffer's not going to be happy. What has race control said? Penalty point for Unicorns of Love. Now, was that for the contact? Now, which contact is that for? That's the crucial thing. Was that for the teammate-on-teammate violence?
Don't know. That one is
Tauscher.
Yes, it was the Tauscher car. It was the number 92, the Tauscher car. Either way, I think that almost, as near as makes a difference, confirms it to being the extra race. Of course, again, if they can all get past, but then no, because then we'll go back to count back. So never mind. Yep.
Now at this point, yeah, you can tell Pfeffer's not happy. You can tell he is starting to get a little bit aggravated as Gronewold this time. Again, dropping 2 wheels off into the gravel on the exit of Lesmo 2. Really pushing that issue. We get a look on board. He's never one to show much expression, and to be fair, most of the top-level sim drivers try and keep themselves cool, calm, and collected as much as possible. But maybe there's a little bit of angst setting into that face. 1 lap to go this time by.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, as much as they do seem fairly calm, they may not be the greatest to interview post-race. They're always very, they keep themselves very much themselves. Not the worst team I have interviewed this year, I can say that. I'm not going to reveal as to which one it is.
Oh, I'll throw people under the bus. Kova, well, maybe it's just a Scandinavian thing. Yeah,
Kova's a Finnish team, so yeah, it's all right with them. You can kind of accept it.
So across the line, 1 lap to go. The penalty point was for an unsafe rejoin, so it would have been the incident that saw him come back onto the track, and that was then leading to contact with Gillison. So maybe I can see that again. Look how close they are under the brakes, and again Baldwin just runs him off the road. He's doing the F1 my corner, my line, my corner kind of thing. Not a big fan of that, if I can be honest.
No, I'm not a fan of it either, but I will say Tobias Pfeffer really isn't there on that one. That's kind of like the big thing, is that he has like the smallest overlap. So I can almost get it in that one. I'm with you. I like to give room and all that lot, but these guys are racing hard, and Baldwin again defending, going into the Rogier again, and again does the same thing. And that was a little bit naughty from Pfeffer. I will say that, as they're getting very dicey here.
Now, I got to ask, because again, I am not an Assetto Corsa specialist. Pfeffer's cut the track about 5 different times. This is unacceptable, quite frankly. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who's the one who's getting ultra frustrated, because James Baldwin does not look like he's a man who's driving with the red mist. But this is getting to the point where they're just trying to bully one another, and that's not the type of racing that we're here to have. It's ultimately academic as it sits right now, because Tausch has dropped to the tail end of the field as Baldwin and Gronewold go side by side. But tempers flare. I'll go back to the question very quickly. Is Pfeffer maybe in trouble for cutting the track so many times?
Yeah, he might get a drive-through penalty if he keeps doing it. That's kind of like a critical thing. It will give you a drive-through penalty for beansing it over the track limit so blazantly.
Well, it's been all drama behind Eamon Murphy, but the Irishman has been calm, cool, and collected with no viewpoint of what's been going on behind. He'll take victory in race 2 of the finals in the Spring Cup Masters of the Esports Racing League. We're going to race number 3. It's all on the line here, and we'll bring back in Luke Crane and we'll ask him what he thought about some of that shenanigans, because shenanigans puts it mildly.
It was crap. Sorry.
It was.
It wasn't very good with it. It was poor. I think Baldwin just caused a load of frustration. A few of his moves were very, very questionable. You talk about GT driving and having that experience. After spending a lot of time, I've spoken a lot with James and spending a lot of time with Moritz Lona. They're in the real world. They say that real world racing is so much dirtier than sim racing. You learn so many more dirty tactics, and that was the experience there coming in. Were some of them over the line? Absolutely, 100%. You've got to take chances though to get yourself to that third race. Did UOL play into the hands of Veloce as well in the end there? Yeah, they went over the line as well. I'll let the stewards decipher it there, but it wasn't very nice, was it? But it was spicy. It's exciting. This is what this format, it lends itself to it. So as much as we could disagree and all that good stuff, you're going to see this kind of things, because it is all or nothing at this stage. There's just 2 teams, only 1 point difference between P1 and P2, by the way. So it really is all about the money, effectively. So yeah, you've got to do anything and everything you possibly can to win that money. And people in the chat who are moaning about it or are pretty angry about it because their favorite team, if you're in that position, you're absolutely giving everything to get that position. It's as simple as that.
It's producing quality content. And again, Luke mentioned it. We're paying out $10,000 today, $3,500 to our winner, $2,000 for second. So it's not an insignificant difference. And Lewis, I'll go to the point that Luke just brought up. Moritz Lona, of course, making that step to Real World Motorsports last year in DTM Trophy. And I saw some messages from him after his first experience where he was like, outside of turn 1 at Monza, I didn't realize I was just going to be forced off the track. But that's the way it works in real racing. They definitely get their elbows out just a little bit more. They expect a little bit more leniency from race control, and I heard from an IMSA driver earlier this year that they were basically the rules of engagement are, if you hit someone, you better get ready to get hit back.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. I've heard this from plenty of drivers who have moved from sim racing to reality. Whether it is Moritz Lerner, even James Baldwin was saying it when he moved into British GT for that season. Jimmy Broadbent's been saying it for his driving in likes of Praga Cup, and of course it was Britcar before. That in the real world of racing, if there's a gap, and yet no, this is not going on with the Ayrton Senna quote. This is just the fact is that if you're leaving it open into turn 1, someone is going to try and fill that gap. If you are around the outside of a corner, someone's going to try and rub you over that way. That's how racing goes in the real world. And like I say, you find some dirty little tricks. I think the thing was with this race is that there was a little bit of that from Baldwin. Fair enough. I think he was pushing his luck. And something that was always going to happen. I will say the one bit that was a bit too far over the line was Pfeffer straight line on the Rogier and then going straight into the side of Baldwin. That was pretty rubbish.
Yeah, that was not on, but it builds us up nicely. We're waiting for race control to take a final look over everything. So we believe we're going to race 3, but there's no guarantee. If we do go to race 3, though, Luke, the reality is the tempers are flared. Even with a short break between race 2 and race 3, they've got to calm down. They've got to qualify again, and grid position will be important again.
I think the chat need to calm down. As people standing for drivers, as people having a go at drivers. I love it. I keep going.
Yeah, right.
This is brilliant. I got some petrol chucking on the fire. I don't care. This is brilliant. This is what I love. I want to see like conversations started. People can disagree with each other. That is the whole point of esports. In sim racing, it is far too placid. You'll see arguments between drivers, and you'll see some weird stuff said in Discord chats to each other. Because they're not in the same room as each other. If you've got most sim racers in a real room with them all together, half of them would just be like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, and then you'd be like 2 or 3 of them that would just be like, yeah, okay, yeah, I was wrong, but I'm right because I'm bigger than you. But yeah, this is great. It's what I want to see. I want to see people discussing things. There's no right or wrong. Well, okay, apart from in races, of course, the stewards can decide that.
There's a bit of right and wrong there.
Yeah, but maybe people's opinions. You can have whatever opinion you want. You can fight for that opinion. It's great. I love it. That's, again, you talked about race 3. Sorry, there, Arjuna. Yeah, they need to calm down. I think a little bit there. There was a lot of frustration boiling over. Veloce, I don't see anything wrong with this. People making mistakes and people overdriving and maybe forcing people off of the track and stuff like that. I think that's all part of the parcel of this, and this plays into Veloce's hands more than UOL. Is it tactics that the world want to see? Probably not. Is it tactics I like to see? Nah. Anyway, any way of winning is a good way of winning, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm all for it. I think this is, again, the format lends itself to maybe just tactics that bend the rules slightly.
So I'll just say as well, European motorsports maybe doesn't look on fighting so much, but if you're here in America, it's not just NASCAR where they love a bit of a brawl, but dirt racing, very much a weekly tradition given how many races that they have. We're going to take a short break here. We're going to let Race Control dissect everything before we give you any final updates. We'll be right back with either a decision or race 3 of the Esports Racing League Spring Cup Masters.
Murphy find that extra gear? I think he's probably overall the fastest in the team today at Monza, specifically Monza, I would say. Can he find that extra gear to maybe get onto the front row of the grid? I don't necessarily think being P1 is the best position to be. We've seen so many times P2 and P3 go into the second corner in the lead of this race, so this is exciting. It could go any way, legitimately could go any way. UOL have been so dominant throughout. Have they hit a bit of a brick wall here? We're about to find out.
We apologize for any audio issues there as we came back. We were just, like I was saying, we're trying to figure out what was going on. We had the countdown to a countdown as race control was working away. We were doing our mental math, but we are confirmed. We are going to race 3. It's one apiece between Veloce and the Unicorns of Love. Lewis, expectations here then?
Well, hopefully, you know, to be fair, this is all you lot have now made mistakes on Mike. Just want to say that, by the way, because even Mike's done it now. Not on this broadcast, but you have done it a few times before. I only do it on other broadcasts on other simulators. From this race, though, focusing on the thing at hand, Unicorns of Love are too strong in qualifying for me. I think they are going to win this race, and I think they're going to win this competition, but I don't think Veloce are exactly going to let them run away with it this time. More they did before.
Well, that's enough of us discussing it. I can't. If UOL do win, I can't wait to hear the interviews. That's for sure. But yeah, it is the final race here. It has gone to a third race here for the Spring Cup Masters. It's UOL versus Veloce. Arjuna, Lewis, take it away.
Well, that was dramatic, but we're ready to go again. One apiece between the two teams that went to the best of 3 final on day 1 of this crazy journey that has been the Esports Racing World Cup. Qualifying has just gotten underway. The cars are on their outlap right now, building the pressure into their tires, getting them into that window. And this is going to be, again, the game of draft, Lewis, to make sure at least 2 cars are on the front row of the grid. That's what Unicorns of Love will try and do again.
Yeah, it's the army of pink against the army of white right now, as their 3 cars will sit amongst themselves. I mean, around a circuit like this, 5.8 kilometers, there is plenty of room for you to have your own little train. And of course, with there being 3 and a bit minutes left of this 5-minute qualifying session, you will be able to get 2 timed laps onto the board. Now, for Veloce, they needed that second time lap. It was interesting to see that almost everyone improved on their final laps in the session. In the previous time we did it, of course, Pfeffer did improve, Gronewold did improve, but from being over a second off, Veloce got themselves right into the mix. They need a repeat of that win. There was a pretty large run around the outside from Eamon Murphy there at the Parabolica.
So here they come across the line to start what will be their first of the flying laps. Isaac Gillison towing his teammates along as they run themselves down into the Retophilia, already being the scene of many a drama here today, as Gillison's going to make a complete hash of the corner and will now try and get out of the way. Maybe give a tow for those behind him into the Rogia, maybe get out of the way after that.
Yeah, I think he'll give a good slipstream. I mean, if he can stay ahead, if he's confident enough to keep it on the track through the Rogia, he might actually just try and keep it in front going down to Ascari, because it is a very long straight there as well. And obviously, they'll all be communicating to a certain degree at this point, and you've got to assist your teammate as much as possible. And if you've had a mess up on your lap like that, all you'll do is you'll do that all the way down to Ascari, you'll drop off, you'll rejoin the rear of the line, and then you'll give it a go on your next lap with a double slipstream ahead of you. Little bit messy, but not a major drama, and you can see doing exactly as I said. I'm all right at this.
You're not, I think if you're the Dutchman, I think now you maybe get out of the way. You saw how close those behind were, and through Ascari, yeah, you'll switch it around. Here's the Unicorns of Love cars, as they're a little bit further up in the lap, as powering their way out of Ascari. They'll get one more chance to set a lap time. Look at that car all the way in the distance. Not sure who that is, but they don't feel like they need the draft by any means. It's Tobias Gronewold. Is it Pfeffer?
It is Pfeffer, of course it is.
Well, let's see what the 54 has got in its pocket as it works its way through the final corner. Looks like the 52 has backed out very slightly, trying to build the momentum up. It's a 46.847 for Pfeffer. First time on the board. I don't think Gronewold's going to have a lap time to be set that's really going to matter. It looks like Tauscher doesn't as well. They've got to deliver then this time by. One final attempt to set the qualifying times. And look at the gap to Veloce again. Baldwin, Murphy, 1.2, 1.3 back from Pfeffer. We saw this, though, in race 1 qualifying. They came alive in race 2. It's an open setup here. Let's see what happens now.
Isaac Gillison taking a very tight line of T1, so he never let his teammates back through, so maybe they all scrapped this lap time. I don't really necessarily know. Obviously they would have been tracking their sectors. They know what a good lap time is already. I can tell you that 46.8 is a very good lap time from Tobias Pfeffer, but we've seen this before, the 1 second odd gap, and I don't think it's a major drama right now. Obviously we know that Veloce are on pace, at least to as near as makes no difference with the Unicorns of Love. I'm surprised by how separate they all are. We were watching Gronewold through the final corner of the Parabolica and how far wide he went. None of them are searching for that slipstream. They are all just keeping to themselves.
Nice and tidy so far. As it stands right now, though, it's the pressure on Gronewold and on Tauscher to put a lap time on the board that's going to get them up in the mix of things. They don't want to be in that same position that they were before, but they were the ones fighting to be in a position work their way through. We saw the drama already, a little bit squirrely off the exit of Excari. That is, well, to quote you, Lewis, suboptimal. Yeah, and this might be requiring Isaac Gillison to give up his lap completely here, because obviously James Baldwin and Eamon Murphy will try and come through there. Isaac Gillison, I think that's his session done. He's going to start from 6th. Well, here comes the Unicorns of Love cars, 3,000s between Gronewold and Pfeffer. They should be on the front row. Here's Baldwin, here's Murphy. They jump themselves up, but not enough. They'll be starting 3rd and 4th position. It's Unicorns of Love front row again as we get set for race number 3. I mean, 3,000 of a second between the two Unicorns of Love cars at the top. I mean, is there any shock? That team so good in this Merc. I remember when they first started really coming to the fore. I distinctly remember it being in the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa. They drove in that Merc. And I remember looking at it and being like, Unicorns of Love, that's a funny name for a team, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. That's a mean team. They know what. And then boom, they start winning everything. So, you know, joke's on me, apparently. They are just absolutely incredible. Of course, it's the Unicorns of Love esports team, not just within sim racing, but they've had a bit of a boot camp recently as well. They compete in League of Legends, Valorant, and many, many other esports. So they are well established, almost now a decade in professional esports. So the sim racing team really continuing to make large strides. So we're in for a treat. We're in for, I'm sure, fireworks as we get set for the 3rd and final race of the Spring Cup Masters Finals. The Spring Cup's about to come to a close. We're about to bid farewell to this Mercedes. We thank Mercedes for their support. We thank Assetto Corsa and Kunos for their support as well. This Spring Cup has been a blast, Lewis. I'm a bit sad that it's going to end. We only have a month, though, before we start it all over again. Yeah, obviously thanks to us having a little bit of a delay for the Masters, which actually I'm not too, I'm kind of with now. I think we've had enough time between rounds 1, 2 and 3, of course, of the Spring Cup. We've then had a nice little break. We now move into the Masters, and before we know it, we'll be straight into the Summer Cup. We'll be racing our way through that, and it's the Fall Cup as well. And then before we know it, we'll be in the 2nd ERWC, of course, in 2023, and hopefully in person as well. Oh, that's going to be fun. I've been waiting for my opportunity to be part of an esports event in person. Hopefully sooner rather than later, because there's many things up on the horizon. Porsche Denmark, the Carrera Cup, just finished up their season where they competed in person. Some of the scenes from there were spectacular. They filled out an auditorium. Maybe we can do the same. Been a while since Sim Racing Expo has done something like that as well. Some of the WWE style intros, something that maybe we'll bring on back. Drama. Lewis, Turn 1 drama, what are we expecting? Yeah, in this one, we are getting it. I have no doubt. Like, Veloce have got to do something here, and I don't know what it is. I just know that they are going to try it down into T1. They've got to make the mark early. If this is a 1-2 off of the Rettifilio for Unicorns of Love, in my opinion, it's it. It's done. Will Turn 1 decide it? Or are we in for 10 final minutes of drama in the Spring Cup Masters? Redline are your winners of the Spring Cup, but their bragging rights, there is prize money on the line. $3,500 will be the prize money awarded to the winner. Just $2,000 to 2nd place, not an inconsiderable sum between the two of them. It's Pfeffer and Gronewold in control of the field once more. Murphy's got to be careful, started in 3rd in race 1. Got a drive-through penalty before the green had even dropped. A long hold once more, but we're underway for the final time in the VCO Esports Racing League Spring Cup Masters. It's the great jump from the Pfeffer and Gronewold combo at the front of the field. Tauscher's now going to maybe try and look to the outside of a 3-wide situation for the lead. It's 3 wide though for second as contact, and both the Tobiases get mixed up with that one. You'd have to think that's something that Race Control will look at, and I think that was Murphy going aggressive. Excuse me, no, it was James Baldwin. Very, very aggressive. A bowling ball into chaos.
Well, we got our drama. I think we can say that. I need to see that about 1,000 times before I have a judgment, because whether you could say Baldwin was alongside and then had the cars come across into him, that's kind of the critical thing. We've seen that a couple of times. We've seen it go both ways on different occasions. That one is not an easy one, but either way, if that is the case, well, you know which way it swings now. That was absolute madness.
Madness, I think, is an understatement. So Pfeffer leads from Baldwin with a bit of separation, then back to Murphy, Tauscher, Gillison. Gronewold is off the tail of the field. It will be something that Race Control has got to take a good old look at with 8 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. As it stands right now, it would be the Unicorns of Love in control, but Isaac Gillison, if he gets past Mitchie Tauscher, Race Control not having a say so far, Veloce would then be in the driver's seat. Plenty of drama, plenty of intrigue. What does Tauscher have to do here? Well, main thing is not do a Tauscher like he did at Bathurst.
Yeah, Race Control could nullify it straight away. Let's take a look, though. Obviously, right in focus here is James Baldwin. Now, there was a little bit of a weird thing here. So he kind of darts out to the left and then slows down, which I thought was a bit odd, because it was right into the cup there. Bang. That was a bit weird.
He gets a bump from Tauscher. I think that's where it all kicked off from. So Tauscher bumps him forward. Gronewold was coming to the left because he saw Baldwin backing out of it. But once the bump happened, they can't. They're committed on the brakes. There's not much more they can do. If you're going to say anything, I think you start to say that it's Tauscher that starts that one. As looks like he's having a move to the inside of Eamon Murphy. Almost more chaos into the Rectophilia, but Murphy holds on.
Yeah, I will say, well, just to very quickly give you my opinion on that first bit, is that I think it would go down as a racing incident. I don't think you can penalise anyone really for it. It's one of those things. It was just a bit chaotic, a bit mad. And like I say, one tiny little bump that really you couldn't penalise that just set off the whole thing. Oh, it's Tauscher. I mean, he might be racking up a penalty if he keeps doing things like that. He made a bit of contact going down to the Rectophilia and was really trying to make it stick on Murphy. He doesn't need to make a move on Murphy. He does need to keep Gillison at bay.
Yeah, I think that's the main focus. I agree with you. I think it's probably a racing incident. However, if you're going to, I think incident responsibility is different from penalties, right? I think that's something to acknowledge. Incident responsibility, I think you put it on Mitchie Tauscher. Now, penalty-wise, I think you always have to say that lap 1, turn 1, especially at Monza, is always going to be chaos. I'll leave that up to Race Control. I've got to say, Luke Crane said this earlier, I will repeat this emphasis. I'm glad we're not in the steward's booth. I'm glad we're just shouting about all of this craziness.
Yeah, and again, regardless of which decision the stewards make, you kind of I've said this before, I've said this to you quite a few times, when we've discussed this on broadcast, whatever decision the stewards make, you got to just respect it. That's the critical thing here. Don't go throwing a temper tantrum and whatever and being like, oh, the stewards are all wrong and they have no idea what they're doing. The stewards have their own views and everything. They can see so much more than we see on the broadcast. If they make a decision, that's a decision they've come to. You've got to respect Race Control. For me, I'd say I'd still back that as a racing incident, but again, it's lovely to sit up here on a fence and just shout about it, because either way, it was dramatic.
Some of the chat does not agree with you that it was a racing incident, but yeah,
sure.
That's still plenty of polystyrene and styrofoam that's on the track. I agree with your point that, you know, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with what Race Control says, you can have a calm, cool, collected conversation with them, but going beyond that is a one-way ticket to not being invited back to this competition. And I think that, you know, when we've got the level of talent that we've got in this field, when we have the biggest teams across the sim racing universe, don't push your luck, because Race Control does not deserve any sort of abuse thrown their way. It's opened up between Pfeffer and Baldwin. It's opened up between Baldwin and Murphy. So all eyes focus on this battle for third, where if Tauscher maintains station, at least for the time being, it's the Unicorns of Love with one hand on the victory. We still wait, though, halfway through this race for Race Control to come down with a decision.
don't know who this actual vision guy is in chat, but he's saying that I'm completely wrong. I don't know who he is, but I don't
You're
like
usually
him
wrong, though.
Yeah, no, I am usually wrong, but I think it's one thing that we kind of like to see discussion on it. What do you think on that incident? Regardless, I mean, we've got to hear your opinions. Let's keep it a bit civil, unless you actually want to go for it. At which point, banter, just go for it. It's not my chat, lol. Yeah, but right now, regardless, running away at the front, Pfeffer kind of pushed over there and has just gone, right, okay, I'll just straighten on and off I go again. He's done that a few times today, but this time it's worked out perfectly for him.
Yeah, every time I see that anti-cut curve, I just think of, what happened with that poor F3 drive. Was F3, Italian F3? I forget
yeah, the final corner, yeah. The backbreaker, that looked horrible.
Oh, that was something, yeah, that was for sure. But I guess he's not being dinged by it for race control. We said that maybe if you cut the track a couple too many times, you'd be in a bit of strife with our automated race control, which you can't argue with that. You can try, but it's not even going to respond to you. You do need to be somewhat careful with that. So with 4 minutes left to go, again, we all wait with bated breath to hear what race control has to say. Now, if you're Eamon Murphy, what can you do to maybe back up Tauscher into Gillison? How does Gillison find a way past to put even more pressure on the black and pink?
Yeah, I don't know. Right now, it is advantage to Unicorns Love. This race is definitely not done. I do feel that Isaac Gillison will do something, or rather, I think Eamon Murphy will do something in this battle. I think he is going to, as we've kind of discussed before with some strategies, I think he's going to sort of drop back a little bit, try and slow Tausch down, try and give Gillison the opportunity to come through. He's only got a couple of laps to give it a go, though, and that's kind of like the critical thing here, is that time is running out. You kind of want to start these kerfuffles early, right? You want to give your teammate the best opportunity possible, and right now he kind of needs to push Tauscher into it a little bit. Of course, if he pushes too hard, Gronewold will be in, but right now they've got nothing to lose, because if the race finishes as it is, it's done.
Yep. So 3 minutes to go, so it should be 2 laps left as Tauscher got very close through the Parabolica. Now, I know it's got a new name, but it still lives on in my heart as the Parabolica. To be fair, Monza doesn't change its corner names as much as a certain track in the Ardennes Mountains, so maybe we should start putting the new name into our memory banks, but at least for now, it's still the Parabolica. Tauscher closes, Gillison drops off the back of this grouping for third on back, has a look down to the inside, but doesn't commit just yet. I think maybe he's going to try and work his way up to third. Does seem as though Murphy's good out of turn 1. Maybe the opportunity presents itself out of the Lesmos, because we have seen that, in particular, the Unicorns of Love have been taking full advantage of all the track that is offered to you. Again, I'll repeat it, it's an open setup competition, so these ACC specialist teams might just have a few tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, they know this car. They've raced in this car an awful lot. When we typically see Veloce racing, it's normally in the McLaren on this platform. You sometimes see him in the Porsche and such, but normally it's the McLaren 720. Unicorns Love do also try various cars, don't get me wrong, but I've seen them race plenty of times in this Merc. They know the Merc quite well. And so, yeah, when it comes to their setup tricks, they know it. And also, because this is their favoured platform, they know how to take the track limits to their very, very edge. They know how to abuse it just a little bit further, which around a circuit like this, hey, it might be only a couple of hundredths, but a couple of hundredths make all the difference. Hey, apparently 3,000ths makes all the difference when you start on pole or start from second.
It did indeed. So, coming to the final lap, we're still waiting for the word from race control. Oh, there's tension to the dying stages of this race. Side by side for third as Tauscher tries to find a way through. Maybe the opportunity presents itself out of the final corner as they power their way across the line for the penultimate time. 1 to go. Pfeffer and Baldwin sitting pretty first and second. Look at the toe that Tauscher's got as he bumps his way into the back of Eamon Murphy. Again, we're seeing bump drafting here at Monza, the temple of speed. You think it was Daytona. To the outside comes the German as he looks to try and get deep under the brakes, almost off into the grass. Just about hangs on to that racing room being given from both of those cars. That was nice and respectful, but Murphy holds on.
Yeah, it's obviously trying to open the door for Isaac Gillison to come through, but there is no opportunity for him to do so right now. He is very, very close. You can see there, you saw as Eamon Murphy pulled over to the left to try and give that slipstream. Gillison has to go for a dive here. He is alongside going down into the Rogier. It has to be a big send. If he can get up the spot, it might give Veloce the win, but he's not brave enough to commit properly right now.
For those who are just joining us and have never watched this before, points are given based on where you finish. 1 point for first, 6 points for sixth. Your top 2 drivers score points, lowest score wins. So 1 + 4 for Mitchie Tauscher and Tobias Pfeffer equals 5, 2 + 3 for James Baldwin and Eamon Murphy equals 5. The tiebreaker then becomes penalty points first, which we're still waiting to hear from, and then the best finishing position for your driver. As it stands right now, we think it's the Unicorns of Love. The reality is, we have no idea, Lewis.
Like I say, there's a lot to play for right now, but it is the reminder that right now, everything finishing as it is, Unicorns of Love for the 3rd time in this competition will be your victors. And here comes Pfeffer. What a day he's had.
Again, no clue as to who's going to win this when all things are said and done, but winning on the track is going to be Tobias Pfeffer. You can see the somewhat glum look on his face. There's no excitement, there's no jubilation. We don't know what is going on right now. Eamon Murphy, in a photo finish, emerges in front of Mitchie Tauscher, but my oh my, it is going to be decided in the steward's room, and Luke Crane, I wish we could call a winner, but again, we have no idea.
Yeah, waiting for the stewards to make the decision. Such a shame that it's going to go down to this. Really, but it is what it is. Again, I just feel like Unicorns of Love were put under a bit of pressure from Veloce. Veloce have made it mixy, as I mentioned earlier on, which was the only way that they were going to have a snifter at beating Unicorns of Love because of how dominant they've been today. And Unicorns of Love made the mistake. So again, we'll see exactly what happens there. The contact was initially caused by Pink Car. That's all I can say on that matter, to be honest. But again, the stewards will decide on that. It is what it is. It's a shame that we just can't call a winner at the end of the race, to be honest. That's the big shame here for everybody watching at home, and myself. I'd like to go to bed at some point as well. That'd be great.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know really what else you want me to say. I can't treat the audience like they're stupid. We saw what happened on screen. It is what it is.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, Lewis, in your view, you think it's a racing incident? But again, the reality is, like Luke says, it was contact initiated by Mitchie Tauscher, but it was just that scramble into turn 1, which we always see at Monza. Sometimes, though, with just 6 cars, you might expect a little bit less chaos than if you had 30 or 40 cars, like sometimes they bring here in the real world.
I mean, I've seen many things going down into turn 1. I think the most idiotic was I saw a bit of 4 wide going down into turn 1, where a couple of Williams Esports drivers decided to do the impossible, and I can confirm it was impossible because it caused one of the largest crashes that I've seen in a while. But you know, you've got to give those things a go. In a 6-way fight, Veloce had to do something. Unicorns of Love maybe panicked a little bit. There was a bit of as you put it, Luke, imploding on their side of things. And yeah, we had what we had. Like I say, race control will look over everything.
Well,
and that's it.
We have confirmation that it is going to be the victory for the Unicorns of Love. Now, we're not exactly sure as to the penalty points and how they break themselves up, but realistically, that doesn't matter. All that matters, at least for us up here for now, is that your winners here today will be the Unicorns of Love, as they continue their stranglehold on Assetto Corsa Competizione. They've won all of the finals that we've had here so far. But of course, as we move forward, the focus will shift away from this platform. Summer Cup is all about rFactor 2, Luke.
It is indeed. I'm happy with that result because I've had a banger tweet waiting for 12 weeks for when UOL wins something. So I don't know if you want to go check out my Twitter, but it's a banger. But yeah, congratulations to them. We do head on to rFactor 2. Like, this is the one that they had to target. UOL had to target this as a win. It'd be interesting to see what happens with the sort of post spring break, where we will indeed have some transfers, no doubt. They did very, very well in acquiring Pfeffer from Logitech G Altis. Whether they're going to be now able to pinpoint rFactor 2 this time around because they've got more time to think about it, other than what we had at the World Cup. I think that is a necessity if they want to become, you know, a challenger to Team Redline overall, or indeed R8G for that matter, and teams like Williams, I would say as well. But yeah, you've got to tip your hat. They're a young side. They've come through some adversity. Veloce leaned on their experience today, and it won't be too long until we see them in the winner's circle. Again, they're still the PSG for me of sim racing, yet to win that team big one, but I don't think it's going to be too far away.
Well, let's go and chat with some of our winners there, and let's see if we can chat first with Tobias Pfeffer. And that was dramatic, Tobias. Plenty of contact, plenty of drama between you and Veloce. Talk to us about the finals from your perspective.
I mean, it was really intensive, you know. I mean, the competition was really high, and at like the first race was also, yeah, you had to try it a lot, and then yeah, Veloce was also really fast, and yeah, we had a bit of contact sometimes, and yeah, was a bit dirty sometimes, but it was really intense, and yeah, was amazing actually, fun.
It's the second time you've had to take on Veloce in a 1v1 like this. How did... Oh, actually, no, never mind, because you're the wrong person to ask that question too. I'll roll that one back and I'll pass that on to someone else a bit later on. I'll talk of yourself around here at Monza. You've been so strong throughout the day. Has your preparation been slightly different throughout this?
I mean, I don't know what you mean with different, but we did some laps, and the car was really different compared to what we knew before the update, before 1.8 and all that stuff. But yeah, yeah, I mean, we had a lot of practice hours actually, so yeah, I mean, yeah, we had a lot of practice as always, as in every race, so.
Well, Tobias, congratulations on the run for you since you've joined the team. We'll switch on over to your teammate, Tobias Gronewold, who joins us now. Tobias, talk to us about that from your perspective. Lots of drama, but ultimately you got mixed up in some drama on turn 1, lap 1 in that final deciding race.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I didn't expect anything else there. Nothing against Veloce, but it's just how the format works, you know, it's so close. Everyone is trying, you know, to use every little gap there is, and yeah, it was, I don't know, I'm sitting in a lake, it feels like. I'm sweating all over the place, but I'm just so happy that we won 3 times in a row, and yeah, I mean, I don't know, I'm speechless.
Well, I will actually commit to the question this time, because you are the right person to ask it to. Tobias Pfeffer wasn't a part of Unicorns Love at the time. With you going against Veloce for the second time, you tried against them at Bathurst. How does racing against them this time compare, also knowing that you were kind of coming into it as the firm favourites, having won on ACC twice in ERWC and ERL?
Yeah, to be honest, I think especially in ERWC we didn't know what was going to happen, so we were quite surprised, like how, for example, then Veloce drove with like dive bombing and stuff, but looking back at it, it was their only chance. So we knew that if we are driving against them again in the final, or against any team pretty much, you know, it will be the same. So yeah, and towards the pressure, I mean, it was nice. It was a nice feeling going into this event with 2 wins, but it wasn't like extra pressure for me. I mean, we won twice, so we can be very, very happy with that. And yeah, I mean, it's nice to win 3 times, but to be honest, if we would have gotten like 2nd or something, I wouldn't be too sad about it, because as I said, you know, we won 2 times already. The 3rd one is just like a bonus, let's say. And yeah.
Congratulations, Tobias. We'll jump over to your teammate, Mitchie Tauscher, now, and I want to ask Mitchie about that drama into turn 1 in the final race, because there was a bit of contact with you and James Baldwin. It was already a physical final series of races there for you. Talk to us about what was going on from your perspective as everyone was ducking and diving for some position. He's forgot to mute his mic. It's not just commentators that make this mistake, but our interviewees as well.
Top tier.
Yeah. Yeah. When I was starting, I knew it would be very tough and kind of dirty. But yeah, it started with warping from Veloce guys. So I ran into the back of Baldwin, I think, or was it Baldwin or Murphy? I don't remember quite. But yeah, I just ran into the back of him because he just teleported basically. So yeah, there was a bit of carnage then, and yeah, I don't know, the race was just really crazy. But but from that point on, nothing happened really. Just trying to follow Murphy and not do a mistake, not to get any penalty points or do mistakes or crash. So yeah, quite happy.
Does a series like this, where it is all about 1v1s and such, does it kind of make you race some of these teams differently when you go racing in some of the larger esports stuff? When you're on larger grids, when you kind of go toe to toe with the likes of Veloce and Redline, of course, you've taken on a couple of times in these finals, and they get quite physical.
Yeah, definitely, because it's 10-minute races and you only race against 3 other guys, so you gotta be hard and dirty so you can win. But yeah, I mean, it's really difficult. A lot of team games and mind games going on in those races. Even in the second final, I think everyone was trying to slow down and get P1 from the reverse grid. So yeah, I think that's just the way it is. And yeah, it's a cool experience because we usually only race like endurance races or sprint races for 1 hour, and yeah, it's a nice experience and something different.
Congratulations, man. 3 wins now in this Esports Racing League and Esports Racing World Cup. You guys are the dominant forces on Assetto Corsa Competizione. So that's going to wrap up our post-race interviews, and we'll bring Luke Crane back in for some closing thoughts before we bid you farewell. Just taking a look at the standings for the overall Esports Racing League right now, it is still Team Redline with 84.5 points that lead the way. RHG second, 7 points back, but only half a point clear of the Unicorns of Love. That's something to be very, very impressed by. We reflect, though, on the Spring Cup having passed, and we look forward to the Summer Cup very much on the horizon now, just a month or so away. We'll see some new teams, hopefully. We'll see some new drivers for sure. We'll switch focus to rFactor 2, and new cars will join the fun. What are your big takeaways, Luke, though, from this first 4 events in the Esports Racing League?
An expected result, to be honest. I think we all could see Veloce and UOL being sort of the top 2 teams. I would say throughout the Spring Cup, maybe a little bit disappointed with RAG not pushing to get the win in a final. I think that's going to come very shortly, though. I think they'll be the sort of next one in line to get the victories. But I think it's other teams have to watch how teams are winning these events. Look at the again, I keep bringing up meta, and there's going to be people going, what is he going about meta for? It's just the way to win, the best way of dealing with things. Look at it like, for instance, the Aston Martin was OP at Spa before the latest update on ACC. You pick the best thing, or you do the best strategy to get yourself a victory. In qualifying, we saw a very distinct way of things being done by Veloce. It nearly worked. We then also saw a very different approach from UOL, which did work. But it was only by a couple of hundredths of a second. We will start to see teams sort of taking full advantage of the fact that you can just throw one driver's race away, but there's going to be other things that we haven't even thought of yet. So it's still all being molded. It's all still changing. The best way to win isn't necessarily by being fastest on track, because it nearly came down to Veloce actually winning this today, and they definitely weren't the fastest on track. So yeah, mixing it, getting involved side to side, shoulder to shoulder, that's where you really win and lose these competitions.
What stands out to you, Lewis, as one of the more significant moments that we've seen so far?
I mean, it's kind of hard to kind of think about that, because we've had so much in the terms of drama throughout. I don't really know which one to pinpoint. I mean, obviously, we've had 3 rounds of fantastic racing. Some of it's been a little bit too much. I think we've all kind of said that. Today's been interesting. We love seeing this sort of one-on-one knockout style format. I'd love to see more of this. I think this is the thing, is it's always a learning process, so I don't really know what we're going to see next. I just think that comparatively to this one, it's going to be more drama.
Well, with that in mind, it's all about learning. If there's anything in particular that you think we can do better heading into the Summer Cup, do let us know on the VCO social media, where, again, as we roll forward to the middle of June, you'll also pick which tracks we go racing at before every single round of the VCO Esports Racing League Summer Cup. For now, though, we'll take a brief break, 1 month off, and we'll start the party all over again. The Spring Cup has been all about Team Redline, but Unicorns of Love today have shown themselves to be the masters of Assetto Corsa Competizione. On behalf of our entire team at VCO Esports, for P1 Gaming and SimGrid behind the scenes doing all of our race control, Mike Yao on the turntables for today, the Dream Team bids you farewell. We're alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Luke Crane and Lewis McLeod have been part of all the action since we started this journey a couple of months ago. June 18th, same time, same place on VCO Esports. We'll join you for the first round of the Summer Cup on rFactor 2. But for now, we bid you farewell.